The Concept Thief. Act 1. Chapter 1. The afternoon light over Ko Academy had the particular gold of early autumn, the kind that made even the cracked asphalt of the old schoolyard look something like a painting. Issei Hyoudou sat on the clubroom floor with his shirt soaked through, breathing like he had run a marathon, while a small red gauntlet of scale and crimson jewel pulsed faintly on his left arm. Again, Gremory said, not unkindly, from where she sat at the room's only desk with her chin propped on folded hands. I just did 50 boosts in a row, Issei said. Bucho, my arm feels like it's going to fall off. Then it will heal, and you will do 50 more tomorrow. Rias's smile took the edge off the order, but it was an order all the same. You want it to be strong enough to protect the people you care about. This is what that looks like. It is not glamorous. Akino Himejima poured tea without looking up from the small ceremony she made of it, her dark hair falling like a curtain over one shoulder. Issei-kun has been working very hard, she said. Perhaps a little more sympathy, Rias. Sympathy will not stop Kokabiel, Rias said, and the lightness went out of the room as fast as it had come. Issei pulled himself up onto one of the room's old couches, the gauntlet retracting in a hiss of red light back into the strange ring-shaped marking that lived dormant against his skin until he called it forward again. Kaneko Tuju, curled in the corner with a furred white cat toy half forgotten in her lap, did not look up, but her ears, those small things she usually kept hidden, twitched once, a sign that she was listening more closely than her posture suggested. Kokabiel, Issei repeated. He had heard the name twice now in council with the others, always in the tone people use for storms that had not yet broken. The guy from the Fallen Angels. The one Azazel kicked out, basically. The one Azazel never managed to fully discipline, Rias corrected. Gregory is supposed to be at peace with us now. A treaty between the three great powers, fragile but real. Kokabiel does not believe in that treaty. He believes a war between devils, angels, and fallen would be glorious, and he intends to start one if no one stops him. And he picked our town to do it in, Yudo Kiba said from where he leaned against the window frame, arms crossed, his usually easy expression sharpened into something more watchful. Because it has the highest concentration of important devils outside the underworld. Rias Bucho's territory. Sona Kaishu's territory. It is a message as much as an attack. Issei looked down at his hand, at the place where the gauntlet had been a moment before, and felt the familiar mix of dread and stubbornness that had gotten him this far. He was not strong. He knew that, in the unsentimental way a person knows the shape of their own face. He had a sacred gear that other people whispered about with a kind of awe he did not feel he deserved, the boosted gear, the vessel of the Red Dragon Emperor, and all it let him do, all it had ever let him do, was double his own power over and over, building towards something that was still, after months of training, not nearly enough. What do we do? Asia Argento asked. She had been quiet through the whole conversation, her hands folded in her lap, the small cross pendant she still wore out of old habit catching the light. She had been a nun once, before the church had cast her aside for a sin that was not a sin at all, before Issei had found her bleeding in a park and the only way to save her life had been to make her a devil. She did not flinch from danger the way Issei sometimes wished she would, for her own sake. If he wants a war, what do we actually do? We make sure he does not get one, Rias said. Sona and I have already increased patrols around the barrier. Azazel is aware of the threat from his side and has people watching as well. If Kokabiel makes a move, we will know quickly, and we will respond before he can do enough damage to provoke retaliation from the angels or escalate things further. That sounds like a plan that depends on him being slow, Kiba said. It is the plan we have, Rias said. There was something tired underneath her composure, the particular exhaustion of a young woman who had grown up being told that her family's name meant she would always be looked to for answers, even when the answers were not good ones. I would welcome a better one. No one had a better one. The meeting broke up not long after, the way Devil Club meetings always seemed to, with everyone going back to ordinary tasks that suddenly felt thin and unconvincing, like wallpaper over a crack in a foundation. Issei walked Asia partway home, the two of them not saying much, the autumn evening settling gold and then violet around the rooftops of Kuo. You'll be careful, Asia said, when they reached the corner where their paths split. I'm always careful, Issei said, which was not strictly true, and they both knew it, and she smiled anyway because it was the kind of lie that was meant kindly. He felt it before he heard it. A wrongness in the air, a pressure behind the eyes like the moment before a thunderclap. He had felt that sensation exactly twice before in his life, both times right before something supernatural and violent had announced itself in his ordinary, suburban evening. Asia's hand found his sleeve. Issei, I feel it too. He scanned the street, the rows of quiet houses with their lit windows, the convenience store sign humming at the corner. Nothing moved. And then, from above, where the streetlight could not quite reach, something did. A figure dropped into the street with no more ceremony than a leaf falling from a tree, landing in a crouch and rising with the unhurried confidence of someone who had never once in his life worried about being outmatched. He wore the black of a priest, a clerical collar gone yellow with age, and a long coat that had been white once and was now the gray of a thing left too long in the rain. A sword hung loose in his right hand, its blade humming faintly with a light that did not belong to street lamps or stars. Well, well, Friedselsen said, grinning in a way that had nothing happy in it. 2 little devils out past curfew. And a nun-shaped one too, how cute, how disgusting, pick one. He rolled his shoulders. Father Kokabiel says I'm allowed to play tonight. Lucky me. Lucky you, actually, you get to meet a real Excalibur before you die. Issei's gauntlet flared to life without him consciously calling it, the dragon's instinct ahead of the boy's thought. Boost. The voice that lived inside the gear, dry and ancient and not unkind, spoke the word and Issei felt power gather in his arm like a held breath. Asia, get behind me. Issei, behind me. Please. Fried did not wait for the rest of the conversation. He came forward in a blur, the holy sword trailing light, and Issei barely got his arm up in time to take the blow on the gauntlet instead of his ribs. Pain lanced up to his shoulder, the particular burning ache of a holy weapon against devil flesh, and he staggered back 2 steps before his footing held. Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark, Fried said, delighted. You know, most of you devil brats fold after 1 hit. You're tougher than you look, gauntlet boy. Doesn't matter. Hold still and it'll go faster. Boost. Issei felt the doubling of power settle into his limbs and threw himself forward, not because he had a plan beyond it but because standing still while Asia stood exposed behind him was not a thing he was capable of doing. His fist caught Fried's shoulder, not the clean killing blow he wanted but enough to send the priest skidding back across the asphalt with a surprised curse. Ha! Ha, okay, that one hurt a little. Fried straightened, still grinning, blood at the corner of his mouth from where he'd bitten his own tongue on impact. Father Kokabiel's gonna be so happy if I bring him back a real live Dragon Emperor's vessel. Or pieces of one. He didn't specify. The fight that followed was not long, in the way a lightning strike is not long, and it was also the longest few minutes of Issei's life. He boosted again and again, each doubling buying him another exchange of blows he could not have survived without it, while Fried's sword work grew faster and more erratic, less a duel and more a man testing how much abuse a toy could take before it broke. A cut opened along Issei's forearm where the holy blade kissed past his guard. Another grazed his cheek. He heard Asia cry out his name somewhere behind him, and could not afford to look. It was Kiba who finally arrived, sword already drawn, moving with the silent economy of someone who had spent his entire life training for exactly this kind of fight. And it was Kiba's blade meeting Fried's that finally broke the rhythm of the duel and let Issei drop, gasping, to one knee. You're late, Issei managed. You're alive, Kiba said. We'll call it even. He did not take his eyes off Fried, who had backed off a step, still grinning, still entirely too pleased with how the evening was going for a man who had just been forced to fight 2 opponents instead of 1. Ah, the pretty knight showed up, Fried said. Fine, fine, I got what I came for anyway. Just wanted to see what the dragon brat could do up close. Father Kokabiel will be thrilled. He spat blood onto the asphalt, almost lazily, and was gone the next instant, the same unceremonious vanishing he had arrived with, swallowed by shadow and a thin trail of unholy light. For a moment nobody moved. Then Asia was at Issei's side, her hands glowing the soft green of her twilight healing as it knit closed the worst of the cuts along his arm, and Kiba was scanning the rooftops with the wary stillness of a man who did not trust an enemy simply because the enemy had left. That was a test, Kiba said finally. For what? For you. Kiba sheathed his sword. Kokabiel sent his attack dog to look at you specifically, Issei. Not at Asia, not at Bucho's territory in general. At you. His expression, normally so easy to read, had gone carefully blank in a way Issei had learned meant the other boy was thinking something he did not want to say aloud yet. Issei looked down at the gauntlet, quiet now against his arm, and felt the dread from earlier in the evening curl tighter in his chest. It would be 3 more days before Kokabiel showed his full hand, 3 days of patrols and tense club meetings and a creeping sense, shared by everyone in Rias's small circle, that the storm Kiba had warned of was no longer approaching. It had already arrived, and was simply choosing, with the patience of something ancient and cruel, exactly when to break. On the 3rd night, the sky over Ko Academy turned the color of a wound, and the barrier that had kept the town safe for years failed all at once, like a held breath finally let go. Chapter 2. The old school building, the one the students were told had been condemned for renovations and was in truth a gateway to spaces that did not officially exist, had become a battlefield. Stray fallen angels filled the courtyard below, summoned by Kokabiel's will and his alone, dozens of black wings cutting silhouettes against the sky gone the wrong color. Spears of light fell like rain. Somewhere below, Rias's peerage and Sona Sidri's fought to hold a perimeter that kept shrinking no matter how hard they pushed back. Issei stood on the roof, every muscle in his body screaming, the gauntlet on his arm humming with a heat that had nothing to do with friction. He had boosted more times tonight than he had in his entire life combined. The dragon's voice in his ear had stopped counting somewhere past 30 and simply kept doubling, 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 a tide rising behind a dam that was not built to hold it. Above him, seated on a throne of black feathers that should not have been able to exist outside, in midair, over a burning courtyard, Kokabiel watched the chaos he had made with the satisfied stillness of an artist regarding a finished work. You again, he said, when his gaze finally settled on Issei. The boosted gear's current host. I confess I expected more from you by now. Drake's vessels are usually so much more impressive than this. Sorry to disappoint, Issei said, and did not have the breath to say anything braver than that. Do not be sorry. Be useful. Kokabiel rose from his throne of feathers, unfolding 10 black wings with a sound like 100 crows taking flight at once, and the air around him thickened with a power that made Issei's instincts scream retreat even as his feet stayed planted. I have spent centuries watching the 3 factions choke on their own treaty, too afraid of each other to actually fight, too proud to actually make peace. I am going to give them a war whether they want one or not. And you, little dragon, are going to help me start it, one way or another. Either you die here and the devils declare war on Gregory to avenge you, or you fight well enough that I have an excuse to kill several of Sirzek's Gremory's people on this rooftop instead. Either outcome serves. That's a terrible plan, Issei said. It is an excellent plan. I have had a very long time to refine it. Kokabiel raised one hand, and between his fingers condensed a spear of light unlike any Issei had seen from the lesser fallen angels below, longer, denser, edged with something that looked almost like the patterns of old runework etched into its surface. This particular configuration is built from a fragment of knowledge I took from an old, foolish magician who thought he could bind a piece of a Longinus into a weapon. It did not work the way he intended. It will, however, work exactly the way I intend. He threw it. Issei did the only thing his body knew how to do, which was boost and brace and hope, and the spear took him full in the chest hard enough to throw him backward through the rooftop's low railing and out into open air. He had a half-second of falling, the courtyard fire and screaming wings rushing up to meet him, and then the gauntlet flared with a brightness he had never felt from it before, a white-gold light bleeding through the usual crimson, and something in the system underneath the armor's familiar voice cracked. Boost, said Drake, and then, for the first time in Issei's memory, the dragon's voice in his head stumbled. Boost. Boost. Error. Recompiling. What? Issei managed, and then he hit the ground, and the world went white. He did not lose consciousness. Not entirely, though afterward he would never be able to fully reconstruct the order of what happened in the seconds that followed. He remembered the spear of corrupted light, still half embedded in the armor across his chest, dissolving instead of exploding, the way sugar dissolves into water rather than the way a bomb detonates. He remembered a sensation like a key turning in a lock he had not known existed inside himself. He remembered, with a clarity that felt almost obscene given the chaos around him, understanding, suddenly and completely, the shape of the spell that had been thrown at him. Not its name. Not its history. Its structure. The way a person who has only ever read about a recipe might suddenly, impossibly, taste it on their tongue and know exactly how it had been made. Boost, Drake said again, and this time the word came out steady, but changed, deeper, carrying an undertone that had not been there an hour earlier. System anomaly stabilized. Partner. Are you hearing me? I hear you, Issei said, and pushed himself up out of the crater his landing had made, smoke and dust sliding off armor that had not broken the way it should have. What just happened? I do not entirely know, Drake admitted, which was, in itself, alarming, because in all the months Issei had carried him, the dragon had never once said those words. The spear Kokabiel threw was not pure light magic. It carried a stolen fragment of sacred gear architecture, badly grafted, unstable. When it struck the boost function mid-activation, something in the interaction did not multiply. It copied. I believe, partner, that you did not simply survive that attack. I believe you ate it. Above the crater, Kokabiel's expression had shifted from satisfaction to something sharper, more attentive, the look of a man watching an experiment produce an unexpected result. Interesting, he said, almost to himself, descending slowly on dark wings to hover a dozen meters above the wreckage. That should have turned you to ash, little dragon. Instead you are standing. Do it again. Show me. Issei did not know how to do it again on purpose. He only knew that the rooftop railing he had been thrown through was scattered around him in pieces, that fallen angels were still screaming through the smoke below, that somewhere out past the edge of his vision Rias's voice was shouting his name with a fear in it he had never heard from her before, and that the gauntlet on his arm felt, for the first time since he had first called it forward months ago, less like a weapon he was struggling to control and more like a held breath about to be released. Boost, he said, out loud this time, and felt the word land different than it ever had before, less like doubling and more like drawing from a well that had not existed an hour earlier. Light gathered in his open palm, the same white gold that had bled through the gauntlet's crimson during the fall, and when it took shape it was, unmistakably, impossibly, a spear. Not a copy in the crude sense of mimicry. The same density. The same edge. The same faint hum of corrupted sacred gear architecture that Kokabiel had thrown at him minutes earlier, now sitting in Issei's own hand like it had always belonged there. Even Kokabiel, who had lived for longer than human history had bothered to keep records, went very still. That, Kokabiel said, is not supposed to be possible. Yeah, Issei said, staring at the spear of light in his own hand with an expression that mixed terror and a wild, inappropriate urge to laugh. I'm getting that impression too. He threw it back. The exchange that followed bore almost no resemblance to the fight from minutes earlier. Kokabiel, who had been toying with a desperate teenager, was now forced to actually maneuver, to actually defend, as Issei threw a weapon built from Kokabiel's own stolen knowledge back at its creator with a speed and ferocity that came less from training and more from a kind of furious disbelief that this was actually working. The spear shattered against a barrier Kokabiel raised at the last second, and the fallen general's expression had gone from curious to something colder, more calculating. Enough, Kokabiel said, and the air around him darkened as he gathered a far larger working, 10 wings spread wide, light condensing not into a single spear but into a column wide enough to erase the rooftop, the crater, and the boy standing in it. Whatever flaw just occurred in your gear, it ends here. I will not be made a fool of by a glitch. Issei had no plan for what came next beyond the same stubborn refusal to fall down that had carried him this far. He boosted, and felt the strange new well inside the gauntlet answer, drawing not on raw doubling now but on the echo of every fragment of power that had touched him tonight, the lesser light spears that had grazed his arms and shoulders during the chaos below, fragments he had not even realized the system had been quietly cataloging while he fought for his life. He raised both hands, and the light that gathered between them was not a copy of any single attack but something stitched together from a dozen smaller ones, ugly and unrefined and, for one critical moment, enough. The column of light met Issei's answering blast in the open air above the burning courtyard, and the resulting shockwave threw fallen angels and devils alike to the ground for 100 meters in every direction. When the light cleared, Kokabiel was no longer hovering serenely above the wreckage. He was on one knee on the rooftop's broken edge, one wing scorched black, staring at Issei with an expression that had finally, entirely, abandoned amusement. It was in that silence, with smoke still rising and the wounded groaning below, that the rest of the cavalry finally arrived. Azazel descended through the broken sky with the easy authority of a man arriving fashionably late to a disaster he had half expected, his presence alone enough to make the remaining stray fallen angels scatter. Surzek's Gremory's power rolled across the courtyard like a tide, not yet unleashed but unmistakably present, a demonstration that the strongest devil in existence had simply chosen, until this exact moment, not to intervene. And in the space between them, looking at the boy standing in a crater holding the dissolving remnants of a weapon that should not have existed in his hands, something passed between the two faction leaders that Issei, exhausted and shaking and still trying to understand what had just happened to his own body, did not yet have the experience to recognize. It was the look adults give each other over the head of a child who has just done something far too dangerous to be allowed to do again. Chapter 3. Kokabiel was taken into custody before dawn, stripped of his standing within Gregory and bound in restraints layered with enough sealing script to hold a small army, and for one full day Issei allowed himself to believe that the worst of it was over. He slept for most of that day in the infirmary above the old school building, Asia's healing having closed every visible wound, and when he woke the autumn light through the window looked almost ordinary again. It did not stay that way. He was summoned to the student council room on the second evening, a request that came through Aquino with a gentleness that did not match the seriousness in her eyes, and when he arrived he found the room more crowded than he had ever seen it. Ria sat at the head of the long table, her posture too straight, her hands folded too carefully. Sona Citri sat beside her, glasses catching the light in a way that hid her eyes. Azazel leaned against the back wall with his arms crossed and an expression that had none of its usual lazy humor. And at the far end of the table, where Issei had never once seen anyone sit, was a woman with silver hair and the kind of stillness that made the room feel colder, introduced to him only as a representative of the angels, sent to observe. "Sit down, Issei," Ria said. He sat. "I want to be honest with you about what is happening," Ria said, "because you deserve that, and because I do not think the people in this room agree on how honest to be, and I would rather you hear it from me than learn it second hand." She glanced once at Azazel, who did not interrupt, and then back to Issei. What occurred during the battle against Kokabiel was not a normal escalation of the boosted gear's ability. Drake himself has confirmed that the function you displayed, the absorption and replication of an opposing technique, is unprecedented in any recorded history of the gear, going back through every previous host. "I figured that part out on my own," Issei said. "Drake told me. It glitched. It is being called that, yes. A glitch." Azazel's voice was flat in a way that suggested he did not think the word was adequate to the situation. "I want you to understand something, kid, because nobody else at this table is going to put it this plainly. A sacred gear that can permanently absorb and copy any magic or any other sacred gear used against it is not a glitch in the sense of a broken toy. It is a glitch in the sense of a weapon that did not exist yesterday and exists today, with no upper limit anyone in this room can currently identify. If you fight 100 different opponents using 100 different techniques, by the end of it you could, theoretically, be wielding all 100 yourself. Permanently. Cumulatively." The silver-haired woman at the far end of the table spoke for the first time, her voice carrying easily despite its softness. "Heaven's interest in this matter is not hostile, High Issei. I want to be clear about that before anything else is said. But you must understand what such a power represents to those of us who remember the Great War. A weapon that grows without limit, carried by a single, mortal vessel, answerable to no faction's authority. History has seen such things before. It did not end well for anyone, including the vessel. I'm not a weapon, Issei said, and heard his own voice come out smaller than he wanted it to. I'm just trying to protect my friends. I believe that you believe that, the woman said, not unkindly, which somehow made it worse. I am not certain it changes the calculation that every faction at this table is currently making. Sona finally spoke, her tone clipped and precise in the way it always was when she was trying to keep emotion out of a room that badly needed some. What is being proposed, Issei, is a period of containment. Not punishment. Supervision. A sealing of the new function, performed jointly by representatives of all three factions, so that the ability cannot be triggered again until a fuller understanding of its mechanics can be developed. You would remain at Ko. You would remain Rias's pawn. You would simply not be able to access whatever happened on that rooftop again, not until the people in this room, and others above them, decide it is safe to let you. And if I don't agree to that. The silence that answered him said more than any of the careful diplomatic language that had come before it. Issei. Rias's hand found his arm under the table, where the others could not see it, a small private gesture that did not match the official tone of the rest of the room. No one here wants to hurt you. I want you to understand that. But the political reality is that three governments who have spent decades building a fragile peace are now looking at an unaligned, unprecedented power that none of them can predict or fully control, currently housed in the body of a 17-year-old who has held a sacred gear for less than a year. They are frightened. Frightened people make decisions that are not always kind. You're talking about me like I'm a bomb. You might be one, Azazel said, with the brutal honesty Issei had learned, over the past day, to both appreciate and despise in equal measure. I don't say that to scare you, kid. I say it because you deserve to know exactly how the people upstairs from all three of us are thinking right now, instead of finding out the hard way later. Right now there are factions within Gregory, within the underworld's old guard, even within parts of heaven that don't share Michael's patience, who think the safest, simplest solution is not containment. It's removal. A ceiling that does not come off. Or worse. He let that sit a moment, watching Issei's face. I am telling you this because I happen to think you're worth protecting, and because Sirzex agrees with me, for now, and because the two of us together are currently the only thing standing between you and the people who would rather solve this problem permanently. That is not a comfortable position for either of us to hold indefinitely. Issei sat very still, the gauntlet quiet against his arm, and felt something inside him that was not quite fear and not quite anger settle into a colder, harder shape. How long, he said finally, before someone upstairs from you decides containment isn't enough? Nobody at the table answered that question, which was itself an answer. He walked home alone that night, the streets of Ko quiet and ordinary in a way that felt almost cruel given what he now knew was being decided about him in rooms he was not invited into. He thought about Asia's hands healing his wounds and what would happen to her, a former nun turned devil who had already been cast out once by people who decided she was dangerous in ways she had never chosen to be. He thought about Rias's hand on his arm under the table, and the careful, exhausted way she had tried to be honest with him without losing her composure in front of an angel sent to evaluate whether he was worth keeping alive. He thought about Azazel's flat warning, delivered like a man handing over a map of a minefield because the alternative was watching someone walk into it blind. He did not think, that night, that he had already decided anything. It would be 3 more days before the decision crystallized into something he could act on, 3 days of watching the people around him grow more careful, more managed, more like guards arranging themselves around a cage that had not yet been built but clearly soon would be. It was Kaneko, of all people, who said the thing that finally made the shape of it undeniable, catching him alone in the clubroom on the 3rd evening with a directness that cut through every careful diplomatic phrase the adults had used. "They're scared of you," she said, not looking up from the book in her lap. "Bucho is trying to protect you from it. But she can't protect you from all of them forever. Not if they decide you're more dangerous than you're worth." A pause. "I don't think you're dangerous. I think you're an idiot who keeps getting hurt for people who don't always deserve it. But that's not the same thing as what they're deciding." "What would you do," Issei asked her, "if it was you they were talking about sealing?" Kaneko finally looked up, her pale eyes steady in a way that made her look, for a moment, much older than her small frame suggested. "I'd want someone to tell me the truth instead of managing me," she said. "Whatever you're already thinking about doing, senpai. I'd want someone to just say it." He did not answer her. But that night, alone in his room, staring at the ceiling while his family slept in blissful ignorance 2 doors down, Issei finally let himself say it, silently, to no one but the dragon resting quiet in his arm. "I'm not waiting for them to decide what I am." "Good," Drake said in the dark, in a voice that had lost none of its ancient weight despite the strange new note that had lived in it since the rooftop. "I have spent 2,000 years inside hosts who waited for permission to become what they already were, partner. It rarely ended well for them. Tell me what you intend, and I will tell you honestly whether I think it is foolish." "I'm leaving," Issei said, before they finished deciding. "And I'm not going alone, because if what happened on that roof is real, if I really can take a power and keep it, then I'm not going to just keep boosting and hoping it's enough next time. I'm going to find the people actually causing problems out there. The ones everyone else is too scared or too political to actually deal with. And I'm going to take what they have so it can't hurt anyone else." The dragon was quiet for a long moment. "That is either the wisest plan I have heard from a host in several centuries," Drake said finally, "or the beginning of a tragedy. I confess I cannot yet tell which. Shall we find out together?" "Yeah," Issei said to the dark, to the dragon, to the version of himself that had walked into the student council room 3 days earlier still hoping the adults in his life would find a way to make this simple. Let's find out. Chapter 4. He left on a Tuesday, which felt, in retrospect, like the least dramatic possible day to walk away from everything he had known. There was no dramatic confrontation, no shouting match in the clubroom, no final ultimatum delivered across a table full of frightened diplomats. He simply did not go to school. He left a note for his parents that said he was staying with friends for a while, which was a lie constructed carefully enough that it would not summon a search, and he left nothing at all for Rias, because he did not trust himself to write something that would not also be a goodbye, and he was not ready, not yet, to call it that. "You are certain," Drake said, as Issei walked the last stretch of road out of Ko proper, a duffel bag over one shoulder containing almost nothing of use and everything of sentimental weight. "No," Issei admitted. "But I'm doing it anyway. That is, I am told, the definition of courage, or the definition of stupidity. The two have always been close cousins in every host I have known." There was something almost fond underneath the dragon's dry observation. "Where do we begin?" Issei had thought about that question for 3 sleepless nights, and the answer he had arrived at was not glamorous. He was not going to start by hunting some legendary monster or ancient threat. He was going to start with something small enough to be sure of, something that would tell him whether the strange new well inside the boosted gear actually worked the way he and Drake theorized it might, away from the chaos of a battlefield where he could not afford to be wrong. He had heard the name from Azazel himself, almost as an aside during the tense days after Kokabiel's defeat, dropped with the particular bitterness Azazel reserved for failures within his own ranks. Valper Galilei? A human magician, once affiliated loosely with the church, who had spent decades experimenting on captured sacred gear wielders and stolen fragments of the holy sword Excalibur in pursuit of some grand theory about perfecting humanity's relationship with divine power. He had worked with Kokabiel before the rooftop battle, supplying some of the corrupted spear technology that had triggered the glitch in the first place, and in the chaos of Kokabiel's arrest he had simply vanished, slipping out of a side door of history the way men like him always seemed to manage. It took Issei 4 days of careful, unglamorous tracking, much of it conducted through contacts he had built quietly without telling Rias, low-ranking fallen angels disillusioned with Kokabiel's faction, a stray exorcist who owed Asia a debt from her days in the church and was willing to trade information for the promise that Issei would not mention the conversation to anyone official. To find the abandoned research facility tucked into the hills 2 prefectures away from Ko, a converted sanitarium that had been quietly purchased under 3 layers of shell companies and converted into something far worse than its original purpose. He found 6 children there, none older than 12, each one carrying the faint, distinctive resonance of an awakened or partially awakened sacred gear, kept in conditions that made the rage building in his chest feel less like an emotion and more like a physical pressure against his ribs. Valper Galilei, when Issei finally found him in the facility's lowest laboratory, did not look like a monster. He looked like an old man in a lab coat, thin and stooped, with the mild, distracted expression of a scholar interrupted mid-experiment, and that ordinariness made what Issei had seen upstairs somehow worse rather than better. "You're the Dragon Emperor's vessel," Valper said, not particularly alarmed, setting down a vial of something pale and luminous with the careless precision of a man who had done this exact motion 10,000 times. "The one from the rooftop. Kokabiel mentioned you, before his unfortunate arrest. He said your gear had developed an interesting flaw." "It's not a flaw," Issei said. "No," Valper agreed, studying him now with genuine, clinical interest, "I don't suppose it is. Tell me, has anyone explained to you what you actually are, boy, or are you simply running on instinct and outrage, the way the young so often do?" He did not wait for an answer. "An absorptive replication function grafted onto a Longinus-class sacred gear is, as far as my research has ever uncovered, entirely without precedent. Do you have any idea what such a thing could become, given proper cultivation? I would very much like to study you. Properly. Patiently. Not the crude, panicked containment Kokabiel was attempting. You're not studying anyone," Issei said. "I'm here for the kids upstairs. And for whatever you've got hidden down here that helped build the thing Kokabiel threw at me." Valper's mild expression did not change, which was somehow more unsettling than if it had. "Ah. You misunderstand the relationship, I think. Those children are not prisoners in the sense you imagine. They are subjects in an ongoing inquiry into the boundaries of what a sacred gear can be made to do, an inquiry that has produced real, valuable results that have advanced the field further in 8 years than the Church managed in 8 centuries of incurious piety." He gestured, almost apologetically, at the laboratory around them, racks of vials and humming containment fields, and in the corner, something draped in cloth that pulsed faintly with a light Issei recognized with a lurch of his stomach, the same corrupted resonance that had nearly killed him on the rooftop. "I will not apologize for the cost of knowledge, Hyoudou," Issei. "I have never found the apology to be useful." "Good," Issei said. "Because I'm not here for an apology either." The fight, when it came, was shorter and uglier than the battle against Kokabiel had been, not because Valper lacked power. The old magician had spent decades hoarding stolen techniques and grafted enchantments onto his own aging body, but because he had never expected to need to use any of it personally, having always before relied on intermediaries and captive subjects to do his fighting for him. Issei boosted twice, took a glancing burn from a defensive ward that tasted, even through the pain, like a dozen different stolen magics layered clumsily atop one another, and ended the confrontation with his hand closed around the front of Valper's lab coat and the old magician's defensive barrier dissolving, piece by piece, into the gauntlet's hungry, patient new function. "Cataloging," Drake said, with something that might have been satisfaction. "This one is a mess, partner. A dozen techniques badly stitched together by a man who understood the theory far better than the practice. But it works. We are absorbing it." "Good," Issei said out loud, to the magician sagging in his grip, his stolen wards gone, his decades of careful, cruel research bleeding away into the boy he had hoped to dissect. "That means it stops being yours." He did not kill Valper Galilei that night, though he thought about it, and the thought did not frighten him as much as he expected it to. He left the old magician bound in his own collapsed wards, stripped of every technique he had stolen, and called the one number he still trusted enough to use, a private line belonging to Azazel that the fallen angel governor had given him weeks earlier with the words, "Call this if you're ever in trouble I can't get you out of officially." He gave the facility's location, the children's names where he had been able to learn them, and nothing else, and then he turned the call off before Azazel could ask the question Issei could feel building on the other end of the line, which was, "Where are you, kid? Come home." He did not go home. He carried the 6 children, one careful pair at a time, to the nearest town with a hospital, left them in the care of confused but competent staff with enough cash from Valper's own safe to cover any questions that might otherwise have been asked, and then he walked back out into the dark with a strange new weight settled into the gauntlet on his arm. The first proof that what had happened on that rooftop was not a single miracle but a function, repeatable, real, and his. "How does it feel?" Drake asked, Once the lights of the town had faded behind them, your first deliberate harvest, rather than an accident of survival. Issei thought about the question longer than he expected to need. It feels like the first time I actually did something instead of just reacting to something happening to me, he said finally. I don't know if that's good. But it's true. That, Drake said, is usually where the interesting stories begin, partner. For better or worse. Behind them, the night was quiet, and ahead of them, though Issei did not yet know it, lay a young Phoenix heiress 2 prefectures further south, bound by a contract she had never wanted into a marriage that would consolidate power for men who had never once asked what she wished for, and a power inside Issei's gauntlet that, having tasted its first deliberate theft, was already, patiently, waiting for its next. Chapter 5. Revel Phoenix had been raised to understand, long before she understood much else about the world, that being born into one of the 32 pillar families of the underworld was less a privilege than a transaction, one she had not been consulted on, and would spend her entire life paying off in installments. She had watched her older brother Riser navigate that transaction with a kind of careless arrogance that mostly protected him from its worst costs. She had not been afforded the same protection. The contract had been finalized 3 weeks earlier, in a meeting she had not been permitted to attend, between her father and a representative of the Astaroth clan acting on behalf of a young noble named Diodora Astaroth, a man Revel had met exactly twice and disliked with an intensity she had been careful never to voice aloud in front of her family. The marriage, she had been told, would secure a crucial trade alliance between House Phoenix and House Astaroth at a moment when the Phoenix family's fortunes, quietly, were not what they had once been. It would also, though no one phrased it this directly to her face, settle a debt her father had accumulated through investments that had not gone the way he expected. She had tried, once, to refuse. The binding contract, drawn up with old, careful magic, had answered her refusal with a curse mark that bloomed across her collarbone like a burn and did not fade until she agreed, again, to honor the arrangement. She had not tried to refuse a second time. She was standing in the gardens of the Astaroth family's secondary estate, 3 days before the formal binding ceremony that would make the contract permanent and irreversible, when the night air shifted in a way she could not immediately name, a pressure like the moment before a hell breath finally releases. You're not supposed to be here, said a voice from the garden path behind her, and Revel turned to find a boy roughly her own age standing among the hedges with the particular stillness of someone who had walked into a place he knew he was not welcome, and had decided not to apologize for it. Neither are you, Revel said, more out of reflex than conviction, because something about the careful, exhausted way he held himself made it obvious he had not come from inside the estate. Who are you? Issei Hyoudou, he said, and the name landed with a small jolt of recognition, because even sheltered as she had been by her family's careful management of news, the story of the Dragon Emperor's vessel and the rooftop in Ko had traveled fast and far through circles like hers, half rumor and half genuine alarm. I'm here because of Diodora Astaroth. Ravel's hand drifted, without her quite meaning it to, toward the collarbone where the curse mark lived hidden beneath her collar. You know about the contract. I know about a lot of contracts, Issei said. Diodora's name came up in some research I was doing on a man named Valper Galilei. Turns out your fiancé has been quietly buying up corrupted binding magic from some very unpleasant sources for years. Marriage contracts, mostly. Curse-bound agreements that don't just secure an alliance, they secure a person, permanently, with no legal way out once the binding completes. You're not the first. You'd be the fourth, if I hadn't gotten here first. The fourth, Revel repeated, and felt something cold settle into her stomach that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He collects people he finds interesting, Issei said, and there was a flatness to his voice that suggested he had already seen, somewhere in the research that had brought him here, exactly what that collecting tended to look like. Sacred gear users, mostly. People with power he wants to be able to claim as his own without the inconvenience of them being able to leave. The marriage to you isn't really about trade alliances, Revel said. I think it's about him wanting to own a phoenix, the way he's already quietly bound 3 other people nobody's heard from in years. Revel had spent her entire short life being trained to control her expression in front of strangers. A phoenix did not show fear. A phoenix did not show weakness. and she felt that training fail her completely for the first time she could remember, her composure cracking around the edges of a question she had been too afraid to ask out loud to anyone, including herself. "Can it be broken?" she said. "The contract." "I don't know yet," Issei admitted, with an honesty that, oddly, did more to earn her trust than confident reassurance would have. "But I'm about to find out, because I'm not leaving you bound to a man who collects people like trophies. I came here to deal with Diodora regardless of whose contract he was about to finalize next. You being the one he picked just means I found out about it in time. It was not," Ravel would think much later, "a romantic rescue in any of the ways the stories she had half guiltily read as a younger girl described such things. It was blunt and practical, and the boy in front of her looked less like a hero and more like someone running on stubbornness and very little sleep. But it was, in the moment, exactly what she needed it to be, and that was enough. The binding ceremony's location, deep in the estate's old ritual hall, was guarded more heavily than Ravel had ever seen it, a sign, she realized only now, of exactly how carefully Diodora had constructed every layer of this arrangement to be impossible to disrupt. Issei moved through the outer guards with a controlled, economical brutality that surprised her, boosting once, twice, absorbing a defensive ward thrown by a startled Astaroth retainer with a flash of white gold light that left the man disarmed and the ward itself simply gone, folded into the gauntlet on Issei's arm like ink soaking into paper. "That's new," Ravel said, watching it happen. "Yeah," Issei said. "Still getting used to it myself." Diodora Astaroth, when they finally reached him in the ritual hall's inner chamber, was exactly as composed as Ravel remembered, his expression rearranging itself with practiced smoothness from surprise into something warmer and more unsettling once he recognized who had interrupted his preparations. "The Dragon Emperor's vessel," Diodora said, setting down the ceremonial binding scroll he had been reviewing with the same unhurried care he might have used to set down a teacup. "I had heard rumors you'd gone rogue after Ko. I confess I'm flattered you found my small project worth your personal attention." "It's not flattering," Issei said. "It's just true. You're trafficking people through marriage contracts, Diodora. That ends tonight." Trafficking is such an ugly word for what is, in every legal sense recognized by the underworld, a binding agreement between two pillar houses. Diodora's smile did not waver. "Ravel, darling, I do hope you understand none of this is personal. You are simply, objectively, a remarkable acquisition. Phoenix regeneration, a fine mind, a respected family name. I would have been a fool not to secure you while the opportunity presented itself." "I am not an acquisition," Ravel said, and was faintly, fiercely proud of how steady her voice came out. "You are whatever the contract says you are," Diodora said, almost gently, "which is rather the point of contracts." He rose, and the ceremonial robes he wore shifted as power gathered beneath them, the same corrupted resonance Issei had described tasting back in Valper's laboratory, dense with stolen, badly understood binding magic layered atop genuine devil sorcery. "But I am beginning to suspect that explaining this to you is wasted effort, Hyoudou Issei, given the rather pointed way you are currently standing between me and my bride." "Very well. I have grown quite skilled, over the years, at defending what is mine." The fight that followed was the strangest Issei had been in yet, not because Diodora lacked power. The young noble had spent years quietly accumulating stolen binding sorcery from the same dark corners of the supernatural underworld that had once supplied Valper Galilei, but because every spell he cast carried, beneath its surface, the unmistakable signature of magic that had been taken from someone else without their consent, the same crime he was attempting to commit against Ravel now, layered and compounded across years of practice. Issei boosted, absorbed a binding ward meant to immobilize him in place, felt the gauntlet catalog its structure with the same hungry patience it had shown in Valper's laboratory, and used the freshly stolen technique to shatter a second ward Diodora had not expected him to be able to counter so quickly. "That is not possible," Diodora said, his composure finally, genuinely cracking. "That ward took me 4 years to perfect." "Took you about 4 seconds for me to take back," Issei said, and meant the small, ugly satisfaction in his own voice entirely. Diodora's final gambit, a working drawn directly from the curse mark already burned into Ravel's collarbone, An attempt to detonate the existing contract binding rather than let it be peacefully dissolved would have killed her outright had it succeeded, a fact that Issei understood with a lurch of horror half a second before the spell completed and acted on pure instinct rather than any plan. Throwing himself between Ravel and the gathering, working and absorbing it directly, the curse's entire structure flooding into the gauntlet's hungry new function with a force that staggered him back 3 full steps and left the mark on Ravel's collarbone fading, slowly, like ink dissolving in water, until it was simply, finally gone. That, Drake said, was something that might have been alarm, was considerably more dangerous than anything we have absorbed so far, partner. A self-detonating binding curse is not a gentle thing to swallow. Worth it, Issei said, breathing hard, watching Ravel's hand fly to her now bare collarbone with an expression of disbelief that slowly, cautiously, became something like hope. Diodora Astaroth did not have a second working prepared, having clearly never anticipated needing one, and the confrontation ended not with a dramatic final blow but with the young noble on his knees, stripped of every binding technique he had spent years collecting, his careful composure finally, completely gone. Replaced by a wide-eyed fury that promised consequences Issei suspected he was already too tired to properly worry about that night. You have made an enemy of House Astaroth, Diodora said, low and venomous. You understand that. This will not be forgotten. Good, Issei said. I'd be a little insulted if a man who collects people like trophies decided to forgive me for taking one back. He did not kill Diodora that night either, leaving him bound and stripped of his stolen sorcery for the Astaroth family's own internal authorities to deal with, along with a quiet, anonymous tip about the 3 previous people Diodora had bound through similar contracts, sent through the same careful channel of disillusioned contacts Issei had built in the days since leaving Kuo. Ravel found him afterward, in the garden where they had first spoken, sitting on the edge of an ornamental fountain with the particular exhaustion of someone running on adrenaline that was rapidly running out. What happens to me now? She asked. I cannot go home. My father arranged this. If I return, he will simply find another contract, another house, another transaction to settle his debts with my name attached to it. You don't have to go home, Issei said. I'm not exactly building anything official yet. I don't have a peerage, I don't have a faction, I don't even really have a plan beyond stopping people like Diodora and Valper from doing what they do. But if you want somewhere that isn't a contract, somewhere nobody gets to decide what you are without asking you first, I think I might be building that, by accident, one bad night at a time. Ravel looked at him for a long moment, at the exhausted, stubborn boy who had walked uninvited into an enemy estate to stop a wedding he had only learned about hours earlier, and felt something settle inside her that she did not yet have a word for, gratitude tangled together with a fierce, new kind of hope. Then I accept, she said, with all the careful formality her upbringing had trained into her, even now, even here. Not as a contract. As a choice. I will not be bound to you the way I was nearly bound to him. But I will stand with you, Issei Hyoudou, for exactly as long as standing with you means standing against everything that almost happened to me tonight. That's fair, Issei said, and found, despite everything, that he was smiling. Welcome aboard, I guess. Whatever this is. It is the beginning of something, Ravel said, looking up at the underworld's false night sky with an expression that had finally, fully, let go of fear. I do not yet know what to call it. But I intend to help you build it well. Behind them, in the ruined ritual hall, the binding scroll that had nearly sealed her fate burned slowly to ash, and somewhere 2 pillar houses south, a businesslike young heiress named Sikvera Agares was, at that exact moment, reviewing a marriage proposal of her own with the same cold, careful dread Ravel had carried for 3 long weeks, entirely unaware that the dread was about to end. Chapter 6. Sikvera Agares had built Agares production from a minor pillar house's modest holdings into one of the underworld's most respected commercial enterprises through a combination of sharp instincts, relentless work, and a carefully cultivated reputation for being too useful to interfere with. That reputation had protected her for years. It was not, she had discovered 3 weeks earlier, protecting her any longer. The proposal had arrived through her family's elder council rather than through any channel she controlled, a marriage alliance with Crossel Furcas, a minor noble whose own house had little of value beyond an old, respected name and a network of business contacts that, on paper, looked like exactly the kind of expansion Agares' production might benefit from. On paper, it was a reasonable proposal. In practice, Sigvera had spent enough years reading contracts for a living to recognize, within an hour of reviewing the fine print, that the arrangement would transfer effective control of her company's board to Crossel's allies within 18 months, structured so cleverly that unwinding it afterward would be functionally impossible. She had refused, calmly, professionally, the way she handled every difficult negotiation. The response had not been calm or professional. 3 of her company's largest suppliers had abruptly cancelled their contracts within a week, citing reasons too vague to challenge and too coordinated to be coincidence. A junior accountant she trusted had been quietly, anonymously threatened. And the elder council, when she brought her concerns to them, had expressed polite, useless sympathy while making it clear that the marriage proposal remained, in their view, the simplest available solution. She understood, with the particular clarity of someone who had built her entire career on understanding leverage, that she was being squeezed by someone with resources well beyond a minor noble house's own modest means. She was reviewing the latest round of supplier cancellations late at night in her office, the city lights of the underworld's commercial district spread out below her window, when her assistant's voice came through the intercom with a note of confusion that immediately put her on alert. Agares-sama, there's a young man here. He says it's about Crossel Furcas. He says you'll want to hear what he has to say before you sign anything. A pause. He also says his name is Issei Hyoudou, and I should mention that, in case it's relevant. It was, Sigvera reflected, extremely relevant, and she had him shown in within the minute. You're the one from the coincident, she said, studying him with the same unhurried, evaluating gaze she used on prospective business partners, taking in the exhaustion behind his eyes and the careful, deliberate way he held himself, like someone who had learned recently and painfully that every fight cost something real. I had heard you'd gone independent. I confess I expected our paths to cross under different circumstances, if they crossed at all. I found your name in some records I confiscated from a man named Diodora Astaroth, Issei said, settling into the chair across from her desk without being invited to, which she noted but did not object to. Crossel Furcas has been receiving funding from the same network that backed Diodora's marriage contracts, money and resources that trace back to people sympathetic to the old Satan faction. The pressure you're feeling on your company isn't coming from Crossel. He's a front. The people actually behind this want a foothold inside a pillar house's commercial network, and you're the most useful target they've found, because your company has real reach across the underworld's economy. Sigvera absorbed this with the same composure she brought to every difficult piece of information, though something in her expression sharpened. That would explain a great deal that the elder council's investigators failed to find, she said. Or chose not to find. Can you prove this? I have documentation, Issei said. Names, transfer records, the same kind of evidence that's already going to bring down 3 other contract schemes Diodora was running. But documentation alone probably isn't going to stop Crossel's backers from just trying a different angle if their first attempt fails. People funding something like this usually have a backup plan. They do, Sigvera agreed. Which is why I have spent the last week structuring a counter-proposal of my own, one that would let me decline the marriage while offering Crossel's house a business partnership instead, structured so that I retained control while still giving him enough genuine benefit to make refusing look unreasonable to the elder council. She allowed herself a small, tired smile. I am not entirely without resources of my own, Hyoudou-san, whatever the situation might currently look like from the outside. I didn't think you were, Issei said, and meant it, with an easy honesty that seemed to surprise her slightly. I'm not here because I think you can handle your own company. I'm here because whoever's actually backing Crossel isn't going to respect a clever counterproposal once they realize it's working. People funding an old Satan faction foothold don't play by the same rules your elder council does. If your plan starts succeeding, I think they escalate, and I don't think that escalation looks like more contract paperwork. Sigvera considered this for a long moment, weighing it with the same careful precision she weighed every risk that crossed her desk. What would you suggest instead? Let your plan work the way you built it to work, Issei said. I'm not here to fix your business problem. I'm here to make sure that when Crossel's backers decide to stop playing nice, there's nothing left of their leverage for them to use. He hesitated, and for the first time since walking in, looked less like a confident operator and more like a tired teenager improvising as he went. I'm planning to deal with the people actually funding this directly. Whatever resources or muscle they're keeping in reserve in case the contract approach fails. I figured you deserved a warning before I did, since it's your company that's about to become a battlefield either way. It was, Sigvera reflected, not a particularly elegant plan. It was, however, an honest one, delivered by someone who had clearly come to her not for permission but out of a basic courtesy she suspected he did not extend to everyone, and that honesty weighed more with her than any amount of polished diplomacy would have. Then let us be efficient about it, she said, already reaching for a second folder on her desk. Crossel Furcast will be at a private function 3 nights from now, hosted at one of my own subsidiary venues, ostensibly to finalize preliminary terms before the Elder Council's vote. If his backers intend to escalate, that function is the most likely venue, since it would let them act with the appearance of legitimate business cover. I would rather control the location of that confrontation than have it forced on me somewhere I cannot prepare for. That's either very brave or very practical, Issei said. In my experience, Sigvera said, the two are rarely as different as people imagine. The function, 3 nights later, unfolded exactly as Sigvera had predicted, a glittering, careful performance of business cordiality that fooled no one actually paying attention, and the escalation came not through Crossel himself, who remained throughout the evening a nervous, clearly out of his depth front man, but through a contingent of armed enforcers who arrived an hour into the proceedings under the thin pretense of additional security, their true allegiance betrayed by the same corrupted resonance Issei had learned to recognize: stolen sacred gear fragments and badly grafted dark sorcery, the unmistakable signature of old Satan faction sympathizers who had spent years quietly accumulating exactly the kind of stolen power Issei had spent the past weeks learning to take back. Ms. Agares, their leader said, a broad-shouldered devil with a voice like gravel and a sacred gear fragment burning visibly along one forearm, stolen and grafted with the same crude desperation Valper Galilei's research had specialized in. The Council's vote is a formality at this point. It would be considerably less painful for everyone present if you simply signed the original contract tonight. I am afraid I have already prepared an alternative, Sigvera said, her composure not slipping by even a fraction, and behind her, stepping out from the shadow of an ornamental pillar where he had been waiting with the patience of someone who had learned, over the past weeks, exactly how to make an entrance count, Issei Hyoudou let the gauntlet on his arm flare to crimson and white gold light. You're the documentation I told you about, Issei said to the enforcer, conversationally, except now you're standing right in front of me instead of sitting in a file. That's convenient, actually. The fight that followed was the most controlled Issei had managed yet, for enforcers carrying between them a horde of stolen techniques accumulated over years of old Satan faction skirmishes, and the gauntlet on his arm, increasingly less a glitch and increasingly something closer to a weapon Issei was finally beginning to genuinely command, absorbed each technique in turn, a binding net thrown by the second enforcer. A corrosive curse layered into the third's blade, the crude, grafted sacred gear fragment burning along the leader's forearm itself, until the 4 men who had walked into the function as a credible, organized threat stood at its end stripped of every stolen advantage they had carried, disarmed by a boy who had, weeks earlier, been training to throw a single punch hard enough to matter. Crossel Furcast, watching the confrontation collapse around him with the dawning horror of a frontman realizing his backers had badly miscalculated, did not even attempt to flee, simply standing very still in the wreckage of his own planned alliance while Sigvera regarded him with an expression that held more pity than anger. I imagine you were promised a great deal for your participation in this, she said. I imagine very little of it was ever going to actually arrive. Old Satan faction sympathizers are not known for honoring their debts to the front men they discard once a scheme fails. She let that settle for a moment. I am inclined to be generous regarding your own culpability here, Furcast-san, provided you cooperate fully with whatever investigation follows. I would suggest you consider that offer carefully, given the alternative. Crossel, wisely, considered it carefully, and by the time the Elder Council's actual investigators arrived an hour later, summoned by Sikvera's own quiet, efficient calls, there was a great deal of cooperative testimony already waiting for them, along with 4 disarmed enforcers and a stack of documentation that would, over the following weeks, unravel a significant portion of old Satan faction influence quietly embedded across 3 other pillar houses' commercial interests. Sikvera found Issei afterward on the venue's private terrace, looking out at the underworld's false night sky with the particular exhaustion that seemed to follow every confrontation he walked away from. "You did not have to stay for the cleanup," she observed, joining him at the railing. "Most people in your position would have disappeared the moment the fighting ended." "I wanted to make sure it actually stuck," Issei said. "I've seen enough people get a second chance to come back and try the same thing again. Didn't want that happening to you." A reasonable concern. Sikvera studied him for a long moment, the same evaluating gaze she had used at their first meeting, though something in it had shifted, warmed, since then. "I have spent the last several days hearing rumors, Hyoudou-san, about a Phoenix heiress who recently disappeared from a binding ceremony under circumstances no one in polite underworld society can quite explain. About an unaligned, unprecedented power moving quietly against exactly the kind of corrupted, predatory arrangements that pillar house politics has spent centuries quietly tolerating. I do not believe in coincidence as a business principle. I believe in patterns." "What pattern do you think you're seeing?" Issei asked. "I think you are building something," Sikvera said, "whether you have fully admitted that to yourself yet or not. A sanctuary, perhaps, for people the existing political order has decided are more useful as assets than as people. I think you are doing it without a clear plan, without proper resources, and without anyone advising you on the considerable practical difficulties of actually sustaining such a thing long term." She paused. "I also think it is, despite all of that, the single most interesting development I have encountered in this entire dreadful affair, and I happen to be extremely good at solving exactly the kind of practical difficulties you are currently ignoring." "Are you offering to join?" Issei asked, with the careful disbelief of someone who had not expected the conversation to arrive here quite this directly. "I am offering a partnership," Sikvera said. "I retain full operational independence over Agares' production. In exchange, I provide the resources, infrastructure, and frankly necessary financial sense that whatever you are building will require if it intends to survive contact with people considerably more dangerous than Krasl-Furkas's backers. Call it an investment. I have always had a talent for recognizing undervalued opportunities before the rest of the market notices them." Issei looked at her for a long moment, this calm, precise young woman who had handled the worst week of her professional life with more composure than he suspected he would have managed in her position, and felt the strange, growing shape of something he had not quite let himself name out loud yet, not a peerage, not a faction in any sense the 3 powers would recognize, but something, slowly, undeniably, becoming real. "Welcome aboard," he said. "Try not to regret it." "I rarely regret a sound investment," Sikvera said, and for the first time since he had met her, allowed herself something close to a genuine smile. "Now, tell me everything you know about Roygun Belphegor's current situation. I have heard troubling things from my contacts within the Belphegor household, and I suspect, given the pattern we have just established, that you are about to find yourself very busy indeed." Chapter 7. Roygun Belphegor had never once, in her entire proud and combative life, considered herself someone who needed rescuing, and the fact that she currently found herself surrounded by 11 armed men in the lower training hall of her own family estate, her Naginata the only thing standing between her and a betrayal 3 months in the making, did absolutely nothing to change that opinion. "You should feel honored," said the man directing the 11, a distant cousin named Roygun Belphegor whose ambition Roygun had underestimated for years longer than she was now comfortable admitting. It took considerable resources to arrange this many capable men in one place without the main household noticing. "You are, after all, head of this house only because our grandfathers will named you so. A will can always be revisited, once the current head is no longer in a position to object." "You are welcome to try revisiting it," Roygun said, settling into a low guard with the easy confidence of someone who had spent her entire life being underestimated by people exactly like Bune and had grown to relish proving them wrong, though I would point out that wills are traditionally revisited after the named heir is dead, not 11 against 1, and still hesitating. We are not hesitating, Byun said, though the slight edge in his voice suggested otherwise. We are simply being efficient. Strike. The 11 men came at her in a coordinated rush that would have overwhelmed a lesser fighter, and Roygun met it with the ferocious, joyful precision of a warrior who had trained her entire life for exactly this kind of impossible odds, her naginata carving an arc of golden destructive light that sent the first 3 attackers sprawling. But 11 trained men with prepared weapons and the element of surprise was a genuinely difficult equation even for someone of her considerable skill, and she felt, for the first time and longer than she liked to admit, the cold edge of a fight she might actually lose. It was at that exact moment, with a blade descending toward her unguarded flank and her naginata committed elsewhere, that the training hall's heavy doors exploded inward, not from any spell or weapon but from the simple, blunt force of a teenage boy in a crimson gauntlet shoulder checking them off their hinges with an expression of mild apology already forming on his face. Sorry, Issei said, to no one in particular, stepping over the wreckage of the door. I would have knocked, but I was kind of in a hurry. The blade that had been descending toward Roygun's flank met instead the flat of a forearm wrapped in red and gold scale, deflected with enough force to send the attacker stumbling, and for one brief, disorienting moment Roygun simply stared at the boy who had, with no introduction and no apparent hesitation, inserted himself directly into her ambush. Who in the depths are you? She demanded, even as her naginata swept around to take advantage of the opening his interruption had created. Issei Hyoudou, he said, boosting once, the gauntlet flaring brighter as he turned to meet 2 more of Byun's men with a confidence that suggested this was, for him, an increasingly familiar kind of evening. A businesswoman named Sigvera Agares sent me. Said you might be having a rough night? I was managing perfectly well, Roygun said, which was, by this point, only partially true. Sure looked like it, Issei said, absorbing a defensive ward thrown desperately by one of the cornered men, the gauntlet's white gold light flaring and the ward simply ceasing to exist on the attacker's side of the equation. But 11 against 1 is a number I happen to think is rude, so I'm evening it out whether you wanted help or not. What followed was, by Roygun's own private and somewhat reluctant assessment, one of the more genuinely satisfying fights of her life, not because the outcome was ever truly in doubt once the numbers evened, but because the boy fighting beside her moved with a strange, improvisational hunger. Absorbing each new technique thrown at either of them and turning it immediately back against its source with an enthusiasm that bordered on delight, and there was something deeply, viscerally enjoyable about fighting alongside someone who treated an ambush by 11 armed men less as a crisis and more as an interesting puzzle. Roygun Belphegor, watching his carefully arranged coup collapse in real time as his hired men were disarmed one after another, finally abandoned the pretense of confidence entirely. This is not possible. Where did this boy even come from? Who authorized this? Nobody authorized me, Issei said, turning to face him directly once the last of the hired men had been dealt with, Roygun at his side with her naginata resting easy against her shoulder and an expression of genuine, dawning respect that she had not expected to feel for a stranger this evening. I'm not really the kind of person who waits for authorization anymore. Byun, alone now, surrounded by his own defeated men and facing both Roygun's blade and a stolen power he had no way to anticipate, made the only choice that remained available to a man who had built his entire plan on numbers rather than skill, which was to attempt to flee, a choice that Roygun ended personally, with a single precise strike that left him disarmed and bound on the training hall floor within seconds. I have wanted to do that, Roygun said, with deep, genuine satisfaction, for approximately 3 years. Glad I could help with the timing, Issei said. It took the better part of an hour, once the immediate crisis had resolved, for Roygun to drag the full story out of Byun, the bound and thoroughly humiliated cousin proving considerably more talkative once it became clear that talking was the only currency he had left to bargain with. The plot, it transpired, ran deeper than simple family ambition. Byun had been quietly courted for months by representatives of the same network Issei had already encountered twice, old Satan faction sympathizers eager to install a more pliable head of House Belphegor, one willing to commit the family's considerable military assets. The Belphegor line had always produced exceptional warriors, to a cause Roygun herself would never have agreed to support. They approached me through 3 intermediaries, Bune admitted, sullen and defeated on the training hall floor. Promised support for my claim to the headship in exchange for future cooperation. I did not ask too many questions about what that cooperation would eventually require. I should have. Yes, Roygun said, with a coldness that had replaced her earlier fighting joy entirely. You should have. She had Bune taken into the main household's custody before the night was through, along with a full account of the intermediaries' names, evidence that would, combined with what Issei had already gathered from Diodora's records and Crossel's cooperative testimony, paint an increasingly clear picture of a coordinated effort by old Satan faction remnants to seize quiet, leveraged control of multiple pillar houses through exactly the kind of corrupted marriages, forced contracts, and ambitious betrayals Issei had spent the past weeks dismantling one confrontation at a time. It was well past midnight when Roygun finally found him again, sitting on the edge of her family estate's outer wall with the exhausted, satisfied stillness of someone who had just finished a job rather than started one, looking out over the lights of the Belphegor territory with an expression that mixed relief and a deep, bone-tired weariness. You did not have to come tonight, she said, settling onto the wall beside him without waiting for an invitation, in much the same manner he had not waited for one entering her training hall. I was managing. You keep saying that, Issei said. I keep noticing it was true right up until it wasn't. Roygun considered this with the same blunt honesty she brought to most things in her life. That is, unfortunately, also accurate. She studied him for a long moment, the strange, hungry power that lived in the gauntlet on his arm, the easy, improvisational way he had fought beside her without ever once trying to take credit for the victory that was, by any fair accounting, mostly hers. Sigvera Agares sent you. I am given to understand she has recently entered into some sort of partnership with you. And before that, a Phoenix heiress, if the rumors reaching even my isolated household can be trusted. You've been doing your research. I am head of a pillar house, Roygun said, with the faint, prideful dignity that seemed to be a permanent fixture of her personality. Doing research on potentially relevant developments is simply part of the position. What I have not yet determined is what, precisely, you are building, beyond a habit of inserting yourself uninvited into other people's crises. Issei was quiet for a moment, looking out over the same lights she had been looking at, and when he answered, it came out slower and more carefully than his usual blunt directness, the answer of someone still genuinely working out the shape of his own intentions as he spoke them aloud. A few weeks ago, he said, I was just a kid with a sacred gear that everyone thought was useful exactly until it got dangerous, and then suddenly I wasn't a person to them anymore. I was a problem to be contained or solved. I left because I wasn't willing to wait around and find out which solution they eventually picked. He paused. Since then I've mostly just been finding people who treat other people the same way, like problems to be solved or assets to be collected, and stopping them. Ravel was supposed to be sold into a marriage to settle her family's debts. Sigvera was supposed to lose her own company to a forced alliance. You were supposed to lose your house to a cousin who thought your headship was just an inconvenient piece of paperwork standing between him and old Satan faction backing. He shook his head slowly. I don't think I set out to build anything. I think I just kept refusing to let that happen to people, and somewhere along the way it started looking like a pattern instead of a string of separate accidents. A pattern, Roygun repeated, turning the word over with evident interest. And what does this pattern eventually become, if you are honest with yourself about it? Honestly? I don't fully know yet, Issei admitted. Somewhere that doesn't run on the same rules the 3 factions run on. No political marriages enforced by curse magic. No contracts that bind people instead of just goods and agreements. No one deciding someone else's worth based on what house they were born into or what power they happen to carry. I want to build somewhere people actually choose to be, instead of somewhere they're trapped. He looked at her directly then, and there was something genuinely uncertain in his expression, an honesty he had not extended quite this openly to either Ravel or Sigvera in their first conversations. I don't know if that's a real plan or just something I'm telling myself so the last few weeks feel like they mean something more than just running from a containment order. But it's what I've got. Roygun was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke, Her usual prideful bravado had given way to something more genuinely thoughtful. I have spent my entire life being told that my worth lay in what my house could offer others, my bloodline, my strength, my usefulness as a political asset whenever the family required one. I have rarely been asked by anyone what I might actually want for myself, beyond the narrow ambitions my position was assumed to require. She turned to look at him fully. Tonight, an uninvited stranger broke down my training hall door because a businesswoman 2 prefectures away mentioned, in passing, that I might be having a difficult evening, and then fought beside me as though my own strength and his were simply, naturally, 2 parts of the same effort, rather than one of us rescuing the other. I find that I am considerably more interested in your uncertain, half-formed plan than I expected to be an hour ago. Is that a yes? Issei asked. It is a yes, Roygun said with the dawning, fierce satisfaction of someone arriving at a decision she had not fully expected to make and finding, now that she had made it, that it fit. Though I will warn you now, Issei, that I do not intend to be anyone's quiet, decorative addition. If I am joining whatever this becomes, I intend to fight for it, lead within it, and very likely argue with you regularly about how it ought to be run. I am head of House Belphegor. I do not know how to be anything less than fully present in whatever I choose to be part of. Good, Issei said, and meant it. I think that's exactly what this needs. They found Ravel and Sikvera 3 days later at a quiet, unremarkable safehouse Sikvera had quietly arranged through one of Agares Productions' shell subsidiaries, tucked into a stretch of the underworld's countryside far enough from any pillar house's usual attention to be genuinely private, and it was there, in a plain sitting room that bore no resemblance to the grand halls any of the 4 of them had grown up in, that the shape of what Issei had been building without quite admitting it to himself finally became something real enough to name. We need a structure, Sikvera said, ever practical, spreading a set of careful notes across the room's single modest table. Not a peerage in the formal devil sense, that would simply invite the underworld's bureaucracy to claim jurisdiction over us, and not a faction in the sense the 3 powers would recognize either, which would invite exactly the kind of scrutiny we have all been trying to escape. Something unaligned. Something that exists in the space the existing political order has never quite managed to account for. A sanctuary, Ravel said quietly, the word settling into the room with a weight that suggested she had been turning it over privately for days. Somewhere built on choice instead of contract. I like that, Roygun said. Though I would add that a sanctuary worth the name should also be capable of defending itself, given how poorly the existing political order has reacted to all of this so far. It already has begun reacting, Sikvera said, with the same careful precision she brought to every piece of difficult news. I have heard, through channels I trust, that all 3 factions are now formally aware of what is happening, for high-profile incidents in barely a month, 3 pillar houses corrupted dealings exposed, an Astaroth noble disgraced, an old Satan faction network partially unraveled, and at the center of all of it, an unaligned, unprecedented sacred gear wielder who left Co rather than accept containment, and has since been quietly, systematically dismantling exactly the kind of corruption the 3 factions have spent decades pretending not to see. She looked up from her notes, meeting Issei's eyes directly. They are no longer debating whether to seal you, Issei. I believe, at this point, that debate has become functionally irrelevant. They are now debating what to do about an independent power that has, in barely a month, demonstrated both the capability and the apparent willingness to act as a check on exactly the kind of corruption their own diplomatic caution has allowed to fester for years. That sounds like it could go either way, Issei said. It does, Sikvera agreed. Which is precisely why we need to be ready for either outcome, rather than simply hoping the better one arrives on its own. Issei looked around the small, unremarkable room at the 3 women who had, each in their own way, chosen this uncertain, half-formed thing over the security of arrangements that had never once asked what they actually wanted, and felt the shape of something settle into place inside him that was steadier, more deliberate, than the desperate, reactive instinct that had carried him out of Co barely a month earlier. Then we get ready, he said. Not for a war. I'm not interested in becoming what Kokabiel wanted to be, somebody who thinks the 3 factions deserve to burn just because they're flawed. But I'm not going to apologize for what I've done either, or pretend I'm willing to go back to being something they can contain and manage whenever it's convenient for them. He looked at each of them in turn, Ravel's quiet determination, Sigvara's careful precision, Roygun's fierce, prideful readiness, and felt, for the first time since the rooftop in Co., something that was not quite confidence but was, at least, no longer simple fear. We build this carefully. We keep finding the people who treat other people like Diodora treated Ravel, like Bune treated Roygun's house, like whoever's funding the old Satan faction's network treated Sigvara's company. And we make sure that whatever the three factions eventually decide to do about us, they're deciding it about something real, something worth taking seriously, rather than just a frightened kid with a broken sacred gear they can quietly put away somewhere and forget. Worth taking seriously, Ravel repeated, something fierce and approving in her tone. I believe we can manage that. We had better, Roygun said, already reaching for her naginata where it rested against the sitting room's modest wall, because I suspect, given everything Sigvara has just described, that we are about to find out exactly how seriously, and exactly how soon. Outside the safe house's plain windows, the false night sky of the underworld stretched on, vast and quiet, indifferent to the small, determined gathering inside, and somewhere far above it, in council rooms Issei had no invitation to and no further interest in attending uninvited. Three factions that had spent decades building a fragile, suspicious peace were finally, formally, beginning to reckon with the fact that a fourth power, unaligned, unprecedented, and entirely uninterested in their permission, had quietly arrived at their table. Chapter 8. The council chamber beneath Lilith's old administrative quarter had been built, centuries earlier, for exactly this kind of meeting, deliberations too sensitive for any record to survive them, walls layered with enough warding to make even divination from outside the room impossible. Sirzek's Gremory sat at its head, his usual easy warmth entirely absent, replaced by the particular stillness of a Satan weighing a decision he did not want to make alone. For instance, said the devil seated across from him, an older pillar house representative named Glagia Labelas, whose voice carried the careful weight of someone who had survived several political eras by never once being the first to speak carelessly. In barely a month. A disgraced Astaroth noble. A near coup within House Belphegor. An old Satan faction network unraveling across three separate commercial fronts. And at the center of each one, the same boy who walked away from a containment order this council itself helped draft. He let that settle. I do not think it is alarmist to call this an emerging crisis. I think it is alarmist to call it a crisis when the actual outcome, in every single one of those incidents, has been the exposure of corruption this council has spent years quietly tolerating, Azazel said, from his seat near the chamber's far wall, where he had positioned himself with the deliberate informality of a man who wanted everyone present to remember he did not consider himself bound by the same protocol as the pillar houses. Diodora Astaroth was trafficking people through curse-bound marriage contracts. Krossel Furkas's backers were quietly buying influence inside an Agares subsidiary for an old Satan faction foothold. Roygun Belphegor was conspiring to seize a pillar house headship with the same network's backing. These are not incidents the kid manufactured, Glagia. These are problems that already existed, that our own bureaucracies failed to catch, and that he caught and dismantled in less than a month with no resources, no formal authority, and no peerage backing him. That is precisely the concern, Glagia said. An unaligned power capable of doing in a month what three factions' worth of intelligence services failed to manage in years. What happens, Azazel, when his definition of corruption worth dismantling eventually includes something one of us values? The silence that followed that question lasted long enough that Sirzek finally spoke into it himself. I have spoken with Rias, he said, more than once, in the weeks since Issei left Co. She does not believe he intends harm toward the three factions as a whole. She believes, and I am inclined to share her assessment, that he is responding to a specific, personal fear, that this council intended to seal or eliminate him rather than understand what had happened to his sacred gear, and that the fear was not, if I am honest with this room, entirely unfounded. His gaze moved deliberately around the table. Several of you advocated quite seriously for elimination, before more cautious voices prevailed. He may have left before that debate fully concluded, but I do not think it unreasonable that he correctly read the direction it was heading. We were managing a genuine, unprecedented risk, Glagia said. We were managing our own fear of a risk we did not understand, Sirzek said, with a quiet firmness that briefly silenced the older noble entirely. And our mismanagement of that fear is, I believe, a meaningful part of why we are now discussing an unaligned power operating entirely outside our influence rather than a frightened 17-year-old we could have simply talked to honestly from the beginning. The silver-haired angel representative, present again at the table's far end, spoke into the resulting quiet with her usual measured calm. Heaven's position has not changed substantially since the matter was first raised. We remain wary of unlimited growth in any single vessel, regardless of intention. However, she paused, choosing her next words with evident care. Michael has reviewed the documentation Hyoudou Issei's actions have produced regarding the old Satan faction's commercial infiltration efforts. He considers it credible, valuable, and frankly more thorough than anything our own intelligence gathering has produced on the same network in the past 2 years. He is, accordingly, disinclined to authorize any aggressive action against the boy at this time. He would prefer dialogue. Dialogue with someone who has made it abundantly clear he does not trust this counsel to offer it honestly, Glagia said. Then perhaps, Azazel said, the first honest thing this council could do is send someone he might actually believe. The debate continued for the better part of 2 more hours, circling the same fundamental tension without fully resolving it. Fear of an uncontrolled power weighed against the undeniable, embarrassing usefulness of what that power had already accomplished, and it was Sirzek, finally, who proposed the compromise that the room, exhausted and divided, eventually accepted. We do not move against him, Sirzek said. Not yet. Not while his actions continue to expose genuine corruption. We should have addressed ourselves. We do, however, need eyes on what he is building, an honest accounting of whether this remains a justice-driven response to specific, real threats, or whether it begins to curdle into something else entirely. I propose sending a single representative, someone he has reason to trust rather than fear, to observe and, if possible, open a genuine channel of communication. Not to negotiate his return. Not yet. Simply to understand. And who, Glagia asked, with evident skepticism, do you imagine he would trust enough to allow such an observer anywhere near him? Sirzek's expression, for the first time in the long meeting, carried something almost like reluctant amusement. I have an idea, he said, though I suspect my sister will have strong feelings about volunteering for it herself, and I am not certain I am prepared to refuse her if she does. 2 floors above the council chamber, in a modest sitting room that had once belonged to her late mother, Rias Gremory sat with a letter she had drafted and discarded 11 times already that week, each attempt either too formal or too desperate, either tone matching the genuine, complicated grief she felt over a teammate who had vanished without saying goodbye rather than risk a goodbye that might have become a final argument. Aquino found her there past midnight, the letter's 12th draft sitting half-finished on the desk. You should send something, Aquino said, settling onto the room's narrow window seat with the easy familiarity of someone who had spent years quietly managing Rias's harder emotions alongside her own. Even if it is imperfect. He left without a word, Rias. I imagine the silence on our side has not been comfortable for him either. I keep starting with an apology, Rias admitted, and then I think about how Azazel and Sirzek were debating sealing him in front of an angel sent specifically to evaluate whether he was worth keeping alive, and the apology starts to feel insufficient for what we actually allowed to happen in that room. She set down her pen. I was his king, Aquino. I was supposed to protect him from exactly the kind of fear that drove him out. Instead, I sat at a table and let the conversation happen around him as though he were a problem to be solved rather than a person in the room. You also told him the truth when no one else in that room wanted to, Aquino said gently. That counts for something. It is, I suspect, part of why he still has not done anything to actively work against this household, despite having every reason and considerable new power to do so if he wished. Whatever he is building, Rias, I do not think it includes us as an enemy. I think, if anything, it includes a quiet hope that we might eventually understand. Rias looked at the letter's 12th draft for a long moment, then picked the pen back up. I am not writing this to ask you to come back, the new draft began, though I will admit some part of me wants exactly that, and I think you would see through any pretense that I did not. I am writing because I have spent 4 weeks discovering, in painful detail, exactly how badly this household failed you in the days after Kokabiel, and because I do not think silence on my part makes that failure any less real. I do not know what you are building out there. I have heard rumors, the same rumors everyone in this council has heard, that suggest it is something braver and more dangerous than I would have predicted from the boy who used to fall asleep during strategy meetings. I hope, whatever it becomes, that it includes room for the people who genuinely cared about you before any of this began, even if we did not earn the right to be told where you went. I am not asking for an answer. I am simply asking you to know that the door, whatever shape it takes from your side, has not closed from mine. She did not send it that night. She sent it 3 days later through a courier whose discretion she trusted absolutely, addressed to a contact she suspected, correctly, would eventually find its way to him, and then she returned to the ordinary, unglamorous work of managing a peerage and a territory in the shadow of a crisis that everyone in the underworld now understood, with varying degrees of alarm and grudging admiration. Had not yet finished unfolding. Far south, in the modest safe house Sikvera had arranged, Issei received the letter 4 days after that, read it twice in the quiet of a borrowed room while the others slept, and did not show it to anyone, folding it carefully into the inside pocket of the jacket he had taken to wearing in place of his old school uniform, a small, private thread still connecting him to the life he had walked away from. Even as the new one around him continued, day by day, to take on a shape entirely its own, he did not yet know that the letter's quiet, careful honesty had been the product of a council debate that had, by the narrowest of margins, decided not to hunt him. He only knew that someone he had genuinely cared about had taken the risk of reaching out into a silence she had no guarantee would ever answer back, and that the knowledge settled something restless in him that had been sitting there, unacknowledged, since the night he had walked out of Ko without saying goodbye to anyone at all. He would have considerably less time to sit with that quiet comfort than he expected. 2 nights later, the safe house's outer wards, carefully constructed by Sikvera's own contracted ward specialists, registered a presence approaching from the south, deliberate, patient, and entirely unannounced. Chapter 9. The wards went down all at once, not breached gradually but dismantled with a precision that told Sikvera, the moment her monitoring crystal flared red and then dark, that whoever was approaching had spent considerable time and resources preparing specifically for this exact safe house. They knew where we were, she said, already moving for the room where the others slept, her voice clipped and urgent in a way that cut through the quiet of the late hour instantly. Not guessed. Knew. This was not a probe, this was a planned strike. Roygun was already armed by the time Issei reached the sitting room, naginata in hand, her usual prideful confidence sharpened now into something more focused, more dangerous. How many, she asked? I don't know yet, Sikvera said, but the ward's signature that dismantled our perimeter was not crude. Whoever sent it has resources well beyond Crossel Furkas's backers or Bune's hired men. This is not a desperate, opportunistic strike. This is an organized response. Ravel's hand had already found the small charm at her wrist that channeled her phoenix flame into a ready, defensive stance, the careful poise of someone who had spent the last week's training, deliberately, to never again be the helpless party in a confrontation like the one that had nearly bound her permanently to Diodora Astaroth. Then let us not wait for them to choose the terms of the engagement, she said. If this is a trap meant to find us comfortable and unprepared, the least we can do is disappoint them. They met the strike force in the safe house's modest courtyard rather than waiting inside its walls, 4 of them standing together against the tree line that, within seconds, began disgorging armed and armored figures with the same crude, grafted resonance Issei had learned to recognize across every previous encounter: stolen sacred gear fragments, badly understood dark sorcery. The unmistakable fingerprint of an organization that built its strength by taking what was not freely given. At the strike force's center walked a tall, narrow-faced devil in formal robes too elegant for a battlefield, a man who introduced himself, with theatrical, unhurried calm, as Lord Sytry, an old Satan faction sympathizer who had survived the original purges by simply being patient enough to wait decades for an opportunity exactly like this one. For extraordinary young women, Sytry said, surveying the courtyard with the satisfied air of a collector assessing a particularly fine acquisition, and the boy whose unprecedented little glitch has cost our network 3 separate operations in barely a month. I confess I had expected this confrontation to come from our side considerably sooner than it has, but patience has always been the old Satan faction's quiet virtue, even in its current, somewhat diminished state. You're the one funding Crossell and Bune, Issei said? And Diodora, probably, given how similar the magic feels. Funding is a crude word for a considerably more elegant strategy, Sytry said. We have spent decades patiently positioning sympathetic assets inside pillar houses, businesses, marriages, contracts of every variety, waiting for the day the current piece finally cracks under its own contradictions and a true Satan, one who actually believes in what the old regime stood for, can rise again to claim what was lost. You, Hyoudou, have been an extraordinarily inconvenient complication to that patient work. I am here, this evening, to correct that inconvenience, one way or another. You sent 11 men after Roygun's house and a businessman's worth of paperwork after Sikvera's company, Issei said. I'm guessing you brought considerably more than that tonight. I learned from failure, Sytry said, and raised one hand, and the tree line behind him erupted with considerably more than 11 men, a force easily 3 times the size of anything they had faced individually before, organized with a discipline that none of Bune's or Crossell's hired muscle had shown. The battle that followed was, by every measure Issei had available to compare it against, the hardest fight any of them had faced since Kokabiel's rooftop, not because any single opponent matched that fallen general's raw power, but because the sheer coordinated volume of Sytry's forces meant that even 4 capable fighters working in genuine, practiced concert found themselves stretched thin almost immediately. Roygun's Naginata carved through the front ranks with ferocious, joyful precision, but for every attacker she felled, 2 more pressed forward to take their place. Ravel's Phoenix Flame answered a volley of corrupted dark spells with searing, defensive fire that protected Sikvera, while the businesswoman, no warrior herself but sharp and quick-witted even under fire, directed the defensive structure with a clarity that kept the 4 of them from ever being fully surrounded. It was Issei who absorbed the brunt of the strike force's most dangerous techniques, the gauntlet on his arm working harder and hungrier than it ever had outside of the Kokabiel confrontation itself, drinking down a dozen separate grafted enchantments and stolen sacred gear fragments thrown at him in succession. Each absorption costing him a fraction of his rapidly draining stamina, even as it stripped his opponents of exactly the advantage they had been counting on. This is taking too long, Sikvera called, ducking a corrosive blast that scarred the courtyard's stone wall behind her. We are winning the individual exchanges, but their numbers mean we cannot end this quickly enough. If this continues, attrition alone will eventually decide it. I know, Issei said, breathing hard, the gauntlet's white gold light flickering with an exhaustion that mirrored his own. Working on it, Lord Sytry, watching from the courtyard's edge with the same theatrical patience he had shown throughout, finally stepped forward himself once it became clear his strike force's numbers alone might not be enough to overwhelm them quickly, raising both hands to gather a working considerably more dangerous than anything his subordinates had attempted, a dense, layered combination of stolen sacred gear architecture and genuine old devil sorcery that Issei recognized, with a lurch of dread, as something close in structure to the corrupted spear Kokabiel had thrown at him weeks earlier on that rooftop. I have studied your absorption function carefully, in the weeks since your first confrontations began drawing my organization's attention, Sytry said, the working gathering denser and more dangerous between his raised hands. It has a limit, I believe, though you yourself may not yet have discovered it. Too much, absorbed too quickly, without sufficient time to properly catalog and stabilize each fragment. I intend to test that theory directly. Issei, don't, Ravel called, already moving toward him, but the working in Sytry's hands had already reached completion, and there was no time left for anything but the same instinct that had carried Issei through every dangerous moment since the rooftop, refusing to fall down, refusing to let the people around him take a hit meant for him. He absorbed it. The pain that followed was unlike anything the gauntlet's new function had produced before, not the familiar, hungry satisfaction of a technique folding cleanly into the well inside him, but something closer to a hell breath stretched past its limit, the gauntlet's white gold light flaring violently bright, and then, for one terrifying half-second, flickering as though it might fail entirely. "Partner," Drake said, with an urgency Issei had never heard from him before, "this is too dense, too unstable. I cannot guarantee it will stabilize." And then, just as suddenly as the strain had begun, it settled, the gauntlet's light steadying, the absorbed technique folding, finally, fully, into the same patient well that had been quietly cataloging every stolen fragment since Kokabiel's rooftop, and Issei, breathing hard, his whole body shaking with the effort, found himself still standing, the dense, dangerous working that Sytry had clearly intended to overwhelm him with now simply, unmistakably, his. That, Sytry said, his theatrical calm finally, completely abandoning him, should not have been possible. "Yeah," Issei said, the same disbelieving, exhausted phrase he had used on the rooftop weeks earlier, "I keep hearing that." He did not have the strength left to throw the absorbed working back with any precision, but he did not need precision, not against the strike force already exhausted by Roygun's relentless Naginata and Ravel's searing flame, and the raw, blunt force of the technique, released in a single wide arc across the courtyard, was enough to scatter what remained of Sytry's forces entirely, leaving the old devil himself alone, exposed, and finally, genuinely afraid. "This is not over," Sytry said, already retreating toward whatever escape route his organization had prepared in advance, the theatrical patience gone entirely now, replaced by the brittle fear of a man who had badly miscalculated. "Whatever you believe you are building, boy, you have made an enemy considerably older and more patient than Diodora Astaroth or Roygun Belphegor's petty ambitions. There are those above me in this organization who will not be satisfied with a single failed strike force." "Then tell them to bring something better next time," Issei said, too exhausted to put much heat behind the words, "because I'm not going anywhere." Sytry vanished into the tree line, and this time none of them had the strength left to pursue him, the four of them sinking, one by one, into the courtyard's wreckage with the particular, bone-deep exhaustion that follows a fight genuinely, fully survived rather than comfortably won. It was Ravel who finally broke the silence, her voice quiet, careful, addressed to Issei where he sat with his back against the courtyard's scarred stone wall, the gauntlet on his arm finally, fully quiet. "You frightened me tonight," she said. "When you absorbed that working. For a moment I thought we might lose you to it." "For a moment I thought so too," Issei admitted. "Drake says there's a limit? We just don't know exactly where it is yet." "Then we had better learn it carefully," Sigvara said, already, even now, exhausted and battle-worn, turning her mind toward the practical work of preparing for whatever came next, before someone considerably more patient than Sytry decides to test it for us again. Roygun, leaning on her Naginata with the satisfied, weary grin of a warrior who had just survived the hardest fight of her life, looked out at the scattered, smoking wreckage of the courtyard and then back at the three companions who had, weeks earlier, been strangers bound to separate, isolated crises, and laughed, low and genuine, despite the exhaustion. "Well," she said, "I believe that answers Sigvara's earlier question rather definitively. The three factions are not the only ones who have noticed us now. Far beyond the safe house's scarred walls, in a place none of the four of them could have named or located, a figure far older and far more patient than Lord Sytry watched the courtyard's smoking aftermath through means no ward in the underworld could have detected, and smiled, slow and considering, at the sight of a sacred gear that had, in barely a month, grown from a glitch into something genuinely capable of swallowing the old world's most carefully guarded secrets whole. It was, the watching figure decided, exactly the kind of inconvenient, unpredictable variable that made the long, patient work of unmaking the current order so very interesting after all. The Concept Thief. Act 2. Chapter 1. They spent 3 days simply recovering before anyone raised the obvious question of what came after. 3 days of bandaged wounds and quiet meals and the particular, companionable silence of people who had nearly died together, and did not yet have the words to talk about it properly. It was Ravel, in the end, who broke that silence, finding Issei alone in the safe house's small garden on the fourth morning, turning over a problem she had clearly been considering since the moment Lord Sytry's strike force had located them so easily. We cannot stay here, she said, without preamble. Sikvera's shell subsidiary protected us once. It will not protect us twice, not now that an organization with real resources knows the address. We need somewhere defensible. Somewhere that does not exist on any registry a sympathizer within a pillar house's bureaucracy might quietly leak. I figured, Issei said. I just don't know what that looks like yet. I'm not exactly carrying a spare estate in my back pocket. I am, Ravel said, and something in her tone, careful and a little defiant, made him look at her properly. My grandmother, my father's mother, left me a property before she died, a small holding in a forgotten corner of Phoenix territory that has not been inhabited in 2 generations. It was bequeathed to me personally, outside the family's main inheritance structure, specifically so that my father could never fold it into whatever debts or arrangements he chose to make with my name attached. I do not think even he remembers it exists. I had nearly forgotten it myself, until I started thinking about what we actually needed. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Because admitting it exists means admitting I have spent the last several weeks quietly preparing for the possibility that I might need somewhere to run that has nothing to do with my family at all, Ravel said, and there was something raw underneath the words that Issei recognized, the particular vulnerability of a person admitting how thoroughly they had already let go of the life they used to expect to live. I was not ready to say that out loud until now. They moved the following week, the 4 of them and the small, careful collection of resources Sikvera had managed to extract from her company's more discreet accounts, into a property that had clearly once been beautiful and had spent the intervening decades quietly falling into elegant disrepair, a low, sprawling manor of pale stone set into a valley thick with fire lilies that bloomed, fittingly, in shades of orange and deep red year-round. Ravel called it Emberhold, the name her grandmother had used for it, and the 4 of them spent their first full week there simply making it livable again, clearing overgrown gardens and repairing wards that had decayed from decades of neglect rather than active sabotage. It was, in its quiet way, the first place since Issei had left Ko that had felt less like a hiding spot and more like a home, and he found himself, in unguarded moments, almost startled by how much that distinction mattered. You're thinking too loudly again, Roygun observed, dropping into the seat across from him on Emberhold's wide stone terrace one evening, her naginata resting against the table where she had taken to keeping it within arm's reach at all times, a habit none of them had bothered to question after Sytry's attack. What is it this time? Drake says there's a limit, Issei said. To the absorption. We found that out the hard way, against Sytry. I want to know where it is before someone like him decides to test it again, except more carefully, in a way that actually breaks me instead of just scaring me. A reasonable thing to want to know, Roygun agreed. How does one go about learning the limit of an unprecedented power that has never existed before you? Precisely. Carefully, Issei said, with a tired half-smile. And probably with a lot of help. Drake, when Issei raised the question properly that same evening, sitting alone in Emberhold's old training hall long after the others had gone to sleep, answered with the same careful honesty he had shown since the rooftop weeks earlier. I have considered the question at length, partner, the dragon said, and I believe the limit is not a matter of raw quantity, the way a vessel might overflow from too much water poured into it too quickly. I believe it is a matter of coherence. The absorption function does not simply store power. It catalogs structure, the shape and logic of a technique, so that you might reproduce it faithfully later. When Sytry forced an unstable, densely layered working into you all at once, the danger was not that you absorbed too much. It was that you absorbed too much before the function had time to properly understand what it was cataloging. A library that receives every book in its collection on the same afternoon, with no time to shelve any of them properly, becomes useless chaos rather than a resource. So the fix is just going slower. The fix, Drake said, is training the function the way one trains any other skill, partner. Practice. Deliberate, controlled exposure, rather than the desperate, reactive absorption you have relied on so far. I suspect, if we work at this properly, you will eventually be able to absorb considerably more, considerably faster, without the danger we experienced against Sytry. But that capability will not arrive by accident. It will arrive through the same unglamorous discipline Gremory once demanded of you with her endless boosting drills. Bucho would probably enjoy hearing that you just agreed with her training philosophy. Bucho, Drake said, with something that might have been dry amusement, is not entirely wrong about very much, partner, even when her methods occasionally felt excessive to you at the time. Issei thought about the letter still folded carefully in his jacket pocket, read now closely enough that he could recite portions of it from memory, and felt the familiar tangle of feelings the thought always produced, gratitude and guilt, and a longing he had not yet found a way to properly name. He had not answered it yet. He was not entirely sure how. The training that followed, over the weeks that came after, was unglamorous in exactly the way Drake had promised. Long hours spent with Sigvera researching minor, low-risk magical techniques that Issei could absorb deliberately and slowly, cataloging the function's behavior under controlled conditions rather than the desperate chaos of battle. While Ravel and Roygun took turns sparring against him with carefully restrained intensity, allowing him to practice absorbing techniques mid-combat. Without the genuine, life-threatening stakes of an actual enemy. You are improving, Ravel observed. After one such session left Issei breathing hard but steady, having absorbed 3 separate phoenix flame variations from her in quick succession without the dangerous flicker that had nearly overwhelmed him against Sytry. Considerably faster than even a month ago. Feels different, Issei agreed, flexing the gauntlet thoughtfully. Less like grabbing something out of the air and hoping it doesn't explode. More like actually reaching for it. That is, I believe, Sigvera said, looking up from the notes she had been keeping on every session's results with the same meticulous care she brought to her company's financial records, precisely the distinction between a glitch and a discipline. You are no longer simply surviving your own power, Issei. You are beginning to wield it. It was a good month, on balance, the kind of steady, unglamorous progress that did not make for dramatic stories but built, quietly, into something genuinely solid. For people who had each arrived at Emberhold separately, fleeing separate crises, slowly becoming something that functioned less like a temporary alliance, and more like the family none of them had quite had before. Roygun taught Ravel the basics of close combat footwork, insisting with great prideful seriousness that a phoenix who could only fight with fire was a phoenix leaving half her potential on the table. Sigvera, in turn, began quietly teaching Roygun the fundamentals of managing accounts and resources, a skill the proud warrior initially resisted before grudgingly admitting, after several practical demonstrations of how badly her own house's finances had been mismanaged by exactly the kind of relatives who had nearly orchestrated her downfall, that the knowledge had genuine value. It was, Issei thought sometimes, watching them from the terrace in the quiet hours before dinner, almost easy to forget that anyone outside Emberhold's valley was paying attention to what they were building at all. That illusion ended on a clear, ordinary afternoon 5 weeks after Sytry's defeat, when Sigvera's monitoring network, considerably more sophisticated now than the modest wards that had failed to protect their previous safe house, registered an approach that was, this time, either hostile nor hidden. A single figure walking openly up Emberhold's valley road under a banner of parley that had not been used between factions and longer than any of them had been alive. That, Sigvera said, watching the approach through a scrying crystal with an expression of genuine surprise, is not Lord Sytry's network. That is an official banner. Gregory colors. She looked up, meeting Issei's eyes across the terrace. I believe, Issei, that the 3 factions have finally decided to actually talk to you. Chapter 2. Azazel walked Emberhold's valley road alone, no escort, no visible weapons, his hands deliberately empty and visible the entire approach, and Issei, watching him come from the terrace with Roygun's Naginata already loosely in hand beside him, found himself almost laughing at the sheer, deliberate theater of it. He's doing that on purpose, Issei said. Walking in unarmed like that. Making sure we see it. It is a fairly old diplomatic gesture, Sigvera said, though I admit I am surprised he is the one delivering it personally rather than sending a lesser official. Azazel does not typically risk himself on errands he could delegate. He's not delegating this one because he actually likes me, Issei said, and felt the truth of that settle somewhere complicated in his chest. Or like the kid I used to be, anyway. Let's find out if that's still true. They met him in Emberhold's overgrown front courtyard rather than inviting him fully inside, a small, deliberate boundary that Azazel seemed to immediately understand and respect, stopping a comfortable distance away and offering a slow, easy smile that did not quite manage to hide the genuine relief underneath it. "You look better than I expected," Azazel said. "Healthier than the last time I saw you, actually, which is either a good sign about whatever you've built out here, or a bad sign about how bad things had gotten by the time you left Ko." "Probably both," Issei said. "What do you want, Azazel? Straight to it." "Fine, I respect that." Azazel's expression sobered, the easy humor falling away into something more careful. "I want to talk. Properly, honestly, without a council chamber full of frightened Pillar House representatives listening in and deciding how to spin whatever I say back to their own people. Sirzex sends his regards, by the way, and an apology he asked me to deliver personally, which is rare enough from him that you should probably actually believe it's sincere. And Rias." Something in Azazel's expression shifted, gentler now. "She doesn't know I'm here. This was my idea, not the council's official mission, though I did get quiet permission before I left, which is the only reason I'm not currently committing actual treason by visiting you. She's been better since she sent that letter. Worse, some days, when she thinks no one's watching closely enough to notice. I think she misses you in a way she hasn't quite figured out how to say properly, kid, and I think watching the rest of the underworld slowly figure out what you've built out here, while she still doesn't know if you ever even read what she sent, has not been easy for her." "I read it," Issei said, quieter than he meant to. "I just didn't know how to answer it." "That's fair," Azazel said. "I'm not here to push you toward an answer you're not ready to give. I'm here because the situation has gotten considerably more complicated since SYTRY's failed strike, and I think you deserve to hear about it from someone who isn't trying to manage you into a particular decision." He told them, over the following hour, settled finally into chairs on the terrace once the initial wariness had eased enough to make hospitality feel less absurd, what Gregory's intelligence network had pieced together in the weeks since SYTRY's defeat. The old devil had not simply fled into hiding after the courtyard confrontation. He had reported, in considerable, frightened detail, to a figure considerably higher in the old Satan faction's remaining hierarchy than anyone in the three factions' intelligence services had previously confirmed was still active. "Rizavim Levon Lucifer," Azazel said, and the name landed in the quiet courtyard with a weight that made even Roygun's usual prideful confidence falter slightly. Son of the original Lucifer, one of the last true believers in the old Satan ideology, and a man this council had genuinely hoped was either dead or sufficiently isolated to never matter again. "We were wrong on both counts. He has apparently been quietly rebuilding influence for decades, exactly the kind of patient, generational work SYTRY described, and your little crusade against his network's marriage schemes and contract fraud has, by all accounts, gotten his personal attention in a way 3 years of our own intelligence work never managed." "That's not exactly reassuring," Issei said. "It's not meant to be," Azazel said. "I'm telling you because I think you deserve an honest picture of who you've actually drawn the eye of, rather than letting you keep walking into this thinking you're still just dealing with disgraced nobles and ambitious cousins. Rizavim does not operate the way SYTRY does. He is patient, genuinely brilliant in the worst possible ways, and has spent decades cultivating exactly the kind of resources that make him dangerous in ways a single courtyard battle will never adequately prepare you for." Sikvera leaned forward, her businesslike focus cutting through the tension with practical precision. "What does the council intend to do about this information?" "Officially, very little, for now," Azazel admitted. "There's still real disagreement about how to handle the situation you represent, kid, and Rizavim's reemergence has only sharpened that disagreement rather than resolving it. Some of the more cautious voices want to use this as justification to bring you back under direct control, the logic being that an independent power facing an enemy this dangerous is a liability nobody can properly manage. Sirzex and I have been arguing the opposite, that an independent power already actively dismantling Rizavim's infrastructure is the closest thing to a genuine asset this situation has produced, and that trying to leash you now would be more likely to get people killed than protect anyone." He spread his hands. "I'm not going to pretend that argument is settled. It isn't. But for now, the official position is patience, and unofficially, I'm here to offer you something the official position can't. Which is information sharing, Azazel said. Quiet, deniable, off the books. Gregory's intelligence network has resources you don't, contacts inside old Satan faction sympathizer circles we've spent years cultivating, patterns we've tracked that might help you find Rhizovim's people before they find you. In exchange, I'd like the same courtesy, whatever you learn out here that might help us understand what we're actually facing. Not a formal alliance. Not a return to anyone's authority. Just two parties with a shared enemy, deciding it's stupid to work entirely in the dark from each other. Issei looked around at the others, Ravel's careful, considering stillness, Sigvara's quick, evaluating focus already turning the offer over for practical merit, Roygun's blunt readiness to simply trust her own instinct about the man in front of them, and felt the decision settle, surprisingly, easily. I want one more thing, Issei said. Name it. I want you to actually tell Rias I read her letter. And that I'm okay. I don't know what else to say to her yet. But she deserves to know that much, at least, without it having to come through a council intelligence briefing. Azazel's expression softened in a way that made him look, for a moment, less like a faction governor and more like a tired man who genuinely cared about the people on both sides of this widening gap. I can do that, he said. I think she'll be glad to hear it, even if it's not everything she's hoping for yet. The information-sharing arrangement that followed, deniable and informal exactly as promised, proved its value within the first week, Gregory's intelligence delivering, through a contact Azazel arranged carefully outside any official channel, a name and a location that would become the next thread in the patient, dangerous tapestry Rhizovim Levon Lucifer had spent decades weaving across the underworld's quieter corners. Shalba Beelzebub, a name that carried, even among the diminished remnants of the old Satan loyalist movement, a particular weight of fanaticism and cruelty, had reportedly been tasked with a project considerably more ambitious than SYTRY's failed political infiltration schemes, the construction, somewhere in a forgotten stretch of contested territory, of something Azazel's intelligence sources described only as a weapon meant to settle, permanently, the question of whether an unaligned, unprecedented sacred gear could be allowed to continue existing outside Rhizovim's control. They're not just trying to remove you anymore, Sigvara said, reviewing the intelligence with the same careful precision she brought to every report, her expression grim in a way that matched the gravity of what they were reading. They are trying to understand you well enough to build something specifically designed to counter what you can do. That is considerably more concerning than another ambush. Then we'd better find them before they finish building it, Issei said, and felt, beneath the familiar dread the news produced, the same stubborn refusal to simply wait for danger to arrive that had carried him out of Ko in the first place. Agreed, Roygun said, already rising to retrieve her naginata from where it rested against the terrace wall. Though I would point out that we know almost nothing yet about where this Shalba Beelzebub has actually hidden his project, beyond a name and a vague description of contested territory considerably larger than the four of us can comfortably search alone. Then we find someone who knows the territory better than we do, Ravel said, and something in her tone, careful and deliberate, suggested she had already been turning over an idea of her own during the conversation. I believe I may know exactly who that someone is, though I confess the prospect of asking her for help is not one I relish. Chapter 3. Riser Phoenix had spent the better part of 2 months quietly searching for his younger sister through channels their father did not know he was using, a fact that surprised Ravel more than she wanted to admit when she finally arranged, through a careful series of intermediaries, a meeting on neutral ground far enough from any Phoenix-held territory that neither of them needed to worry about their father's network noticing the encounter. You look well, Riser said, when she finally stepped into the small, unremarkable tea house he had chosen for the meeting, his usual theatrical confidence muted into something more genuinely uncertain than she had seen from him in years. Considerably better than the rumors suggested, actually. I had heard you were trapped in some kind of desperate, fugitive existence. This does not look desperate. It looked considerably more desperate a few weeks ago, Ravel admitted, settling into the seat across from him with a wariness she could not quite shake, even now. I did not expect you to have spent 2 months looking for me, Riser. I assumed, given how the engagement to Diodora was arranged, that you either did not know or did not particularly care. Reiser's expression flickered with something that looked, uncomfortably, like genuine hurt. I did not know, he said. Father arranged it without consulting me, the same way he arranges most things involving you, apparently under the assumption that my own past engagement troubles made me an inconvenient party to involve in negotiating yours. I found out you had disappeared from your own wedding 3 weeks after the fact, from a servant who was too frightened of Father's reaction to tell anyone directly what had actually happened to you. He paused. I am not the brother you remember from a few years ago, Ravel. I would like to think I have grown since then, even if I understand you have very little reason to simply take my word for that. It was not, Ravel reflected, the conversation she had braced herself for, and she found herself recalibrating, carefully, the wary assumptions she had carried into the tea house. I am not here to reconcile anything about Father's politics, she said. I am here because I need information about contested territory along the southeastern border, and I believe your own holdings near that region might give you knowledge I cannot easily find elsewhere. This is about the old Satan faction rumors, Reiser said, and something sharp and attentive replaced the earlier uncertainty. I have heard whispers, Ravel. Strange activity near the old ruins at Kokabiel Hollow, increased patrol movement that does not match any official border dispute currently being negotiated. I assumed it was simply territorial posturing between minor houses. If you are asking about it specifically, I suspect it is considerably more than that. It likely is, Ravel said, and gave him, carefully, the version of the truth that did not compromise anything Issei's network had shared in confidence, an old Satan faction project, somewhere in contested territory, that Gregory's intelligence believed was being constructed to counter a specific, unprecedented threat. Reiser listened without interrupting, his expression growing graver as she spoke, and when she finished he was quiet for a long moment, turning over, she suspected, considerably more than the simple territorial information she had asked for. Kokabiel Hollow, he said finally. An old battlefield from the Great War, abandoned for centuries because the ambient magical residue from that conflict makes the area nearly impossible to properly ward or monitor remotely. If someone wanted to build something they did not want any faction's distant scrying to detect, it is precisely the kind of place I would choose. He met her eyes directly. I can give you the access routes my own scouts have mapped, the patrol patterns I have observed over the past several months, everything my holdings near that border have managed to learn. I will not personally accompany you, Ravel, both because Father would notice my absence considerably faster than yours, and because I suspect my presence would complicate whatever delicate arrangement you have built with the people you are currently working alongside. You would do that, knowing what Father would say if he learned of it. Father is not always right about what matters, Reiser said, with a quiet conviction that Ravel had genuinely never heard from him before, and I have had considerable time, these past 2 months, to reconsider exactly how much of his judgment I have spent my life simply accepting without examination. You are my sister. I should have protected you from that engagement before it ever reached the point of a binding ceremony, regardless of whether Father considered it my business to interfere. I did not. The least I can do now is make certain you have what you need to finish whatever you have started instead. It was, Ravel thought, watching her brother's careful, sincere expression across the small tea-house table, the first conversation they had shared in years that had not been shaped, in some fundamental way, by their father's expectations of what a phoenix-sibling relationship ought to look like, and she found herself, despite every wary instinct still telling her to be careful, genuinely moved by it. Thank you, she said. For this, and for looking for me, even if I did not make it easy to find. You were not meant to be easy to find, Reiser said, with the faint return of his old, theatrical confidence, though something gentler remained underneath it now. I imagine that is rather the point of everything you have built since you left. I am glad it has kept you safe, Ravel, whatever else it has become. He hesitated, then added, with evident difficulty, if this Issei is genuinely the reason you survived Diodora's contract, I find myself, against every instinct my upbringing trained into me, rather grateful to him. I would like to think that means something, even if it does not yet mean I fully understand what you are all building out there. She returned to Emberhold 2 days later with detailed maps, patrol schedules, and a folder of careful observations that Riser's scouts had compiled over months without ever fully understanding what they were watching for, and the relief on Issei's face when she laid the materials out across the terrace table was immediate and genuine. "This is incredible," Sigvara said, already cross-referencing the patrol patterns against the fragmentary intelligence Azazel's network had provided, her quick, evaluating focus sharpening with real excitement. "Your brother's scouts have mapped considerably more of Cocytus Hollow's approach routes than Gregory's own intelligence managed. Combined with what Azazel already shared, I believe we have enough to actually plan an approach, rather than simply walking into unfamiliar territory and hoping for the best." "How did the conversation go?" Issei asked Ravel quietly, once the others had become absorbed in the careful work of cross-referencing maps and schedules. "With your brother? Better than I expected," Ravel admitted. "He has changed, I think, more than I gave him credit for assuming. Or perhaps I simply never gave him the opportunity to show it, given how thoroughly our father's expectations have always shaped what a relationship between us was supposed to look like." She studied the maps spread across the table for a long moment. "He said something near the end that I have been turning over since. That he was glad whatever we are building here kept me safe, even though he did not fully understand it yet." "Do you understand it yet?" Issei asked. "Fully, I mean. What we're building." Ravel considered the question with the same careful honesty she had brought to every significant decision since the night Issei had walked uninvited into Diodora's estate. "I think I understand it as well as any of us currently can," she said. "It is not a peerage. It is not a faction in any sense the three powers would formally recognize. It is, I believe, simply a place where the people in it are permitted to choose what they become, rather than having that choice made for them by a contract, a family name, or a frightened council's vote." She looked up at him. "I think that is worth defending, Issei, whatever shape it eventually takes. I think it is worth considerably more than my brother's careful political instincts ever allowed him to risk for, until very recently." The planning that followed occupied the better part of a week, careful and methodical in a way that bore little resemblance to the desperate, reactive confrontations that had defined Issei's first weeks outside Sigvara's logistical precision combining with Roygun's tactical instincts and Ravel's newly gathered intelligence to build, piece by careful piece, an actual strategy for approaching Cocytus Hollow rather than simply walking in and hoping the gauntlet's growing power would prove sufficient against whatever Shalba Beelzebub had constructed there. "We will not have the advantage of surprise," Sigvara said, reviewing the final plan with the same meticulous care she brought to every significant decision. "Whatever ambient magical interference makes the hollow difficult to scry from outside will work both ways. We will not be able to properly assess what we are walking into until we are already inside it. Then we go in ready for anything," Roygun said, with the fierce, settled confidence of a warrior who had made peace, long ago, with the genuine uncertainty every real battle eventually demanded. "I would rather walk into an unclear fight with people I trust than a clear one with strangers who do not understand what is actually at stake." Issei looked around the terrace at the three of them, maps and notes spread across the table in the fading evening light, and felt the same steady, deliberate resolve that had carried him through every confrontation since the rooftop in Settle, once more, into something he no longer needed to manufacture from desperation alone. "Then let's go find out what Rysavim's people have actually built out there," he said, "before they finish whatever they're planning to do with it." Chapter 4. Cocytus Hollow announced itself long before they reached its borders, the ambient magic of the old battlefield thick enough in the air that Issei felt it press against his senses the way humidity presses against skin, a low, constant static that made even simple awareness of his surroundings feel like wading through water. Riser's maps had warned them what to expect, but the warning had not fully prepared any of them for the experience itself, the valley floor scarred with centuries-old craters that had never properly healed, skeletal remains of trees burned black and some war long since lost to common memory, and over all of it, a silence so complete that the sound of their own footsteps felt like an intrusion. "This place hates us," Roygun murmured, Naginata held low and ready, her usual confident bearing tempered by an instinct that clearly recognized the hollow as something more dangerous than ordinary unfamiliar terrain. "I do not mean that figuratively. I mean the ground itself remembers something violent enough that it has not forgiven the memory. The residual magic from a battle this large does not simply fade, Sigvera said, consulting Reiser's notes with careful attention even as she scanned the broken landscape ahead. It accumulates, layer upon layer, until the land itself becomes saturated with it. This is precisely why no faction has bothered properly settling or warding this territory in centuries. The cost of doing so safely would exceed any value the land itself could provide, which makes it perfect for hiding something nobody is supposed to scry from a distance, Issei said, and felt the dread that had been building since Reiser's information first reached them settle into something colder and more focused. Drake. You feeling anything specific yet? Something, the dragon admitted, his voice carrying an unusual note of strain that Issei had learned, over the weeks of their deepening partnership, to take seriously. The ambient interference here makes it difficult to isolate, but there is a structure ahead, partner, something built rather than naturally occurring, and it carries a resonance that feels, troublingly, almost familiar. I believe whatever Shalba Beelzebub has constructed here draws on the same family of stolen sacred gear architecture that Valper Galilei specialized in. It would not surprise me if some of his old research survived his capture and found its way into less scrupulous hands. Great, Issei muttered. So we're fighting Valper's nightmares twice now. They found the facility's outer perimeter an hour later, a low, unremarkable bunker structure half buried into the hollow's broken landscape, its exterior deliberately plain in a way that suggested its builders had relied entirely on the surrounding terrain's natural interference to keep it hidden rather than any active concealment magic of their own. A calculated risk that had apparently paid off for considerably longer than it should have. 2 guards visible at the main entrance, Roygun reported, having scouted ahead with the silent, careful discipline she had clearly trained into herself across years of border conflicts most of the others could only imagine. Both carrying grafted sacred gear fragments, similar resonance to what we faced against SYTRY's forces. I did not see additional patrols, but I would not assume that means there are none. There won't be many, Sigvera said. A facility built specifically to avoid drawing attention would not risk a visible troop presence large enough to be noticed from outside the hollow's interference. I suspect whatever defense they have prepared is concentrated inside, around whatever Shalba Beelzebub is actually building. Ravel's expression had gone carefully still, the particular focus she had developed over weeks of training that Issei had come to recognize as her preparing, internally, for violence she did not relish but had stopped flinching from entirely. Then let us be efficient about the outer guards, so we have more strength left for whatever waits inside. The 2 guards at the entrance fell quickly, Roygun's Naginata and Ravel's controlled Phoenix Flame working in the same practice concert they had built across weeks of deliberate sparring, and the facility's interior, once they breached it, revealed itself to be considerably larger than its modest exterior had suggested. Corridors of plain reinforced stone extending deep into the hollow's bedrock, lit by the cold, flickering light of containment wards rather than any natural illumination. It was the sound that reached them first, before they found the source, a low, rhythmic hum that Issei felt in his teeth more than heard with his ears, and Sigvera's expression, when they finally rounded a corner into the facility's central chamber, went white with a horror that matched the dawning understanding already forming in Issei's own chest. The chamber held a ritual circle of considerable size, its edges lined with containment cells, and within each cell, suspended in the same cold, pulsing light that lit the facility's corridors, a captive figure, young, exhausted, and unmistakably alive, their bodies wired into the circle's structure through cables that hummed with the same draining resonance Drake had warned them about, a slow, steady current of stolen power flowing from each captive into the massive, half-completed construct. At the chamber's center. There must be a dozen of them, Ravel said, horror and fury warring openly across her usually composed features. All of them carrying sacred gears, judging by the resonance. They are being drained, slowly, to power whatever that thing at the center is meant to become. That thing, said a voice from the chamber's far side, calm and entirely unbothered by the intrusion, is called the Stillness Engine, and I will admit I am rather impressed you found your way here at all, given how thoroughly this location was meant to remain hidden. Shalba Beelzebub stepped into the chamber's flickering light with the unhurried confidence of a man who had never once doubted his own eventual victory, his expression carrying the particular fervor of true ideological conviction rather than Sytry's more theatrical patience, and Issei felt, immediately, the difference between facing an opportunist and facing a believer. "You're draining children to build a weapon," Issei said, and did not bother hiding the disgust in his voice. "I am completing the great work that began long before either of us was born," Shalba said, entirely unmoved by the accusation. The old Satan ideology understood something the current, soft-handed peace has forgotten, that true power requires sacrifice, and that the sacrifice of the weak in service of the strong is not cruelty. Hyoudou Issei, it is simply the natural order asserting itself. These children's sacred gears would have remained dormant, wasted potential, for their entire unremarkable lives. Instead, they will help build the instrument that finally settles the question your unprecedented little glitch has raised among every frightened faction representative who has spent the last 2 months wondering whether you represent the future or merely an aberration that needs correcting. "And what exactly does that thing do?" Issei asked, nodding toward the half-completed construct at the circle's center, dense with grafted machinery and pulsing, stolen light. "It nullifies," Shalba said, with evident pride. "Once complete, the stillness engine will project a field capable of suppressing any sacred gear within a considerable radius, including, I am quite confident, your own troublesome boosted gear. You will become, the moment that field engages, an ordinary, powerless boy facing trained soldiers in a battlefield of my choosing. I find the prospect rather satisfying, given how much disruption your unprecedented little glitch has caused our patient work these past months." "It's not finished yet," Sigvera observed, her quick analytical eye already cataloging the construct's incomplete sections with the same careful precision she brought to every assessment. "Which means it is not yet active. Which means we still have time to stop this before it becomes a problem." "You have time to try," Shalba corrected, raising one hand, and the chamber's far walls disgorged considerably more guards than Roygun's earlier scouting had suggested existed, a force that had clearly been deliberately hidden inside the facility's deeper structure rather than risking detection at the entrance. "I would advise against wasting that time, however. I have been looking forward to testing my soldiers against the famous Dragon Emperor's glitch directly, and I do not intend to let this opportunity pass simply because you arrived a few weeks before the engine's completion." The battle that followed was immediately, viscerally different from anything they had faced before, not simply because Shalba's forces were more numerous or more disciplined than Sytry's had been, though they were both, but because every guard in the chamber fought with the genuine, terrifying conviction of true believers rather than hired muscle or desperate opportunists, willing to take wounds that would have broken lesser fighters' resolve in service of an ideology they had clearly been raised to consider sacred. "We need to free the captives," Issei shouted, over the chaos of the opening exchange, already moving to absorb a defensive ward thrown by the nearest guard, the gauntlet's white gold light flaring with the controlled, practiced confidence weeks of deliberate training had built into the function. "If that engine finishes powering up while we're still fighting in here, we're in serious trouble." "I will handle the captives," Ravel called back, already breaking away from the main fight, her phoenix flame carving a careful path toward the nearest containment cell rather than the indiscriminate destruction her earlier battles had sometimes required, a control she had clearly cultivated specifically for moments exactly like this one. "Roygun, cover me." "Already moving," Roygun said, her naginata sweeping a clean arc that scattered 3 guards attempting to intercept Ravel's path toward the cells, the 2 of them falling into the same practiced, trusting concert that weeks of training together had built between them. Sigvera, no warrior herself, positioned herself instead at the chamber's structural weak points she had identified in the first seconds of the engagement, directing the others with the same clear, decisive precision she brought to every crisis, calling out enemy movements and structural vulnerabilities with a clarity that kept the fight's chaos from ever fully overwhelming them despite the genuinely difficult numbers they faced. Shalba Beelzebub himself, watching the engagement unfold with the same unbothered confidence he had shown from the moment they entered the chamber, finally stepped forward to engage Issei directly once it became clear his guards alone might not be sufficient to prevent the captive's rescue, and the power he brought to the confrontation was, immediately, considerably more dangerous than anything Sytry had personally wielded. Let us see, Shalba said, whether the famous glitch can keep pace with genuine devotion, and the working he unleashed carried a density and conviction that made Issei's instincts scream warning even before the technique fully completed. Chapter 5. The working Shalba unleashed was not a single spell but a layered cascade, 3 distinct techniques fired in rapid succession, each one designed, Issei realized half a heartbeat too late, to test a different aspect of the absorption function rather than simply overwhelm it the way Sytry's brute force assault had attempted weeks earlier. He's studying me, Issei said, boosting hard to weather the first wave, a corrosive binding curse that the gauntlet caught and folded away with the smooth, practiced ease weeks of deliberate training had built into the function. Not just attacking. Testing. A reasonable strategy, Shalba said, watching the absorption complete with the same clinical interest Belphegor had once shown, though without any of the old magician's mild eccentricity, replaced instead by cold, fervent purpose. Rise of Sama instructed me to gather as much practical data as possible before the engine reaches completion. Your reaction to controlled, sequential pressure is considerably more valuable than another crude attempt to simply overwhelm you outright. The second technique came faster than the first, a dense compression field that Issei absorbed with only slightly more strain, and the third, arriving almost before the second had finished settling into the gauntlet's growing catalog, finally produced the flicker of genuine difficulty Shalba had clearly been waiting to observe, a corruption working built, unmistakably, from the same family of stolen architecture Valper had once specialized in, refined now into something considerably more dangerous. This is testing the boundary we found against Sytry, Drake warned, his voice tight with concentration. Deliberately, partner. He intends to find exactly where the function fails. Then I guess we don't let him find it, Issei said, and threw himself forward rather than absorbing the technique passively, closing the distance to Shalba directly even as the corruption working chewed at the edge of the gauntlet's capacity, a desperate, instinctive gamble that proved, in the end, the right one, his fist connecting with Shalba's raised guard hard enough to disrupt the working's completion entirely. The half-absorbed technique dissolving harmlessly rather than settling fully into either success or failure. Interesting, Shalba said, staggering back a step, his composure cracking for the first time since the confrontation began. You did not simply endure the pressure. You disrupted my control over the technique's delivery before it could fully test your limit. That was not training. That was instinct. Maybe it's both, Issei said, breathing hard, the gauntlet's light flickering at its edges in a way that told him, clearly, how close that exchange had actually come to finding exactly the failure point Shalba had been hunting for. Across the chamber, Ravel had reached the first of the captive cells, her phoenix flame carving carefully through the containment cables rather than the cell's structure itself, a precision born from weeks of deliberate practice rather than the desperate improvisation that had characterized her earliest battles. The young captive inside, a boy no older than 14, slumped forward the moment the draining cables released him, exhausted but unmistakably alive. I have you, Ravel said, catching him before he fell, her voice carrying a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the fierce concentration she had shown moments earlier disabling the cell. You are safe now. I promise you that. There are 11 more, the boy managed, his voice hoarse from disuse. Please. They have been feeding the engine for weeks. Some of them are not as strong as I am. We will free all of them, Ravel said, already moving toward the next cell, Roygun's Naginata clearing a path through the guards attempting to intercept her with the same fierce, protective focus that had carried the warrior through every battle since Emberhold's courtyard confrontation with Sytry. It took the better part of 15 minutes, fighting through Shalba's remaining guards while Ravel worked methodically through each containment cell, to free all 12 captives, and by the time the last cable released its hold, the half-completed stillness engine at the chamber's center had begun, visibly, to destabilize, its pulsing light flickering erratically without the steady current of stolen power that had been sustaining its construction. No, Shalba said, his fervent composure finally, completely breaking as he registered what the captive's release meant for his life's great work. You do not understand what you have done. The engine requires a continuous, stable power source to complete its final calibration. Without the captive's contribution, The accumulated energy already stored within it has nowhere stable to settle. Then it sounds like your weapon is about to have a very bad day, Issei said, and felt, even through his exhaustion, a grim satisfaction at watching Shalba's fanatical confidence finally crack into genuine fear. The engine's destabilization accelerated rapidly once the draining cables fully disengaged, the dense, layered construct at the chamber's center beginning to shudder with an energy that had nowhere productive left to go, and Sigvara's voice cut through the chaos with the same clear, decisive precision that had guided them through every previous crisis. That thing is going to detonate, she called. We need to either contain the release or get everyone clear immediately. I do not have the expertise to know which is actually possible given how much power is currently trapped inside it. Issei looked at the shuddering engine, at the 12 exhausted, newly freed captives that Ravel and Roygun were already herding toward the chamber's exit, and felt the same instinct that had driven him to absorb Kokabiel's spear on a rooftop months earlier settle, clear and certain, into the only option that made sense. I'll contain it, he said. Issei, that thing has been storing stolen sacred gear energy from 12 captives for weeks, Ravel called back, already moving toward him despite the urgency of the evacuation. We do not know what absorbing something that dense and that unstable will actually do to you. We don't have time to find out carefully, Issei said. Get them clear. I'll handle the rest. Partner, Drake said, his voice tight with a concern that had not fully left since the warning during their training weeks earlier. I must be honest with you. This is considerably denser than anything we have absorbed before, including SYTRY's working. I do not know if the function can process it safely. Then we find out together, Issei said, and pressed both palms against the engine's shuddering surface, the gauntlet flaring with a brightness that washed the entire chamber in crimson and white gold light, and began, deliberately, desperately, to pull the trapped, unstable energy into himself rather than letting it detonate outward into the people he had spent the past weeks learning to call family. The strain was immediate and overwhelming, considerably worse than anything SYTRY's dense, layered working had produced weeks earlier. 12 captives worth of stolen, compounding power flooding into the absorption function faster than it could properly catalog any of it, and Issei felt, for the first time since the rooftop and co., something close to genuine terror that the function might simply fail entirely, leaving him caught, helplessly, between an absorption half completed and an explosion with nowhere left to safely go. Issei. Ravel's voice cut through the building chaos, and he was dimly aware of her moving back toward him despite Roygun's attempt to physically restrain her, despite the obvious danger of approaching an unstable absorption in progress. Stay back, he managed, the words costing more effort than they should have. If this goes wrong, I don't want you caught in it. I am not leaving you to face this alone, Ravel said, already at his side despite every instinct telling her how dangerous that choice was, and pressed her own hand against his shoulder, channeling a careful, controlled thread of her own phoenix flame directly into the gauntlet's straining absorption field, a desperate, improvised gamble that the same regenerative fire that had once saved her own life might lend the function exactly the stability it needed to finish properly cataloging the flood of stolen power before it overwhelmed him entirely. What are you doing? Issei gasped, even as he felt, unmistakably, the strain easing fractionally under the addition of her flame. Helping, Ravel said simply, the way you helped me, the night you walked into Diodora's estate uninvited. I am not particularly interested in standing back and watching you face something alone simply because it is dangerous. It was not Ravel's flame alone that finally tipped the balance, Roygun arriving a moment later despite her own earlier caution, her Naginata's edge glowing with a focused intensity as she added her own contribution to the stabilizing effort, followed almost immediately by Sigvara, no warrior herself, but lending the only thing she genuinely had to offer, a steady, focused thread of her own magical reserves channeled directly into the strained, overwhelmed function, and it was the combination of all four of them, working together rather than any single contribution alone, that finally allowed the absorption to complete, the engine's shuddering, unstable energy folding, fully and finally, into the gauntlet's patient, hungry catalog. The chamber went silent, the engine's dense construct collapsing into harmless, inert scrap now that the energy sustaining its instability had been fully drawn away, and Issei sagged, the moment the absorption completed, into the combined support of 3 exhausted, equally drained companions who had each, in their own way, chosen to face the danger alongside him rather than simply watch from safety. That, Sigvera managed, breathing hard, was considerably more dangerous than I would like to repeat any time soon. Agreed, Roygun said, though something fierce and satisfied colored the exhaustion in her voice. Though I confess there is a particular satisfaction in watching that fanatic's life's work collapse into scrap directly in front of him. Shalba Beelzebub, who had watched his stillness engine's destruction with the same dawning horror that had characterized his earlier realization about the captive's release, finally broke entirely, his fervent conviction collapsing into something closer to desperate, frightened rage. This changes nothing, he said, backing toward a concealed exit Issei had not noticed earlier in the chamber's far wall. Rizavim-sama has resources considerably beyond a single failed prototype. You have delayed the inevitable, Hayate Issei. Nothing more. Maybe, Issei said, too exhausted to put much heat behind the words. But I'm getting pretty good at delaying things, all things considered. Shalba vanished through the concealed exit before any of them, drained as they were, could mount an effective pursuit, and the 4 of them, along with 12 freed, exhausted captives, were left standing in the wreckage of what had nearly become a weapon specifically designed to unmake everything Issei had spent the past months building, the chamber's flickering containment lights finally settling, for the first time in weeks, into something approaching genuine stillness. Chapter 6. They spent 2 full days at Cocytus Hollow's edge before any of them felt strong enough to attempt the journey back to Emberhold, the 12 freed captives recovering slowly under Ravel's careful attention, while Sigvera worked through the facility's abandoned records with the same meticulous focus she brought to every piece of intelligence that crossed her path. They were not all willing, Sigvera reported, on the second evening, settling onto the makeshift camp's edge with a stack of recovered documents, and an expression that mixed vindication and renewed anger in equal measure. Shalba's claim about sympathizer families was, predictably, mostly fabrication. 4 of the 12 came from families genuinely sympathetic to the old Satan ideology, recruited through the same patient, generational cultivation as Azazel described. The remaining 8 were taken, Issei. Quietly, individually, over a period of months, selected specifically for possessing low-profile sacred gears unlikely to be missed quickly by any official registry. That's worse, Issei said, watching the youngest of the freed captives, a girl who could not have been older than 11, sleeping fitfully near the camp's small fire under the watchful attention of an older boy who had appointed himself her protector sometime during their captivity. 8 kids just disappeared, and nobody noticed. Nobody noticed because the families who reported them missing were told, by sympathetic contacts embedded in local enforcement, that the cases had been investigated and resolved as unfortunate but unrelated incidents, Sigvera said. It is precisely the kind of patient, systemic corruption Rizavim's organization has clearly spent decades cultivating, small enough at each individual point to escape notice, but accumulating, across enough instances, into exactly the kind of infrastructure that let Shalba operate undetected for as long as he did. Ravel, returning from checking on the recovering captives, settled beside them with the particular exhaustion that came less from physical strain and more from the emotional weight of the past 2 days. The girl, the youngest one. Her name is Mira. She told me she was taken from a small village near the southern border 8 months ago. Her family believes she ran away. She has spent 8 months believing the same thing everyone who might have looked for her was being told, that her disappearance was simply an unfortunate, voluntary choice rather than an abduction. We need to get her home, Issei said. Get all of them home, to families who actually want them back. We will, Ravel said. Though I suspect, for some of them, home is not going to be a simple word anymore, given what they have survived to return to it. It was a quieter conversation than the urgent crisis planning that had defined most of their previous weeks together, and Issei found himself, watching Ravel's careful, exhausted attention toward the recovering captives, turning over a question he had been avoiding since the engine's collapse 2 days earlier. You shouldn't have come back into that chamber, he said finally. When the absorption started going wrong. It was too dangerous. I am aware, Ravel said, without looking away from the sleeping captives. I made the choice regardless. Why? She considered the question for a long moment before answering, her usual careful composure giving way, briefly, to something more genuinely vulnerable. Because I spent 17 years being told, in ways large and small, that my worth lay in what I could be useful for, a marriage alliance, a family debt settled, a name attached to the right contract. You were the first person who ever looked at me and saw something worth protecting rather than something worth acquiring. She finally turned to meet his eyes. I am not interested in standing safely aside while the same thing nearly happens to you, simply because helping carries genuine risk. That is not the kind of person I want to become, Issei, not after everything I have already escaped becoming. That's a good answer, Issei said quietly, but it doesn't make me less worried about what almost happened to you in there. I know, Ravel said, and something gentler passed between them, unspoken but clearly understood, before she rose to check on Myra's restless sleep once more, leaving Issei alone with the same complicated tangle of gratitude and worry that had been building, quietly, since the night he had first walked uninvited into Diodora Astaroth's estate. The journey back to Emberhold, 3 days later, carried 12 recovering captives and a considerably heavier collection of recovered intelligence than any of them had expected to find, documents detailing not just Xiaoba's specific operation but fragments of a broader network, names and locations that, cross-referenced carefully against what Azazel's information-sharing arrangement had already provided, began painting a picture considerably larger and more troubling than a single weapon. Hidden in forgotten contested territory. This is not just about you anymore, Sigvara said, once they had finally returned to Emberhold's relative safety, and she had spent a full night cross-referencing the recovered documents against every piece of intelligence they had previously gathered. Xiaoba's facility was one node in a considerably larger network. I count at least 6 other locations referenced in these records, scattered across territory belonging to 4 different pillar houses, each one apparently engaged in some version of the same patient infiltration and resource extraction we have already encountered. Rizavim is not simply building a weapon to counter you specifically, Issei. He is rebuilding the old Satan ideology's entire infrastructure, methodically, patiently, using exactly the kind of corrupted contracts and forced arrangements you have already spent months dismantling piece by piece. How big is this actually getting? Issei asked, feeling the familiar weight of a problem considerably larger than anything 4 people, however determined, could reasonably expect to handle alone. Bigger than us, Sigvara admitted. I do not say that to discourage you. I say it because I believe, increasingly, that what we are building here cannot remain entirely unaligned forever, not if the threat we are facing has genuinely grown to the scale these documents suggest. We need allies, Issei. Real ones. Not simply an information-sharing arrangement conducted carefully off the books. Azazel already offered that, sort of. Azazel offered information-sharing because it was the only thing he could offer without risking his own political position within a divided council, Sigvara said. I am suggesting something considerably more substantial may eventually be necessary. Not surrender. Not a return to anyone's formal authority. But a genuine, open partnership with at least some part of the existing political order, before Rizavim's network grows large enough that 4 of us, however capable, simply cannot keep pace with dismantling it piece by piece. It was, Issei reflected, a conversation he had been quietly avoiding having with himself since Azazel's visit weeks earlier, the genuine, uncomfortable question of how long the careful independence they had built at Emberhold could remain sustainable against the threat that was, by every measure the recovered documents suggested, considerably larger than SYTRY's single failed strike force, or even Xiaoba's ambitious, cruel weapon. I need to think about it, he said. Properly. Not just react to the next crisis the way I have been since I left Ko. That is, I believe, Sigvara said, with the faint, approving warmth she had developed for him over the weeks of their partnership, exactly the kind of consideration that separates a reckless crusade from something genuinely capable of lasting. The 12 freed captives departed Emberhold over the following week, returned carefully and quietly to families who had been told, through channels Sigvara arranged with the same discreet efficiency she brought to every difficult logistical problem, that their missing children had been found alive and recovering from an ordeal best discussed gently and gradually rather than all at once. Mira, the youngest, left last, pressing a small, carefully folded paper crane into Ravel's hand before she went, a quiet, wordless thanks that left the usually composed Phoenix heiress visibly moved. She will be all right, Ravel said, watching the girl's escort depart down Emberhold's Valley Road. Eventually. It will not be easy, returning to a life that believed, for 8 months, that she had simply chosen to leave it. None of this has been easy, Issei said. I think we stopped expecting easy a while ago. True, Ravel agreed, though I find, increasingly, that I do not mind the difficulty nearly as much as I once assumed I would, given what it has allowed us to actually accomplish. That evening, gathered once more on Emberhold's terrace with the recovered intelligence spread across the table and the fire lilies blooming, orange and red, in the valley below, the 4 of them began, properly and deliberately, the difficult work of deciding what came next, a conversation that would, over the following weeks, reshape the careful, unaligned independence they had built into something considerably more ambitious. And considerably more dangerous than any of them had originally set out to create. Chapter 7. The message Issei sent through Azazel's careful, deniable channel was shorter than he expected it to be, given how long he had spent agonizing over what it ought to say. I would like to talk properly. Bring whoever needs to be there. I will explain everything I have learned, if it helps the Council understand what we are actually facing. He did not specify whether Rias should come. He did not need to. Azazel, when he relayed the response 3 days later, did so with a knowing, gentle expression that suggested he had not been remotely surprised by who insisted on attending. She's coming, Azazel said. So is Surzex, properly this time, not just sending me as a deniable proxy. And Sona Citri, given that what you found at Cocytus Hollow has implications for territory adjacent to her own family's holdings. I tried to keep the delegation small. Surzex insisted Aquino and the rest of Rias's peerage come as well, given that they were the ones who actually fought beside you against Kokabiel originally. I think he wanted you to see familiar faces rather than just another council chamber full of careful diplomatic strangers. That's surprisingly thoughtful, for a council decision, Issei said. Surzex is surprisingly thoughtful, for a Satan, Azazel said. It's part of why I've put up with him this long. They arrived 3 days later, walking Emberhold's Valley Road in a procession considerably larger and more colorful than Azazel's solitary approach weeks earlier, and Issei, watching from the terrace as familiar figures came into view, felt something in his chest tighten with an anticipation he had not properly allowed himself to feel since the night he had walked away from all of them without saying goodbye. Rias was the first to break from the group's careful, formal pace, crossing the remaining distance at something between a walk and a run, and the embrace that followed, fierce and entirely unguarded, said considerably more than any of the careful, diplomatic phrases either of them might have prepared in advance. You absolute idiot, Rias said, into his shoulder, her voice thick with an emotion she did not bother trying to hide. You could have at least told me you were planning to leave. I would have helped you do it properly instead of finding out you'd vanished entirely from a frightened report the next morning. I didn't know how to say goodbye without it turning into an argument I wasn't going to win, Issei admitted, holding on just as tightly. I'm sorry, Bucho. For all of it. The way I left, the worry I know it caused, everything. I am furious with you, Rias said, pulling back just enough to look him properly in the eye, and also so relieved you are actually standing here, healthy and apparently thriving, that I cannot decide which feeling to indulge first. Her gaze swept briefly over Emberhold's terrace, over Ravel and Sigvera and Roygun watching the reunion with careful, respectful distance. You built something real out here. I can see that, even from a single look. I am glad of it, Issei, whatever complicated feelings I still have about how it began. Aquino's greeting was gentler, a soft hand on his shoulder and a knowing, warm smile that suggested she had understood, perhaps better than anyone else in Rias's peerage, exactly why Issei had needed to leave the way he had. Kaniko's was characteristically brief, a single, fierce hug that lasted exactly as long as her usual reserve permitted before she stepped back, satisfied, apparently, simply by confirming he was still in one piece. Kiba's was a firm handshake and an easy grin that carried no resentment at all, only genuine relief. You look stronger, Kiba said. Not just the gauntlet. You, generally. Whatever you've been doing out here agrees with you. It's been a lot of very stressful character growth, Issei said, but yeah, I think you're right. Asia's reunion was the quietest. A long, careful hug and tears she did not try to hide, and the simple, relieved words, "I prayed for you every night, even after I stopped being able to say the prayers properly," that left Issei's own composure considerably more shaken than he had expected any of these reunions to leave him. The formal discussion that followed, once the initial emotion had settled into something more practical, took place around Emberhold's largest table. Sikvera's careful intelligence reports spread alongside Surzex's own briefing on the Council's current political calculus, and the picture that emerged, pieced together from both sides, was considerably more sobering than either party had fully understood alone. 6 additional facilities, Surzex said, reviewing Sikvera's recovered documentation with a gravity that matched the weight of what they were discussing. Spread across territory belonging to 4 pillar houses, none of whom appear to have any idea what has been quietly constructed within their own borders. If this network is even half as extensive as these records suggest, Rizavim Levon Lucifer has rebuilt considerably more of the old Satan ideology's infrastructure than any of our intelligence services believed possible. And he's specifically targeting Issei now, Ria said, her earlier relief giving way to renewed concern as she reviewed the same documentation. Not just as a general threat to the current order. As a personal obstacle worth dedicating real resources to neutralizing. Which is precisely why I believe the careful, deniable arrangement Azazel established weeks ago is no longer sufficient, Surzex said, and something in his tone carried the weight of a decision he had clearly been turning over since before he ever arrived at Emberhold's gates. I would like to propose something more substantial, Issei. Not a return to formal authority. Not a peerage, not a faction recognized by the existing treaty structure. Something new, the way what you have built here is, itself, something genuinely new. He met Issei's eyes directly. A formal, acknowledged partnership between the Gremory household, and through us, a quiet but real channel to the rest of the council, and whatever this place becomes. I will not pretend every voice on the council will welcome this. Glagia Labila certainly will not. But I believe, given what we are now facing, the alternative, continuing to treat you as an unaligned variable rather than a genuine ally, is considerably more dangerous than the political risk of formal acknowledgement. Issei looked around the table, at Sikvera's careful, evaluating attention already weighing the practical implications, at Roygun's blunt readiness to simply trust the offer if it proved genuine, at Ravel's thoughtful consideration of what such a partnership might actually mean for the independence they had all fought so hard to build, and felt the weight of a decision that would, he understood clearly, shape everything that came after it. I'm not interested in being managed again, he said finally. Or contained, or quietly absorbed back into a structure that decides what I'm allowed to become. If that's what this offer actually is, dressed up in nicer language than the council used the first time, I'd rather walk away from the conversation entirely. It is not that, Surzex said without hesitation. I give you my word, Issei, for whatever that is currently worth to you, that this council learned something genuinely important from how badly it mismanaged the fear surrounding your sacred gear's development. I am not interested in repeating that mistake. I am interested in fighting alongside something I respect, rather than attempting to contain something I am afraid of. Then I'll agree to it, Issei said, on one condition. Whatever this partnership looks like, it doesn't change what we're actually doing out here. We keep finding people trapped in exactly the kind of corrupted arrangements Rizavim's network feeds on, and we keep freeing them, whether or not that happens to be politically convenient for your council in any given week. I would be considerably more worried about this partnership, Surzex said, with the faint, genuine warmth of a man who had clearly hoped for exactly this kind of answer, if you had agreed to anything less. The agreement that followed, formalized over the remainder of that long afternoon into something considerably more substantial than Azazel's earlier deniable arrangement, did not erase the careful independence Issei and his small, devoted faction had built across the preceding months, but it did, for the first time since the rooftop in Co., give that independence something it had been quietly lacking, a genuine, acknowledged place within a wider effort against the threat that had grown, by every measure the recovered intelligence suggested, considerably larger than any of them could safely face entirely alone. Chapter 8. The partnership with the Gremory household changed Emberhold in ways that were at once practical and strange. The way the arrival of electricity must have changed a house that had spent decades making do with candles. Information arrived more quickly, more reliably, and from sources that had previously been entirely inaccessible to a small, unaligned faction operating off a recovered estate in a forgotten valley. Surzex's network, quiet and careful and built across generations of Gremory influence, began feeding Sigvara's intelligence operation a steady diet of names, locations, and documentation that transformed her careful wall of maps and cross-reference notes from a patchwork of fragments into something approaching a genuine picture of the network Ryzovim had spent decades assembling. The picture was not a comfortable one. 6 confirmed facilities, Sigvara said 2 weeks after the formal agreement, spreading her updated analysis across the terrace table with the focused, grim precision of someone who had moved well past alarm into the colder, more useful state of simply understanding what they were dealing with. 2 likely additional locations still being verified. The confirmed 6 are distributed with considerable care across territory belonging to pillar houses with no known sympathies toward the old Satan ideology, which is, I believe, deliberate. A sympathizer-held house draws scrutiny. A neutral house draws none. If Ryzovim's people have spent decades quietly seeding infrastructure inside politically unremarkable territory, the Council's intelligence services would have had almost no systematic reason to look. Shalba was his field director, Rias said from where she sat across the table, her presence at Emberhold now a regular enough occurrence that the initial careful wariness between her and the others had given way, over the preceding 2 weeks, to something more functional. A working relationship built less on resolved history than on a shared understanding that the threat in front of them required every capable party in the same room. With Shalba in custody and his project at Cosidas Hollow dismantled, Ryzovim loses his primary infrastructure builder. But he does not lose the existing facilities, and he does not lose whatever resources he was using to fund and supply them. He simply needs to find someone new to manage what is already built. That transition period, Sigvara said, is our window. A new field director will need time to orient, to understand the existing infrastructure and the gaps left by Shalba's removal. If we move against the confirmed facilities before that transition is complete, we force Ryzovim to fight a rearguard action rather than allow him to recalibrate and launch a fresh initiative. 6 facilities in how much time? Roygun said, with a bluntness that cut past the strategic framing to the essential practical challenge. 2 of us who are genuine fighters, plus Issei, plus whatever resources Surzex can quietly commit without triggering a full council vote that would almost certainly produce an argument lasting longer than the transition window itself. Hyoudou, Rias said, and looked at Issei with the particular, careful expression of someone making an offer they were genuinely uncertain would be welcomed. And Aquino. They have both asked to be involved, independently of each other, and of me. Kaneko as well. They are not simply asking because I am here. They are asking because they fought beside you against Kokabiel, Issei, and they would like the chance to continue that work in a form that does not require anyone's containment order. The silence that followed was long enough to have real weight. Issei looking at the far edge of Emberhold's garden with an expression that moved through something unresolved before finally settling into something clearer. They don't have to answer to me, he said. This isn't a peerage. I'm not anyone's king or lord or whatever the formal terminology is. If they want to be involved because they actually believe in what we're doing, I'm glad to have them. But I want that to be their reason, not loyalty to you or obligation to me. I believe it is their reason, Rias said quietly. Hyoudou spent his entire childhood being told that his value was defined by what he could do for someone else's cause. Aquino has spent her entire life being told that half of what she is should be hidden away in the interest of other people's comfort. Kaneko has spent years being managed and observed by people who could not quite decide whether to trust her. What you have built here, a place where people choose to be rather than agree to belong, is, I think, the first thing any of them have encountered that genuinely interests them for its own sake rather than what it does for someone else. Issei thought about that for a moment, and something shifted in his expression that was not quite resolution but was close enough to it that the others around the table recognized the shape of it. Then call them, he said. We have 6 facilities and a window. Let's not waste it arguing about whether we deserve the help. Hyoudou Kiba arrived 2 days later, alone and on foot, the same quiet, deliberate composure he had always carried overlaid now with something that had loosened slightly, as though a weight he had been bearing carefully for years had shifted into a better position on his shoulders. He found Issei and Emberhold's training hall running absorption drills against one of Ravel's constrained Phoenix Flame exercises, and he watched in silence for a long minute before speaking. You look different, Kiba said. Stronger. But not just stronger. More rested, maybe, Issei said, lowering his arms as the drill concluded, the gauntlet dimming from active brightness to its quieter resting state. Less scared all the time. That too, Kiba agreed. Though I think what I actually mean is that you look like someone who has decided something important rather than someone still waiting to decide it. He paused. Rias told me what happened after Kokabiel. The council meeting. What was being discussed about sealing you? His expression, normally easy to read, had gone into the careful stillness that meant something genuinely weighty was sitting behind it. I am sorry. Not on the council's behalf. On mine. I was there, Issei. In the clubroom, in the days that followed. I watched the situation developing and I did not tell you directly what I could see happening, because I told myself that Bucho had it managed and that saying it plainly would only frighten you. That was cowardice dressed as consideration, and you deserved better. Issei looked at him for a long moment, this boy who had spent his entire life training in the shadow of a cause that had nearly destroyed him as a child, who had emerged from that shadow into a precise, genuine kindness that was, in Issei's experience, entirely earned rather than performed. You're here now, Issei said. That's enough. Kiba nodded, once, with the particular economy of someone who had never needed to make a large gesture when a small, sincere one would do. Akino arrived the same afternoon, unhurriedly, carrying a basket of tea things she had clearly brought from Ko with deliberate intent, and she made tea in Emberhold's modest kitchen with the same careful ceremony she brought to every quiet ritual, setting out cups for all 8 of them, because Kaneko had arrived barely an hour behind her. Silent and unremarkable in her arrival in a way that somehow managed to be expressive of everything she had chosen not to say aloud about being here. The 8 of them sat on Emberhold's wide terrace as the underworld's artificial evening settled over the valley, and Issei looked around at the gathered faces, some familiar and old, some new and still being understood, and felt the shape of what had begun on a broken rooftop months ago settle, finally, into something he could hold in both hands without needing to hide how heavy it actually was. 6 facilities, he said. We move on the first one in 3 days. Sigvera has the details. Everyone gets the full briefing tomorrow morning. He looked around the table. And before anyone asks. This is not a peerage, it is not a faction with a formal hierarchy, and no one here answers to me in any way that requires their obedience rather than their genuine agreement. If at any point what we are doing stops being something you can honestly choose to be part of, you leave and we do not hold it against you. That applies to every person at this table, including the ones I have known longest. A pause. Any questions? Kaneko raised her hand. Yes, Issei said. Do we have snacks? She said, with the absolute, unblinking seriousness she brought to every statement she considered important. The laughter that broke across the terrace, genuine and unguarded, was the first sound Emberhold's old stone walls had heard in 2 generations that was not quiet, careful strategy, or the controlled noise of training, and it carried, in its unself-conscious warmth, more of what Issei had spent months trying to build than any formal agreement, or carefully worded declaration of independence had yet managed to contain. We will have snacks, Ravel said, with the precise dignity of someone who had just decided that managing a sanctuary's kitchen procurement was, in fact, a worthy extension of her considerable organizational talents, and Kaneko nodded in satisfaction, and the evening, ordinary and warm and entirely chosen, settled over Emberhold like something long overdue finally arriving. Chapter 9. The first of the 6 confirmed facilities was a converted vineyard estate in territory belonging to House Gamagen, a pillar house of modest reputation and even more modest scrutiny, its owner a mild-mannered devil nobleman who had spent so many centuries being unremarkable that even Surzix's network had only flagged him as a marginal concern 3 months earlier. The estate itself, legitimate and productive on its surface, concealed in its deepest cellar a working that the recovered Cocytus documentation described as a resonance harvester, a device built along principles adjacent to the negation architecture Shalba had been perfecting, designed not to disable a specific sacred gear but to quietly, cumulatively drain the ambient power of any gear wielder living within a certain radius, feeding that drained power back into a central reservoir Rhizovim's network used to fuel its own ongoing projects. Every person in the surrounding 3 villages has been living inside this thing's field for at least 4 years, Ria said, reviewing the recovered technical documents the night before the operation with a controlled anger she had not fully managed to flatten into professional distance. The drain is small enough per individual that no one would have noticed it directly. No weakness, no illness, no cause for complaint. Simply, gradually, slightly less than they might have been otherwise. Sacred gear wielders within the field would have experienced the most significant drain, their development subtly suppressed without ever triggering the kind of symptoms that would prompt an official investigation. Genius and monstrous, Kiba said, very quietly. Both, Rias agreed. Which is, I am discovering, the consistent signature of Rhizovim's infrastructure. Nothing crude, nothing that announces itself. Everything patient and deniable and built to persist undetected for decades. The operation the following night moved with a precision built from 2 weeks of careful planning and the particular, complementary skill sets of 8 people who had, by varying routes and for varying reasons, ended up genuinely trusting each other's capabilities. Kiba's blade work cleared the outer guard with the silent economy of a knight who had long since transcended the kind of flash that impressed audiences and arrived at the quieter, more dangerous place where every movement was simply effective. Akino's lightning, controlled to a precision Issei had not seen from her in the noisier, more desperate battles of the Kokabiel engagement, took out the estate's ward infrastructure cleanly and completely from a distance that left the main building's occupants with no warning and no meaningful preparation time. Inside, Issei moved directly for the cellar, Roygun covering his approach with the Naginata's broad defensive reach, Ravel maintaining a rear perimeter that Kaneko reinforced with the quiet, devastating efficiency she brought to everything, a physical capability substantially in excess of what her small frame suggested and a tactical intelligence she had spent years modestly understating. The harvester, when Issei reached it, was less visually dramatic than the negation device at Cocytus Hollow, a dense, compact mechanism of layered magical architecture that hummed with a wrongness he felt in his back teeth rather than his eyes. 3 of Gamagen's household guard made a last, desperate effort to defend it, and were, between Roygun's blade work and Ravel's contained phoenix flame, removed from the equation with a brisk, professional efficiency that left all 3 of them disarmed and bound rather than permanently harmed. Issei stood in front of the harvester and felt Drake settle into the careful, deliberate focus they had trained across weeks of controlled exercises at Emberhold. Same approach as the negation device at Cocytus, the dragon said. Slow. Deliberate. Catalog every layer before absorbing the next one. This mechanism has been running continuously for 4 years, partner. Its architecture will have a crude operational residue, echoes of everything it has drained, that will need to be cataloged alongside its structural components. Do not rush it. Understood, Issei said, and began. It took the better part of 40 minutes, considerably longer than the more frantic absorptions of earlier battles, a careful dismantling of layer after patient layer, the gauntlet working with the methodical focus of someone organizing a library rather than grabbing books at random. And in the quiet focus of that work, Issei felt something he had not quite expected, a profound, particular sadness at the scale of the theft the harvester represented, years of quietly diminished lives slightly reduced potential across hundreds of people who would never know what had been gently, persistently taken from them without ever asking. When the final layer folded into the function and the harvester simply ceased to exist as anything more than inert metal and cooling stone, the silence in the cellar was different from the silence before, cleaner, the ambient pressure in the air visibly easing even as the others watched. It's done, Issei said. Kaneko, who had appeared in the cellar doorway at some point during the absorption without anyone noticing her arrival in a way that had become characteristic enough that no one commented on it anymore, sniffed the air once, and nodded, with the settled satisfaction of a cat confirming that a particularly offensive smell had finally been removed. "Cleaner," she said. "Yes," Issei agreed, looking at the inert remains of the harvester and thinking about the 3 villages above ground whose residents would, from tomorrow on, simply be very slightly more themselves than they had been this morning, with no memory of ever having been anything else. Cleaner, Lord Gamagen, when confronted by Surzex's representative in the aftermath of the operation, proved, predictably, to be less a true believer in the old Satan ideology and more a frightened, debt-ridden nobleman who had accepted Ryzovim's network's resources years earlier in exchange for turning a blind eye to what was built in his cellars. The same structural cowardice Issei had encountered in various forms across every operation since Valper Galilei's laboratory. The confession, extracted not through violence but through the simple, implacable fact of his entire cooperative network's collapse around him, added 3 more names to Sigvara's expanding map of the infrastructure, 2 of them connected to facilities not yet on any list. 8 confirmed locations now. The window remained open. They moved on the second facility 5 days later. The second was simpler, a crude recruitment station disguised as a moderately successful merchant house in a transit corridor between 2 of the underworld's larger population centers, used less for the generation of power than for the quiet, ongoing recruitment of young sacred gear wielders from families without the resources or connections to notice when a charismatic representative of what appeared to be a legitimate advancement opportunity began showing particular interest in their children. 2 families had already been targeted. Neither had signed anything yet. The intervention that evening was, by the standards of what had come before it, almost peaceful, the recruitment station's operators making no attempt at a fight once it became clear that Issei's group had arrived with full knowledge of the operation's purpose and methodology. It was in the aftermath of the second operation, sitting in a quiet, comfortable room of a Gremory safe house Surzex had made available for exactly this kind of debrief, that Rias finally said the thing Issei had been aware of her carefully not saying since she arrived at Emberhold 2 weeks earlier. "I want to say something, and I want to say it properly rather than in a corner of a briefing or a rushed aside between one thing and the next," she said, once the operational debrief was finished and the room had emptied of everyone except the 2 of them. Her posture had the careful straightness of someone who had rehearsed what they intended to say and was now discovering, in the actual moment of it, that the rehearsal was only marginally adequate. "What happened in that council room, after Kokabiel? What I allowed to happen around you, rather than for you? I have thought about it every day since you left, and I have not yet found a version of it that I can look at honestly, and feel that I handled it the way you deserved." "Rias," Issei started. "Let me finish, please," she said, not forcefully but with the quiet weight of someone who had earned the right to complete a sentence they had been carrying for months. "I told myself, in the days that followed, that I was managing an impossible situation. That the political reality gave me no better options. Both of those things were true, and neither of them changes the fact that you sat in a room full of people deciding what to do with you, and the person who was supposed to be your king, who was supposed to prioritize your protection above every other consideration, managed the room rather than fighting for you." She looked at him directly. "I am not asking you to forgive that immediately, or to pretend it did not happen, or to simply absorb it the way you absorb everything else and carry it quietly without complaint. I am asking only that you know I understand it, fully, and that the household you choose to maintain a partnership with rather than returning to is not the same household it was the night you left it. It will not be again." Issei was quiet for a long moment, long enough that the underworld's artificial evening deepened outside the safe house's narrow windows, and when he finally answered, it came out with the honesty he had not entirely planned but found he could not withhold. "I know," he said. "I think I knew it even then, that you were doing the best you could in an impossible situation. It didn't make it less hard to sit through." He paused. "I also know that the version of me who left Ko, the one who was so frightened and so angry that leaving felt like the only honest option, that version needed to leave. Even if the circumstances were awful. I needed to find out what I actually was when I wasn't someone's pawn and nobody was handing me a script. He met her eyes. I don't think I could have found Ravel or Sikvera or Roygun from inside your peerage. I don't think I could have built Emberhold or understood my own power properly or learned what it actually means to lead rather than follow. Everything that happened led to everything that came after it. I'm not ready to call the whole thing a mistake. Something in Rias's expression moved carefully, from the controlled composure she had maintained through the entire conversation into something more genuinely unguarded. Then I am glad, she said. Whatever it costs both of us. I am genuinely, deeply glad. They sat in a comfortable, honest quiet for a while after that, two people who had been, in some fundamental way, rebuilt by the months between them, and it was Issei who finally, without making a large thing of it, reached into his jacket pocket and produced the carefully folded letter, its paper worn soft at the creases from the number of times it had been refolded and returned to its place. I've been carrying this since it arrived, he said. I thought you should probably know. Rias looked at the letter in his hand, and then back at his face, and did not manage to entirely keep the emotion off her own. You read it, she said. Every word, Issei said. More than once. The 6 operations continued, one by one across the following weeks, each one adding more names, more documentation, more recovered captives and dismantled infrastructure to the growing body of evidence that Rizavim Levon Lucifer's patient, generational project had reached, in the months before Issei's rooftop in Co had accidentally disrupted its careful progress. A scale that none of the 3 factions' intelligence services had fully imagined possible. And with every operation, the partnership between Emberhold and the Gremory household, unofficial and deliberately structured to preserve the independence that made Issei's group genuinely useful rather than simply an extension of existing authority, proved itself in practice as something more useful than either party had quite dared to hope at the formal agreement's outset. 6 became 8. 8 became complete. The 8 confirmed facilities, dismantled in sequence over the course of 3 weeks, left Rizavim's rebuilt infrastructure reduced to ruins and his network of sympathizers, opportunists, and coerced participants either in custody, in cooperative testimony, or in full flight from the consequences of association with the project that had, from the moment a 17-year-old boy had absorbed a corrupted spear on a burning rooftop, been quietly falling apart from the edges inward. It was, Azazel said, in the joint debrief that brought all relevant parties together in a Gremory council room that looked, to Issei, considerably more welcoming than the last one he had sat in, the single most effective sustained operation against the Resurrection-era Old Satan faction network in the 3 factions' joint history. He said it with the particular satisfaction of a man who had been arguing for months that a frightened boy with an unprecedented sacred gear was an asset rather than a problem, and had now been proved comprehensively right. Thank you, Issei said. Though I'd be careful about calling it finished. Oh, I would never call it finished, Azazel said, genuinely cheerful in a way that suggested he had not expected anything so naive. Rizavim is patient, as we have established. He has lost a great deal of his rebuilt infrastructure, yes. He has not lost himself, his knowledge, or whatever resources and allies he is still holding in reserve somewhere we have not yet found. This is a victory, kid. A significant one. But it is not an ending. Good, Roygun said from her seat at the table, Naginata propped comfortably against her chair in a way that had been met with a small, startled objection from a council attendant and subsequently ignored by everyone else in the room. I was not especially interested in an ending. Endings require finding something else to do. Surzex, at the table's head, covered a smile with his hand and did not comment. Sikvera, already reviewing the remaining fragments of documentation for anything the debriefs had not yet fully accounted for, made a small, precise note in her current working record and turned to the next page. Ravel, seated beside Issei, met his eyes across the table with an expression of quiet, settled satisfaction that required no words and offered none. Outside Emberhold's valley, the fire lilies bloomed in their perpetual orange and red, the underworld's artificial seasons indifferent to what had been decided within the valley's modest stone walls. But inside those walls, across the long evenings that followed the final debrief, 8 people who had each arrived by a different road at the same deliberate, chosen place began, slowly and without much ceremony, to simply live there rather than simply survive it, and that distinction, small and ordinary and entirely real, was, in its quiet way, the truest measure of everything the past months had actually accomplished. Chapter 10. The weeks after the final debrief were the quietest Emberhold had known since Issei first walked its overgrown approach road, a quiet that was not the absence of purpose but the earned rest of people who had been moving without pause for long enough that stopping felt genuinely strange, as though stillness was a skill that needed to be relearned. Ravel relearned it through the gardens, spending long mornings in the beds her grandmother had planted and decades of neglect had tangled, restoring them with the same precise, patient attention she brought to everything she chose to care for, and Issei found her there most often on the mornings he could not quite settle, when the absence of immediate crisis left room for the kinds of thoughts that crises helpfully filled. "You're doing the planning look again," Ravel said, without looking up from the particular section of overgrown herb bed she was currently addressing, her gloves earth-stained and her expression entirely at ease in a way that still occasionally startled him, given how thoroughly he had initially understood her as someone defined by formality. "What planning look?" Issei said. "The one you get when you are attempting to think quietly and the thoughts are not cooperating," Ravel said. "I have catalogued 3 variations. This is the moderately serious one rather than the genuinely alarming one, so I am not abandoning the rosemary on your behalf." She finally glanced up. "What is it?" "Drake and I have been working through everything I've absorbed over the past months," Issei said, settling onto the low garden wall with the comfortable ease of someone who had spent enough time in this exact garden to stop being a visitor in it. "Not just cataloging what's there, actually testing it, carefully, one technique at a time. Seeing what I can actually do now versus what I could do the first day we left Ko. And it's a lot more than I thought," Issei admitted, and there was something in his tone that was not quite discomfort but was close enough to it to be worth noticing. "The Phoenix Flame variations I took from your training sessions. The lightning architecture from the fallen angels at Cocytus. The binding sorcery I stripped from Diodora, the defensive ward structures from Sytry's people, the resonance harvester mechanics from the 6 facilities. All of it is there, properly catalogued, fully accessible. Drake says the function has been working on organizing it even when I was not consciously directing it to." "That sounds like a considerable arsenal," Ravel said. "That's the part that makes me think the planning look," Issei said. "Because an arsenal has to be aimed at something, and right now the something it needs to be aimed at is Rizavim Levon Lucifer, who is, according to every piece of intelligence Azazel and Surzex have shared since the debrief, still out there, still patient, still in possession of whatever resources he held in reserve rather than committing to the network we just dismantled." He looked at his left hand, the gauntlet dormant under his skin and Drake quiet in his awareness. "The Hollows operation worked because we had time to plan, intelligence to work from, and a contained target. Whatever Rizavim's next move looks like, I don't think it's going to offer us the same luxury. Then we use the time we currently have to prepare for conditions that will not be so comfortable," Ravel said, with a matter-of-fact practicality that had, Issei had decided some time ago, become one of his absolute favorite things about her. "Which is, as far as I can determine, exactly what you are already doing. You are simply also worrying about it, which is less useful than the preparation itself but appears to be an unavoidable accompanying feature of being you." "It really does," Issei said. "The worrying," Ravel said, returning to the rosemary with steady hands, "is in some ways a reasonable response to the scale of what we are facing. But I think you also know, Issei, that you are not the same person who walked out of Ko 8 months ago with a borrowed bag and no plan. You know your power's actual shape now. You know the people standing with you are here because they genuinely chose to be. And you know, from everything the past months have demonstrated, that even Rizavim Levon Lucifer's most carefully designed counter to what you can do failed to account for the fact that you simply refused to be stopped by it." She did not look up. "Worry if you must. But do not mistake worrying for honest assessment. The honest assessment is considerably more favorable than the worry tends to suggest." Drake, in the private awareness they shared, offered what might have been a quiet note of agreement, and Issei sat with that for a while, in the garden's honest, unhurried light, while the rosemary came back under Ravel's careful hands. The training sessions that followed, across the next several weeks, were the most demanding Emberhold had produced, 8 people with genuinely different abilities and deeply varied fighting styles working to understand not just their own capabilities but how those capabilities could combine in ways none of them had yet fully tested. Kiba's blade work found unexpected, elegant interactions with Issei's absorbed lightning architecture, the sword conducting and directing energy in ways that amplified both without either sacrificing its own essential character. Akino's lightning, paired with Ravel's phoenix flame across controlled drills, produced an offensive synergy the two of them refined over repeated sessions into something precise enough that Roygun, observing from the training yard's edge, offered the highest compliment in her personal vocabulary, a single, impressed nod that she directed at no one in particular. Kaneko, training at the edges of sessions with her usual disinterest in being visibly enthusiastic about anything, was quietly, steadily developing, under Roygun's gruff but genuinely invested guidance, a more sophisticated integration of her Tuki with actual combat strategy, the raw physical capability she had always possessed gaining a tactical intelligence that made her, Issei suspected, considerably more dangerous than any opponent who had encountered her before would be prepared to account for. Sikvera did not train in the combat sessions and was not expected to. She ran, with increasing confidence, the intelligence and logistics operation that made everything else possible. Her network of contacts expanded now by the Gremory partnership into something that could, on a good week, provide actionable intelligence within hours of a significant development anywhere across the underworld's relevant geography. What she was quietly, separately developing, in the hours after the operational work was done, was harder to name but equally important. A framework for the longer-term sustainability of Emberhold as an institution rather than simply a temporary operational base, resource management, supply chain security, legal structures. All the unglamorous infrastructure that the difference between a home that endured and a bolt hole that eventually ran out of reasons to exist. You are building a government, Roygun observed, reviewing Sikvera's latest framework document with the frank curiosity of someone encountering an unfamiliar but compelling discipline. Not a household, not a peerage. An actual governing structure. With revenue streams and dispute resolution mechanisms and succession planning. I am building the groundwork for one, Sikvera corrected. We are currently 8 people in a valley. The groundwork is appropriate to the current scale. But the decisions made at a small scale have a tendency to determine the shape of the larger one that follows, and I would rather make those decisions deliberately now, while we have the luxury of time and consultation, than find ourselves improvising them under pressure later. That is, Roygun said, with genuine respect she did not bother to suppress, extremely sensible. Thank you, Sikvera said, turning to the next page. I have also drawn up a preliminary proposal for formalizing Ravel's administrative role, since she is currently managing household operations, training coordination, and intelligence cross-referencing simultaneously without any formal recognition of the fact that she is doing the work of 3 people. I intend to discuss it with her directly, but I wanted your opinion first, since your own institutional experience, even when it was poorly managed by your predecessor's network, gives you a perspective on structural formalization I find genuinely useful. Roygun looked at the proposal for a moment, and then at Sikvera with an expression that had fully abandoned its usual prideful composure in favor of something more straightforward. You are, without question, she said, the most organized person I have ever encountered, and I say that as someone who spent 3 years attempting to reorganize the administrative offices of a pillar house whose prior head had not filed anything properly in 2 decades. I am aware, Sikvera said with the faint, satisfied dignity of someone who considered this an entirely appropriate observation. It is an undervalued discipline. I intend to change that, wherever I can. It was in the middle of this quiet, productive, unglamorous period of genuine building that Azazel arrived unannounced at Emberhold's gates for the 2nd time, and the expression on his face was sufficiently unlike his previous visits measured ease that every person in the yard stopped what they were doing the moment they saw him clear the gate. Rise of him moved, Azazel said, without preamble, crossing the yard to where Issei stood at the training hall's entrance. Not against us. Against the human family in northern Japan, a family with 2 second-generation sacred gear wielders, young, untrained, completely off every registry, that no intelligence service in any faction had previously identified. We found out about the attack through an emergency call from local Gregory patrol 3 hours ago. The family is alive. Barely. And Ryzovim left a message. He held out a small, sealed envelope that carried, even at arm's length, the unmistakable, cold resonance of very old, very deliberate power. It is addressed to you, kid. Specifically to you. The message inside was not long. The handwriting was precise and beautiful in the way that the work of genuinely patient people often was, each letter formed with the care of someone who understood that the appearance of a thing was itself a kind of argument. The message read as follows. You have dismantled a great deal of work I valued, and I find that I respect you for it, which is more than I can say for most of the people who have opposed me across the past several centuries. The network you destroyed was a preparation, not the purpose itself. The purpose has never changed, and it does not require the network to proceed. What it does require is the elimination of the one variable that has proven genuinely capable of threatening it, and I believe you understand, by now, that variable is you. I suggest we settle this directly, without the continued collateral inconvenience to uninvolved families, since I find that approach wasteful of resources on both sides. I will be in contact with the location of my choosing. Please come prepared to be serious. I have waited centuries for something genuinely interesting to oppose me, and I would prefer not to be disappointed. Issei read the message twice, folded it, and stood in the training yards quiet for a long moment before looking up. He wants a direct confrontation, Kiba said, having read over his shoulder without asking permission and not being asked to stop. He wants me specifically, Issei said. The network was the preparation for whatever he's actually building. He's saying none of that matters anymore because the actual plan doesn't depend on it. He is also, Sigvara said, from where she had appeared at the training hall's doorway with the uncanny sense of significant developments she had developed across months of intelligence work, attempting to set the terms of the engagement before it happens. Choosing the location, framing it as a mutual arrangement, characterizing every action of ours thus far as simply prologue to what he has always intended. This is a man who understands that controlling the narrative of a conflict is itself a form of winning it. Then we don't accept the narrative, Roygun said. We accept the fight, on our own terms, and we write the ending ourselves. We prepare, Issei said. Properly. Everything Drake and I have been cataloging. Every training session, every technique, every piece of intelligence about how Ryzovim actually operates rather than how he presents himself. We use all of it. He looked around the yard at the 7 people who had chosen to be here. And when the location arrives, we go together rather than alone, because that is what this place means. Not one person carrying everything. All of us choosing to carry it together. The afternoon light over Emberhold's Valley held that particular quality of late-season warmth that makes everything it touches look as though it is being seen clearly for the first time, the fire lilies burning orange and deep red against the pale stone walls. 8 people standing in a training yard that had been, 8 months ago, nothing more than weeds and neglect, and one girl's grandmother's quiet, stubborn hope that something worth returning to might still be here when someone finally needed it. The message sat in Issei's jacket pocket, pressed against the folded letter from Rias that had lived there for months, and outside the valley, patient and ancient, and entirely convinced of its own inevitable victory. Something very old waited with the comfortable certainty of something that had never yet encountered a refusal that lasted. It had not, in all its centuries, encountered one quite like this. Chapter 11. The location arrived 4 days later, delivered in the same careful handwriting as the first message, through a channel that Azazel's full intelligence network could not trace despite spending all 4 intervening days trying. A set of coordinates, a date, and a single additional line that reads simply, "Bring whoever you choose, it makes no difference to what follows." That last line was, Sigvara observed, the most deliberately provoking sentence in any communication they had received since the entire situation began, designed to make them feel small regardless of how they chose to respond to it. He wants us frightened before we even arrive, she said. Dispirited. If we walk into this believing the outcome is already decided, it is considerably more likely to be. Then we don't believe that, Issei said. Which is easier to say when you've spent the past several weeks actually training rather than hoping. The coordinates pointed to a place even Surzex's network had not previously flagged as significant, a stretch of former contested territory along the underworld's deep perimeter, an area so thoroughly stripped of habitation and political interest across the centuries since the Great War that it had ceased to appear on most current administrative maps at all. It was, in its bleak, magnificent emptiness, the kind of place that suggested a man who had waited centuries had specifically selected it because it had no witnesses and no history that anyone currently alive had sufficient claim on to feel its loss. They made the journey together, all 8 of them, Surzex sending a small additional contingent of Gremory household guards with the quiet understanding that the guards would hold the perimeter rather than involve themselves in the confrontation itself, maintaining a fallback option rather than trying to overwhelm a situation their presence might complicate. Azazel, who had insisted on coming despite the unofficial nature of his involvement, traveled separately and arrived at the perimeter simultaneously, with the impeccable timing of a man who had spent centuries calibrating exactly when to be where. "You don't have to be here," Issei said, when Azazel appeared at his shoulder in the staging area an hour before the agreed time. "No," Azazel agreed. "I am choosing to be here because I happen to genuinely like you, kid, and because the idea of watching what I believe is about to happen from a comfortable strategic distance, and telling myself it was wisdom rather than cowardice is not something I am prepared to live with." He paused. "Also, I have spent a very long time being the person who arrives fashionably late to disasters he half expected. I thought, for once, I would try arriving on time." The landscape Ryzavim had chosen opened up before them as they crested the last ridge, a vast, empty plain of pale stone worn smooth by ages of wind and the memory of something enormous that had ended here long enough ago that only the ground still remembered it. At the plain's center, exactly as Issei had expected, a single figure stood with the unhurried patience of the letter's handwriting made flesh, and the quality of stillness he possessed, even at this distance, was unlike any Issei had felt from any opponent before, not the careful, controlled stillness of a trained fighter, but the deep, structural stillness of something that had simply been waiting long enough that hurry had become, at some point, a concept it had genuinely left behind. Ryzavim Levon Lucifer was not what the name suggested, standing at the plain's center in clothes that would not have looked out of place in any moderately prosperous devil household, carrying nothing that announced itself as a weapon. His expression, even at the distance that remained between them as Issei's group descended the ridge, carrying the particular warmth of someone sincerely pleased to see a guest he had been looking forward to. He looked young in the way that very old, very powerful things occasionally chose to present themselves, and the only quality that refused to cooperate with the pleasant, approachable presentation was his eyes, which were the same deep, cold blue as the Cocytus negation device's light had been, and which held, behind every other expression, the absolute, settled conviction of a man who had never genuinely doubted that the universe would eventually arrange itself in accordance with his patience. "Hyoudou Issei," he said, as Issei stopped a careful distance away with the others arranged at his back in the formation they had drilled. "I am genuinely delighted to meet you properly. The last 8 months have been the most interesting 8 months I have experienced in at least a century, largely due to your involvement in them." "Ryzavim Levon Lucifer," Issei said, and felt Drake settle into readiness in his awareness with the particular, focused attention of an entity twice Ryzavim's age that had spent the intervening centuries accumulating patience of its own. "I've been looking forward to this conversation too, though probably for different reasons than you." "I doubt that," Ryzavim said pleasantly. "You have come to stop me. I have arranged to be stopped, or to demonstrate comprehensively why I cannot be. Both of those outcomes interest me considerably more than the alternative, which is simply continuing to operate the way I have operated for decades, building patience and infrastructure and waiting for the political order to finally collapse under its own weight without anyone interesting enough to oppose me in the meantime." He tilted his head slightly. "Do you know, in all the centuries since the Great War ended and the new Satan order was established, not one person or group has ever managed to dismantle the infrastructure I built in less than a year, at a scale that genuinely hurt rather than merely inconvenienced. Not the 3 factions' joint intelligence services, not the successor Satan families, not any individual who happened to carry a Longinus or a comparable power. You and your small, devoted group of chosen family did what 3 factions worth of institutional effort failed to do in 3 generations. That deserves to be acknowledged before we proceed. It also deserves to not have happened in the first place, Roygun said from behind Issei's left shoulder, her voice carrying the particular, blunt precision of someone who was not interested in flattery regardless of its quality. The people whose lives your infrastructure disrupted did not find its existence interesting or admirable. They found it devastating. I suggest we acknowledge that rather than the accomplishment of dismantling it. Ryzavim's gaze moved to her with genuine curiosity. Roygun Belphegor. Yes. House Belphegor has always produced remarkable fighters. Your grandmother was the finest warrior the pillar houses had in the mid-period of the last century, did you know that? He did not wait for a response. It is one of the small, consistent disappointments of the current order that remarkable people and remarkable bloodlines are so thoroughly wasted on modest ambitions and political arrangements that were never designed to let them be what they actually are. He returned his gaze to Issei. Which is, ultimately, the entire argument for what I have spent centuries working toward. Not domination. Not cruelty. Not the crude ideology Shalba and Sytry and their predecessors dressed it up in, because they understood the ends but never the actual principle. The principle is simply this. The current order suppresses what people genuinely are. It has always suppressed it. The treaty between 3 frightened factions sustained through mutual deterrence rather than genuine peace is not civilization. It is a shared arrangement of managed fear, and it has been slowly, quietly, grinding down every extraordinary life it touches into something smaller and safer and more manageable. And your solution, Rias said, stepping forward slightly to stand even with Issei's shoulder, her composure perfect and her eyes clear, is to replace it with something built through coercion, stolen power, cursed marriages, and the quiet predation of people who were never asked whether they wanted to be part of your vision of what was genuinely extraordinary. My solution, Ryzavim said, with the tone of a man who had been waiting a very long time for someone to engage the argument seriously, is to demonstrate, through the simple fact of its collapse, that the current order is not as inevitable as it presents itself. The specific methods Shalba and Sytry used were their own interpretation, not mine. I have never found cruelty interesting for its own sake. I find it wasteful. I find most things that cannot endure scrutiny wasteful. His pleasant expression did not waver. What I find genuinely interesting, Hyoudou Issei, is you. Not as an obstacle. As an argument. A boy who walked out of a peerage because the existing order decided he was more useful managed than genuine, who built a sanctuary on the principle that people should choose what they become rather than be assigned it, who dismantled the 8 facilities of my infrastructure not because any faction commissioned him to but because he personally found the existence of those facilities unacceptable. He spread his hands. That is not what the current order produces. That is what the current order suppresses. You are the argument against everything the 3 factions treaty represents, Hyoudou Issei, and you do not even appear to have noticed that we are, in this specific sense, arguing for the same outcome. We are not, Issei said, and there was a flatness to it that closed the argument like a door. You are using the right words for the wrong things. I left because the existing order wanted to contain me. I did not leave because I wanted to replace it with something new that contained everyone else. I wanted to build somewhere that didn't contain people at all. He let the gauntlet come forward, the white gold light rising steady in the empty plane's pale light. Every person you hurt to build the thing I spent 8 months dismantling, they were not acceptable losses toward a better world. They were people. The families in northern Japan that you attacked last week were people. The kids in Valper's laboratory were people. The argument you are making is built on treating people as evidence for a theory rather than lives worth protecting on their own terms, and that is not a different version of what I am doing. It is the exact opposite. Ryzavim looked at him for a long moment, and something in the ancient, settled certainty of his expression shifted, not into doubt exactly, but into the particular, genuine attentiveness of someone who has encountered something they had not quite expected to encounter. Well, he said quietly, that is either the clearest articulation of an opposing principle I have heard in 3 centuries, or the beginning of the most interesting fight I have had in the same period. He settled into a stance that had nothing theatrical about it, just the deep, structural readiness of something that had been still for a very long time and was finally choosing to move. I suspect it is both. The plane was vast and empty and held the memory of something enormous and irreversible, and the fire lilies did not grow here, and the silence was absolute except for the sound of 8 people standing together, choosing the same thing at the same moment, and the voice of a dragon 2,000 years old settling into the full, ready brightness of everything it had been accumulating since a rooftop in Ko had cracked the shape of what it could be. Partner, Drake said in the clean, bright moment before the world changed, let us be magnificent. The Concept Thief. Act 3. Chapter 1. The first thing Ryzovim did was nothing. He stood in the center of the pale plain with his hands at his sides and his expression carrying the same pleasant, attentive warmth it had held through the entire preceding conversation, and he simply waited, with the deep, structural patience of something that had spent centuries learning that the person who moved first in a confrontation they had not fully understood was, more often than not, the person who lost it. Issei recognized the tactic. He had encountered versions of it before, in smaller opponents and smaller stakes, the calculated stillness designed to force a reaction, to draw a commitment before the other party had finished deciding what they were committing to. He had hated it every previous time and he hated it now, and he stood in it anyway, the gauntlet warm and fully extended on his arm, Drake's presence filling the shared awareness between them with a focus so complete that everything outside the plane's immediate geometry had receded into irrelevance. He is waiting for you to make the first mistake, Rias said, very quietly, close enough that the words reached only him. I know, Issei said. So we don't. Then what do? We learn him, Issei said. The same way I learn everything else. Let him show me what he is before I decide how to answer it. It was Ryzovim who finally moved, and the movement, when it came, was nothing like what Issei had expected from a figure of his reputation and his centuries. He did not gather power in the showy, deliberate way Shalba had at Cocytus, building a working to visible completion before releasing it. He did not announce intent through posture or expression. He simply acted, the way a person very sure of their own capabilities acts, without the performance of readiness, and the technique that followed was so casually executed that for half a heartbeat Issei nearly missed identifying it as a technique at all. A pressure wave, dense and structured, carrying in its architecture the deep, genuine resonance of original devil power rather than anything stolen or grafted, rolled across the plain with the quiet force of a tide, not aimed at any single target but spread wide, designed to test the entire group's defensive response simultaneously, to see how they organized under pressure before committing anything more significant. Kiba's blade work answered the outer edge of it, the sacred sword cutting a clean arc that deflected the wave's lateral force without fully absorbing its momentum. Akino's lightning came next, precise and channeled, grounding the residual energy through the plane's stone floor with the efficiency of weeks of practiced coordination. Roygun's Naginata had already turned, covering the approach angle behind them with the broad, sweeping defense that was, in Issei's genuine assessment, one of the most dependable things he had ever fought alongside. Issei caught the center of the wave on the gauntlet, and felt Drake's function reach into it with the deliberate, patient cataloging motion they had drilled until it was as natural as breathing. The architecture that came back was extraordinary, not because of its power, though the power was genuine and considerable, but because of its structure, the deep, intricate coherence of something that had spent centuries being refined by the same mind rather than assembled from stolen pieces. Every technique Issei had absorbed before had carried, beneath its surface, some evidence of its origin, a grafted join, a borrowed foundation, the structural seams of something put together from parts that had not all started out as a single whole. What Ryzovim's wave carried was seamless. A single, deeply coherent architecture that had been built and rebuilt and refined across lifetimes until it had no seams left, no borrowed foundations, nothing that had not been genuinely understood at every level before being incorporated into the larger structure. It was, Drake said, in the quiet aside of their shared awareness, unlike anything they had encountered so far. Not more powerful in the simple sense of volume. More integrated. More fundamentally itself. He's not showing us his full capability, Issei said, absorbing the wave's center and feeling the gauntlet carefully, methodically begin cataloging an architecture considerably more complex than anything he had yet attempted to map. That was a handshake, not an attack. A handshake from someone who could level this plane if he chose to, Azazel said, from his position at the group's rear perimeter, his voice carrying the particular, flat calm of a man who had fought beside and against genuinely extraordinary power often enough that estimation had become instinct. He is calibrating. Deciding how seriously to treat this. Good, Roygun said, tightening her grip on the naginata. Let him calibrate. Every moment he spends doing it is a moment Issei has more of his architecture to work with. Ryzovim regarded them across the plain with an expression that had, beneath its pleasant surface, shifted into something more genuinely interested, the way a person engaged in a conversation they had not expected to find genuinely stimulating looks when the other party says something surprising. You did not simply boost in charge, he said, with genuine appreciation. Every previous Dragon Emperor's vessel I have encountered in the field defaulted to the same response. As much power as possible, as fast as possible, in the most direct line available. It is a respectable strategy, given what the boosted gear traditionally offers. You did not use it. The boosted gear doesn't work the way it used to, Issei said. No, Ryzovim agreed. I am aware. I have spent considerable time studying the documented behavioral shift since your co-engagement. What I have not been able to determine from the documentation alone is the actual depth of the function's current capability. Shalba's reports were thorough but necessarily external. The negation device told us what the function does. It told us almost nothing about what the function has become. He tilted his head slightly. Show me. That's not how this works, Issei said. How does it work, then? You tell me what you've been building all these years, Issei said, and I'll tell you whether it's something worth stopping. Ryzovim was quiet for a moment, and then he laughed, genuinely and briefly, a sound entirely at odds with the deep, cold certainty of his eyes. The infrastructure you dismantled, he said, settling into an ease that did not reduce the readiness underneath it by even a fraction, the harvesters, the recruitment stations, the negation architecture at Cocytus, the political marriages, all of it, was preparation for a single purpose. Not domination in the crude sense that Shalba and his predecessors always imagined. A demonstration. A proof, conducted at sufficient scale and with sufficient undeniable evidence, that the current order of the three factions, the treaty built on mutual fear rather than genuine peace, is as fragile as I have always believed it to be, and that its fragility is not a product of external threat but of its own internal contradictions. The harvested power was never intended for a weapon. It was intended to sustain, for long enough to make the demonstration, the most extensive simultaneous revelation of the treaty's hidden costs ever attempted. Every cursed marriage, every coerced contract, every quietly suppressed life that my network documented across 3 decades of patient observation, released at once, publicly, irrefutably, into the political awareness of every pillar house and council member currently sustaining the order by choosing not to look directly at what sustains it. He paused. I wanted to make it impossible to pretend the current peace was genuine rather than merely comfortable. The silence that followed was long enough that the wind moving across the plain's pale stone was audible. You could have just told people, Issei said. Made the documentation public without the infrastructure. Without the harvesters. Without Diodora and Valper and the families you hurt. The documentation was not convincing enough alone, Ryzovim said. The three factions' political classes have extraordinary capacity for dismissing uncomfortable documentation as exaggeration, fabrication, or acceptable anomaly. The demonstration required scale. Scale required resources. Resources required methods I would not have chosen in an ideal world. He met Issei's eyes with the absolute, uncomfortable honesty of a man who had lived long enough to stop pretending his own certainty was the same as righteousness. I am aware that is not an adequate justification for the specific human costs of those methods. I am offering it as explanation, not absolution. It's not absolution, Rias said from Issei's side, her voice carrying the controlled precision of someone who had prepared this answer long before tonight. What you have just described is a man who decided that his correct diagnosis of a political problem justified him in using people as instruments for its solution. What Issei built is the literal opposite of that. Every person in this group chose to be here. Not one of them was used. Ryzovim looked at Rias for a long moment with an expression that was, for the first time since the conversation began, genuinely unguarded. Rias Gremory, he said. You know, I watched your father argue with mine, once, at the very end of the war, about exactly this question. Whether a necessary end justified the means required to reach it. Your father said what you have just said. Mine said what I have just said. Both of them were right about the diagnosis. Neither of them survived the consequences of being wrong about the solution. Something passed across his expression, brief and complicated and entirely real. I have spent centuries being certain I understood the lesson of that conversation better than either of them did. I am, I confess, slightly less certain of that than I was when I wrote the letter you received last week. That is, Azazel said from the group's rear, with the tone of a man who had seen too many long-running ideological confrontations to be easily surprised by their human cores, possibly the most interesting thing anyone in the Lucifer bloodline has said in my lifetime, which covers a considerable span. Ryzovim glanced at him with something that might, in other circumstances, have been amusement. You are an irritating man, Azazel. I genuinely am, Azazel agreed. It's one of my more useful qualities. The confrontation that had been a conversation and a conversation that had been a confrontation held its particular, suspended quality for another long moment. 8 people and one ancient figure standing on a plane that remembered something enormous. And it was Issei who finally felt the shape of the only thing worth saying next settle into clarity, the same way every genuine decision in the past year had settled. Not from calculation but from the simple, stubborn refusal to be less honest than the moment required. You want to change the current order, he said. So do I. But you spent centuries deciding that the way to change it was to be willing to break people on the way to breaking the system. I spent 8 months deciding that the way to change it was to keep finding people being broken and stopping it, one at a time, and to make somewhere that ran on different rules. I don't know which approach is right in the long run. I think you don't either, or you wouldn't be standing here having a conversation instead of fighting. He held Ryzovim's gaze directly. So here's what I'm actually offering you. Not a fight. Not surrender on either side. Tell me what you want the world to look like when all of this is over. The actual vision. Not the methods. And I'll tell you honestly whether it's something I think is worth building toward, even if I can't agree with how you've been trying to build it. The plane was quiet. The wind moved. Ryzovim Levon Lucifer, who had been waiting centuries for exactly the right moment, looked at a 17-year-old boy with an unprecedented glitch in an ancient sacred gear and a small, chosen family standing at his back, and was, for the first time in longer than most of the people present had been alive, genuinely uncertain what came next. That uncertainty in itself was the first real victory of the evening. Chapter 2. Ryzovim did not answer the question that night, not because he refused it, or deflected it into something easier, but because, as the long, suspended moment on the plane finally broke and the tension restructured itself into something less immediately threatening, it became clear that the answer he actually had was not one he had recently examined with the same rigor he had spent centuries applying to the methods. And that examining it honestly in front of 8 people he had just spent an hour being confronted by was a project requiring more than the remaining hours of a tense standoff could properly contain. What he said instead, in the particular tone of a man who had spent too long being certain to simply produce uncertainty on demand, was this: Give me 3 days. I will come to wherever you choose. No operatives, no infrastructure, no resources beyond my own person. And I will answer that question honestly, to the best of my current ability to be honest about it, which I will acknowledge in advance is somewhat compromised by several centuries of operating on the assumption that I already knew the answer. That is, Azazel said, very carefully, either the most extraordinary offer this situation has produced, or the beginning of a very elegant new trap. It may be both, Ryzovim said, with the same unsettling pleasantness he had carried throughout. I find, at this specific moment, that I am not entirely certain which. He left the plane the way he had arrived at it, without drama or display, and the group stood in the quiet that followed his departure for a long while, nobody quite willing to be the first to say aloud what all of them were clearly thinking. Kaneko said it. That was strange, she said. Yes, Issei agreed. Are we actually going to let him come to Emberhold? The question, delivered with Kaneko's characteristic absolute directness, produced a silence that moved through the group in a ripple of exchanged looks and carefully considered expressions before landing, finally and inevitably, back on Issei. I think we have to, Issei said. Not because we trust him. Because the alternative is a fight on his terms against an opponent we have not yet properly understood, and I would rather spend 3 days trying to understand him than spend those same 3 days refusing to and then finding out the hard way what we missed. Drake's assessment, Kiba said. What is it? Issei checked inward, where the dragon was already working through the catalogued fragments of Rizavim's opening wave with the methodical focus of a librarian trying to shelve an extraordinary and unusually dense collection in a single sitting. The architecture is unlike anything we have previously absorbed, Drake said, and there was in his ancient voice something Issei had not heard from him before, a quality close to what a human voice might carry when describing something it found genuinely, uncomfortably impressive. More coherent than any stolen technique. More integrated than the sacred gear fragments from Sytry or Xiaoba. What he showed us tonight was not his full capability. It was, I believe, a fraction of a fraction. The structural depth of even that fraction suggests that a direct absorption confrontation with his full power, attempted at our current level of development, would be considerably more dangerous than the Cocytus encounter. So we are not ready to fight him yet, Rias said. We are considerably more ready than we were before tonight, Drake said, with the careful precision of something that refused to be either falsely reassuring or unnecessarily bleak. Every moment we spent in proximity to his active technique tonight adds to what I am cataloging. 3 more days of observation, even passive observation, would add considerably more. If he comes to Emberhold as offered, and if Issei is able to continue passively cataloging during the conversation, the state of our preparation at the end of that 3-day period will be substantially different from what it is now. He may know that, Sikvera said, immediately. He almost certainly does, Drake agreed. He has studied the documented behavior of this function for months. He understands, at least abstractly, that proximity to active technique offers cataloging opportunities. The question is whether he considers that an acceptable cost for whatever he intends to accomplish in those 3 days, and what that calculation tells us about what he is actually pursuing. Either he is genuinely interested in the conversation Issei offered, Rias said, or he is willing to let us strengthen ourselves slightly in exchange for whatever he expects to gain from 3 days of access to Emberhold and the people inside it. Or both, Issei said. I think, given everything he said tonight, it might genuinely be both. And I think the only way to find out is to accept the offer and be ready for whatever it actually turns out to be. The return journey to Emberhold was quieter than the outward one had been, the charged, preparatory energy of a group moving toward a confrontation replaced by something more reflective, the particular, slightly disorienting quality of people who had expected a battle and received instead a conversation that had proven more difficult to process than the battle would have been. Ravel fell into step beside Issei on the last stretch of the journey, the fire lily valley visible below them in the underworld's artificial late light, and she did not say anything for a long while, the comfortable silence of someone who had learned, over months of living alongside him, that Issei's best thinking happened in motion and was not improved by premature questions. He mentioned his father's argument with Surzex's father, Issei said, eventually. About whether necessary ends justified the means to reach them. I heard, Ravel said. The version of the argument he gave, Issei said, was that his father lost it and spent centuries being certain he'd understood the lesson better. And then he stood on that plane and said he was slightly less certain. He was quiet for a moment. I don't think that's performance. I think something actually shifted for him tonight. I don't know what exactly. But I think the conversation mattered to him in a way he wasn't fully prepared for. The part about people choosing to be part of what you've built, Ravel said. Not being used as instruments. I watched his expression during that part of Rias's response. He was not a man hearing a point he had already dismissed. He was a man hearing a point he had not previously given sufficient weight, which doesn't make what he did acceptable. No, Ravel agreed, entirely without equivocation. It does not. But it may make what comes next possible, which is a different question, and not an unimportant one. Emberhold received them with the quiet, stable warmth it had taken on over the past months. The fire lilies banked against the outer walls in the evening dark, the lights of the common rooms visible through the upper windows where the household's support staff, 3 people Sikvera had quietly recruited from circumstances not unlike those that had brought the original 4 together, had kept things in order during the group's absence. It was, Issei thought, walking through the gate, increasingly genuinely impossible to remember the first time he had seen this place, overgrown and neglected and carrying only the faint, stubborn structural memory of having once been worth caring about. He sent the message to Azazel, agreeing to Ryzovim's terms, before he went to sleep. He slept better than expected, which was either a sign of genuine confidence, or a sign of exhaustion so complete that the usual worried alertness had simply run out of the capacity to sustain itself, and when he woke, Drake was already quietly, patiently working through the night's accumulated cataloging with the focused contentment of something doing exactly what it was built for. "We have more than I expected from a single encounter," the dragon said, in the gentle awareness of early morning. "The architecture he uses is very old, partner. Not old in the borrowed, inherited sense of the techniques we typically encounter. Old in the sense of having been built, slowly, by the same mind across the same lifetime. There are structural signatures in what we catalogued last night that match almost nothing in the existing catalog of absorbed techniques, because they were never taken from anyone. They were made. Genuinely, originally made, over centuries of solitary refinement. I want you to understand what that means in practical terms." "Tell me," Issei said. "It means that absorbing Ryzovim's full technique, if we ever reach the point where that is what the situation requires, will not simply add another layer to what we carry. It will be fundamentally unlike anything we have absorbed before. Not a stolen technique with seams. An original one without them. The integration challenge will be considerable. The potential result, if we manage it successfully, will be something we cannot fully predict in advance. That's either very good news or very frightening news. It is, as I believe I have mentioned before regarding several developments in this partnership," Drake said, with the dry warmth that had become, over months, one of Issei's genuine favorite things about sharing a body with a 2,000-year-old dragon, both the 3 days passed with a particular, charged quality, the household going about its ordinary patterns of training and administration and the ongoing, unglamorous work of institutional building while everyone involved maintained, with varying degrees of success, the appearance of an ordinary preparatory period rather than a countdown to the arrival of a figure who had been, until very recently, their most dangerous known opponent. Sikvera reinforced every ward structure in and around the valley with a systematic thoroughness that she described in her operational notes as a routine maintenance upgrade and that everyone else in the household understood, without needing it said, as a series of last resort options in the event that Ryzovim's offer proved, on the 3rd day, to be the very elegant new trap Azazel had identified as a possibility. Roygun spent an unusual proportion of the 3 days not in the training yard but sitting with Sikvera's recovered documentation of Ryzovim's network, reading through the operational histories with an attention she normally reserved for battlefield analysis, and the conclusions she arrived at she delivered to Issei on the second evening with the blunt directness she gave to every assessment she considered important. "He genuinely built most of this alone," she said. "Not the individual operatives and front men, obviously. Those were recruited and managed by people like Shalba and Sykry. But the core architecture, the theoretical framework underlying the harvesters and the negation device and the recruitment methodology, that was one mind working continuously across decades. I have seen enough of what badly assembled collaborative projects look like, given what Bune and his hired thugs attempted with my own house, to recognize the difference between something genuinely coherent and something assembled from parts by committee." She set the documentation down. "He is not simply powerful, Issei. He is genuinely intelligent, in the specific sense of someone who has spent centuries doing the deep, patient, unglamorous thinking that most people only manage in short bursts before the immediate demands of living interrupt them. Whatever conversation you are about to have with him, I think you should go into it prepared to be challenged rather than simply opposed. You sound almost like you respect him, Issei said. I respect the quality of the work, Roygun said, with a precision that drew a careful line between the two things. What the work was used for does not change its quality. It changes everything else about how I feel about it. But the two assessments are not the same assessment, and I would rather you understand both of them clearly before that door opens on the third day. It was good advice. Issei turned it over carefully in the remaining hours, alongside Drake's ongoing cataloging and Ravel's particular, grounded kind of counsel and the strange, steadying warmth of simply being in a place that was genuinely, fully his, not because any contract or political structure said so, but because everyone in it had chosen it. On the morning of the third day, with the fire lilies bright in the early light, and the valley's pale stone catching the particular quality of illumination that made it look, at certain hours, as though it had always been exactly this, Issei stood at Emberhold's gate and waited for the most patient opponent he had ever encountered to arrive with an honest answer to an honest question. The gate was open. Chapter 3. Rise of him arrived alone, as promised, wearing the same unremarkable clothes as the plane, carrying nothing that announced itself as power or preparation, and he stopped at the open gate and looked at Emberhold's pale stone walls and the fire lilies banked against them with an expression that was, for a long moment, entirely private, the expression of someone encountering something they had not expected and were taking a moment, quietly, to actually see. Your grandmother's estate, he said to Ravel, who stood at Issei's right. The Phoenix family's secondary holding. I knew your grandmother briefly, near the end of the last century. She was a remarkable woman. She had the habit, common in remarkable people, of valuing things that the people around her considered too small to bother with. A tucked-away valley. A quiet garden. A granddaughter she watched grow up being assigned to roles she had not chosen. He paused. She would have appreciated this, I think. What you have made of it. She would have had significant concerns about the company I am keeping, Ravel said, with a precision that was not hostile but was entirely clear about exactly what she was and was not willing to accept from this conversation. Yes, Ryzovim said, with what appeared to be genuine agreement. She would have. She was, among other things, extremely sensible. They sat on the terrace, all 8 of them plus Ryzovim, in a configuration that bore a passing resemblance to the early Emberhold briefings except for the addition of the most consequential figure any of them had yet had occasion to have breakfast with, and it was Sikvera who, with the brisk, practical authority she brought to every meeting she determined needed a clear structure, opened the conversation directly. You offered an honest answer to Issei's question, she said. We have spent 3 days in good faith preparation for this meeting. I suggest we begin with the answer, and work outward from there, rather than approaching it obliquely through context that can be provided afterward. You are, Ryzovim said, regarding her with something that was clearly genuine appreciation, the most efficiently practical person I have encountered in several decades. I mean that as the highest possible compliment. I am aware, Sikvera said. The answer, please. Ryzovim was quiet for a moment, in the specific way of a man who is not stalling but is genuinely thinking, the stillness of actual consideration rather than performance. What I want the world to look like, he said at last, is a world in which a girl like Ravel Phoenix does not spend the first 19 years of her life being groomed as a transaction, and a woman like Roygun Belphegor does not spend 3 years reorganizing an institution that was betrayed by its own members because the political system surrounding it rewarded betrayal over genuine competence and loyalty. A world in which a boy whose sacred gear developed an unprecedented function is not immediately assessed for containment by the 3 governing bodies whose first response to the genuinely new is always to decide whether it can be managed rather than whether it should be. He looked at Issei directly. That is the honest answer. Not domination. Not the old Satan ideology shall be believed in sincerely enough to build a weapon for. Not even the demonstration I spent decades constructing. Simply a world that does not reflexively diminish everything it cannot immediately control. That is a reasonable vision, Rias said carefully. It is also indistinguishable, at the level of description, from what Issei has been building in this valley for the past several months. Yes, Ryzovim said. I noticed that. It was, if I am honest with you, the most significant thing I noticed about everything that happened over the past year. Not the disruption to the infrastructure, though that was, I acknowledge, genuinely remarkable. But the fact that the person doing the disrupting appeared, at every stage, to be simultaneously building something better rather than simply tearing something down. I have spent centuries tearing things down, on the theory that a genuinely corrupt structure must be destroyed before a better one can be built in its place. I had not, until recently, been presented with a serious counter-argument to that theory in practice rather than in principle. The counter-argument being that the tearing down tends to hurt the people you are trying to help at least as much as it hurts the structure you are trying to destroy, Kiba said, with a quiet precision that made Ryzovim look at him properly. Precisely that, Ryzovim said. The counter-argument being exactly that. The conversation that followed was the longest and, in some ways, the most demanding any of them had yet conducted under this roof, not because it was hostile, the initial caution of the group's arrangement gradually giving way, over hours of honest engagement, to something more genuinely deliberative, but because it required every party present to think carefully about what they actually believed rather than what they had committed to believing in advance. Ryzovim did not argue for his methods. He had, it became increasingly clear, genuinely abandoned the defense of them, not in the sudden, dramatic way of a conversion but in the slower, more unsettling way of a very intelligent person who had spent 3 days looking at an argument they had always been able to dismiss before and had, this time, been unable to. The question was what came after that abandonment. It was Azazel, arriving at midday through the valley's lower path with the particular timing that had become a running theme of his involvement in this situation, who said the thing that gave the conversation its shape. Here is the practical problem, he said, settling into the remaining chair and accepting the tea Ravel provided with the grace of a man who had learned, through long experience, never to refuse hospitality in a tense situation. Ryzovim Levon Lucifer has spent decades building infrastructure, recruiting sympathizers, and accumulating a political reputation as the most serious remaining advocate for the old Satan ideology. Even if every word he has said this morning is honest, and I am inclined to believe a significant portion of it is, the network of people who have been working toward his vision of a resurgent old order is not disassembled by a conversation on a terrace. There are people within that network, genuine true believers in the old ideology rather than opportunists and coerced participants, who will continue to operate regardless of whether Ryzovim himself has reached a different position. Shalba is in custody. There are others, Vala Ryzovim said. The name landed in a way that told Issei it was significant without immediately telling him how. My grandson, Ryzovim said into the silence, with an expression that moved through several things at once, none of them simple. Vala Lucifer. He carries the other Longinus, the vanishing dragon's vessel, the White Dragon Emperor. He has spent his entire life pursuing a specific, personal ambition that has relatively little to do with the old Satan ideology, and considerably more to do with the simple fact that he is, genuinely, one of the most talented fighters alive, and he has never been offered anything more interesting to do with that talent than serve whoever among the faction heads was willing to claim him as an asset. He is not a true believer in the old order. But he has been operating within my network because my network was willing to give him genuine opponents to fight without requiring him to pretend he cared about their politics. A pause. If what you are building here is, as you describe it, a place for people who have been assigned roles they did not choose, Valley has spent his entire life being assigned the role of weapon, by everyone who has ever attempted to use him, including me. Where is he now? Issei asked. Currently not within my direct communication reach, Ryzovim said, with the candid admission of someone who had stopped trying to manage impressions. He operates largely independently. He knows the network is largely dismantled. He will be, I expect, looking for his next opponent, because that is how Vala Lucifer has always responded to the removal of one context. He simply finds the next one. He will come here eventually, Rias said. If you are right about his motivations, and he is looking for a genuine opponent, there is only one person in the current landscape whose gear would interest him specifically. I know, Issei said. 2 dragon emperors, one white and one red. I've been aware that conversation was coming since about the second week after the rooftop. He was quiet for a moment. Is it a conversation, with Vala, or is it a fight? With Vala, Ryzovim said, It is almost always both, and he generally considers them to be the same thing. The afternoon passed in further discussion, the shape of what came next slowly, carefully taking form across the terrace table as the valley's fire lilies moved in the particular, unhurried way of things that had been here longer than any current dispute, and would be here long after it resolved. No agreement was finalized that day. Agreements reached too quickly in situations this complex, Sigvera observed with her usual calm authority, had a tendency to become problems that felt like solutions, and she preferred to let the genuine work of trust-building proceed at whatever pace was actually honest rather than whatever pace felt satisfying. But by the time Ryzovim finally rose to leave, the long afternoon having given way to the valley's soft artificial evening, something had shifted in the quality of the situation that could not be attributed to any single exchange or agreement but was, nonetheless, unmistakable to everyone present. Issei walked him to the gate. You said, on the plain, that you had waited centuries for something genuinely interesting to oppose you, Issei said. I did, Ryzovim agreed. I wasn't trying to oppose you, Issei said. I was trying to build something better than what already existed. The opposition was just the part one had to get through to do it. Ryzovim stood at Emberhold's open gate and looked at the fire lily valley spread out in the evening light, and the particular, deep quality of his stillness held something Issei had not seen in it before on the plain 3 days earlier, something that was not quite peace but was, perhaps, the beginning of the work required to arrive there. That distinction, Ryzovim said quietly, may be the most important one I have encountered in several centuries. He turned to look at Issei directly. I will deal with whatever remains of the network, the genuine true believers, the ones who will not accept the position I have reached and will attempt to continue regardless. It is my responsibility and I do not propose to delegate it. In exchange I ask only that whatever you are building here, you build it to last rather than to prove a point. Points made and then abandoned are, in my experience, considerably more damaging than the problems they were made to address. I'm not building this to prove anything, Issei said. I'm building it because it's worth building. I believe you, Ryzovim said. That is, genuinely, the most unusual thing anyone has said to me in a very long time. He left the valley the way he had arrived, alone and without drama, and Issei stood at the open gate until the fire lilies had closed the distance of his departure behind him, and then turned back to find 7 people standing on the terrace watching him with a mix of expressions ranging from Kaniko's settled, calm approval to Azazel's carefully neutral assessment to Ravel's quiet, complicated warmth. Well, Roygun said from the terrace's edge, Naginata resting comfortable against her shoulder. Whatever that was. I think it went rather better than I expected when we left for that plane 3 nights ago. It's not finished, Issei said. No, Roygun agreed. But I believe the phrase is that we have turned a corner. Which means there is something useful around it, rather than simply more of the same corridor. She considered for a moment. Also, I am told Kaniko has obtained several varieties of snacks in preparation for debriefing this conversation, and I am not prepared to let them go to waste. Inside Emberhold's common room, the lights were warm, and the snacks, it transpired, had been acquired with genuine organizational commitment, and the debrief that followed the most consequential afternoon any of them had yet spent at this table was somehow also the most ordinary. The conversation loosening by degrees into something that was less analysis and more simply people who had been through something significant together, sitting together in the warmth of a place they had chosen. Letting the day become evening, letting the evening become something they did not need to name to appreciate. Chapter 4. Vala Lucifer arrived at Emberhold without warning on a clear morning 11 days after Ryzovim's visit, which was, Issei would later reflect, entirely in keeping with everything Ryzovim had said about him. A person who considered conversation and combat to be the same activity was unlikely to send advance notice of either. He was younger than Issei expected, which was somehow surprising despite the fact that Issei was himself 17 and had spent the past year being underestimated by people who assumed significant power had an age requirement. Vala looked perhaps 19. With silver hair that caught the morning light in a way that seemed structural rather than incidental, and gray eyes that held the particular, honest quality of someone who had learned, at some point, to stop performing attitudes he did not actually feel. He wore armor that was clearly functional rather than ceremonial, built for actual use rather than display, and the white gauntlet on his left hand, the mirror image of Issei's crimson one, pulsed with a quiet, steady light that felt, to Issei's absorption-trained awareness, like looking at a familiar shape through very clear water. He stopped at the gate, looked at the fire lilies with the brief, genuine appreciation of someone who actually noticed things, and then looked at Issei with an expression that contained no hostility and a considerable amount of direct, assessing interest. Red Dragon Emperor, he said. White Dragon Emperor, Issei said. A pause. You built this place, Vala said, looking past Issei at the manor's pale stone. The garden Ravel had restored to genuine beauty over months of patient attention, the training yard visible through the eastern gate where Roygun's morning drills had left the usual evidence of enthusiastic effort. Drake's current host builds a sanctuary. That is not what I expected when my grandfather described you. What did he describe? Someone dangerous, Vala said, with the frank simplicity of a person accustomed to evaluating things honestly and stating the result without unnecessary softening. Not in the way most people mean dangerous. In the way a genuinely new thing is dangerous, not because of what it intends, but because of what it changes simply by existing. He looked at the gauntlet on Issei's arm with the open, uncomplicated interest of a fellow practitioner. Albion has been following the reports of what you have absorbed over the past year. The functions development. The Cositus device. The 6 facilities. Rise of IM's architecture at the plane. He paused. Albion says the cataloging depth you have achieved in less than a year of active use is unprecedented across the recorded host history of either gear. Issei glanced inward, where Drake was already alert with the particular, layered attention of an ancient entity encountering the other half of a 2,000-year-old conversation. Albion, Drake said, with the complicated resonance of something deeply familiar and deeply separate at once. It has been some time. The acknowledgement moved between the two gauntlets with a quality that was not speech but was clearly understood by both dragons, a frequency below language, and Issei felt, in its brief passage, the particular weight of 2,000 years of shared history between two entities that had spent most of it as adversaries by structural design rather than genuine choice. They're talking, Vala said, watching Issei's expression with the focused attention of someone who had spent years learning to read the small, involuntary signals of a dragon's communication through its host. Yeah, Issei said. Is that okay? It is more than okay, Vala said, and something in his expression shifted into a genuine warmth that sat surprisingly naturally on features that had, up to that moment, held mostly the evaluative focus of someone perpetually in assessment mode. It is, actually, the thing I came here specifically hoping would happen. They walked the valley together, the two of them, for the better part of an hour before either suggested sitting down, and the conversation that moved between them was the kind that happens between people who have spent their respective lives operating in similar strange spaces from very different angles, the mutual recognition of shared fundamental conditions, extraordinary power acquired young. Political structures more interested in using them than understanding them, the particular. Exhausting loneliness of being considered a variable rather than a person by virtually every institution that had ever assessed them. Albion says you have absorbed everything you have encountered, Vala said. That the function has never failed to eventually catalog what was thrown at you. So far, Issei said. Rise of IM's architecture is the most complex thing I have attempted to absorb. Drake says the full integration is still in progress. And if you complete it, Vala said, with the direct, unembarrassed curiosity of a fellow expert asking a genuine technical question, what does that make you? Honestly? I don't fully know yet, Issei said. Something new, probably. Something that didn't exist before the rooftop in Ko. That is the most interesting answer to that question I have encountered, Vala said. Most people, when they find themselves becoming something genuinely unprecedented, immediately attempt to frame it as an existing category. A new kind of devil. A new kind of human. A new kind of faction leader. You are just saying it is new, because it is, Issei said. I stopped trying to fit it into existing categories about 6 months ago. It's more useful to just figure out what it actually is while it's happening. Vala was quiet for a moment, with the particular quality of someone genuinely thinking rather than performing consideration. I have spent my entire life being classified, he said eventually. Son of Lucifer's line. White Dragon Emperor. Albion's vessel. Potential political asset or threat depending on the viewing angle. The classification changes but the mechanism is always the same. Find the available category, fit the person into it, manage accordingly. A pause. I do not want to be managed. I want to fight opponents worth fighting. I want to exist in a context where what I can actually do is used rather than constrained. He looked at the valley around them, the fire lilies, the restored gardens, the training yards, evidence of genuine work. This place was built on the principle that people choose what they become rather than being assigned it. That is the principle I have spent my entire life being denied. I know, Issei said. I think that's why Ryzovim told us about you. Vala considered this. He is trying to give me somewhere to be that is not a faction's asset, or a liability depending on its current political calculations. I think so, Issei said. And I think he's right that you deserve that. But I want to be clear about what this place is and isn't. It's not a peerage that offers you a more interesting category to belong to. It's a place where the people here have chosen each other. That means everyone who comes in does it genuinely, or it doesn't work. You are asking whether I am choosing, Vala said. I'm asking whether you know what choosing actually feels like, Issei said. For someone who has spent their whole life being assigned. Vala was quiet for a long moment, long enough that the valley's ordinary morning sounds filled the space between them, the distant sound of Roygun's training session, Ravel's voice carrying from the garden in some instruction to one of the support staff, the particular, comfortable domestic reality of a place that had, against every reasonable expectation, become genuinely itself. I do not know, Vala said, with the remarkable, rare honesty of someone who had decided, at some point, that pretending certainty was a cost he was no longer willing to pay. I know that this is the first place I have arrived at where I was not immediately assessed for strategic value. I know that Albion is more genuinely at ease in this proximity to Drake specifically, than I have felt in years of operating within Grigory's peripheral influence, and my grandfather's infrastructure. He paused. I know that I find you, specifically, more interesting to talk to than anyone I have met in the past several years, and that this interest has nothing to do with how much power you are currently carrying and everything to do with the fact that you said you do not know what you are becoming, and you did not appear to find that distressing. It's occasionally distressing, Issei said. I just stopped letting the distress run the decision-making. That, Vala said, is possibly the most useful thing anyone has ever said to me. They reached an arrangement that afternoon that was, like everything at Emberhold, built on honesty rather than formal structure. Vala would stay, for as long as he chose to stay, in the same spirit that governed every other person in the valley, freely and on his own terms, contributing what he genuinely could rather than what he was assigned to contribute. He would fight alongside them if the situation called for it, and he was clear that his reasons for doing so would be genuine opposition to what they were genuinely opposing rather than any faction loyalty or inherited obligation. One thing, Vala said before the arrangement was settled. Name it, Issei said. At some point, Vala said, with the frank, uncomplicated directness of someone who had decided to want this without shame, I want to fight you properly. Not to determine anything. Not to establish anything. Simply because Albion and Drake have been circling each other for 2,000 years, and I think we both know the conversation they have been trying to have is not one that can happen adequately through intermediaries. Issei looked at him for a moment, at this silver-haired boy who had spent his whole life being a weapon looking for something worth being a weapon against, and felt the same uncomplicated honesty rising in response. Yeah, he said. I think I've known that was coming since before you walked through the gate. He extended his right hand, gauntlet dormant, and the gesture entirely human. Welcome to Emberhold, Vala. Try not to break anything structurally important during your assessment period. Vala looked at the extended hand with the brief, genuine uncertainty of someone encountering a gesture they had experienced less often than they should have, and then took it with a firmness that was also, somehow, careful. Structural integrity, he said, is not typically my strongest suit. I will make an effort. Kaneko, materializing from behind a garden wall where she had been observing the entire conversation with the uncanny quiet that had become her particular specialty, offered her assessment with the economy of someone who considered unnecessary words a personal affront. Acceptable, she said to Valley, who looked at her with a brief, startled expression that smoothed almost immediately into something warmer. You are, he said, the smallest, very dangerous person I have ever encountered. I know, Kaneko said, with absolute satisfaction, and went back to the garden. Chapter 5. The Council's formal response to the events of the plane arrived through Surzex rather than through any official channel, which was, Sikvera observed, itself a kind of communication, the choice to deliver consequential news through a personal relationship rather than an institutional one carrying its own message about how the Council was currently positioning itself relative to what Emberhold represented. Surzex arrived on a Tuesday, the same unremarkable day of the week that Issei had left Ko months earlier, and sat at the terrace table with the deliberate ease of a man trying to make clear, through his posture and his tone, that this was not a council summons dressed up as a visit. The formal position, he said, is complicated by rise of him. The council spent 3 days debating whether his apparent change of position is genuine, and I will be honest with you, Issei, the debate is not settled. There are voices, credible ones, arguing that a centuries-old manipulator would absolutely be willing to concede the appearance of a change of heart if he believed it would lower the guard of the people most capable of opposing him. What do you think? Issei said. I think, Surzex said carefully, that a man who was willing to spend decades building infrastructure toward a single devastating demonstration, and then walked away from the entire project because a conversation on a plane offered him a better argument than the one he had been operating from, is genuinely someone capable of changing his position when presented with sufficient cause. I also think that trust of that magnitude, directed at someone responsible for the harm his network produced, needs to be built rather than assumed. He paused. The Council is not asking you to trust him on our behalf, or to stop watching him, or to act as though the damage done by his methods was resolved by a single conversation. We are asking only that you keep us informed. The same arrangement we have already, simply extended to include whatever develops between your group and Rizavim as that situation continues to evolve. That's reasonable, Issei said. I had hoped you would think so, Surzex said, and something in his expression relaxed slightly. The other matter is Vala Lucifer, whose arrival at Emberhold was noted by Gregory's perimeter monitoring within approximately 4 hours of his appearance at your gate. Azazel is, characteristically, less alarmed by this than several council members would prefer him to be. Vala is here because this place is built on the principle of people choosing where they are rather than being assigned, Issei said. He chose. That's the principle applied consistently. If the Council has a problem with that principle applied to someone whose bloodline is politically inconvenient, then the Council has a problem with the principle itself, not just with this specific application. I am not here to argue with the principle, Surzex said. I am here to understand whether Vala's presence changes anything about the nature of the arrangement between Emberhold and the Gremory household. It doesn't, Issei said. He's here on the same terms as everyone else. If the Council wants to make it a problem, they'll need to explain to me why a person's lineage overrides their actual choices, and I suspect that explanation will not hold up very well given the past year's evidence. Surzex was quiet for a moment, with the expression of a man who was genuinely not trying to argue and was instead doing the internal calculation of how to translate the conversation he was having into the institutional language his own position required. I will represent it as I understand it, he said finally. That Emberhold's principle of free choice, applied consistently, has produced results that have been demonstrably more effective and more just than anything the Council's institutional mechanisms managed in the same period. That this principle, applied to Vala Lucifer, is consistent with its previous applications and does not require special justification. And that the Council's best available option remains to maintain its partnership with Emberhold rather than to manufacture a conflict over it that would benefit exactly the people the partnership was designed to oppose. Thank you, Issei said. Thank me by continuing to succeed, Surzex said, with the faint, genuine warmth of a man who had decided, months ago, that the most useful thing he could do in relation to what Issei was building was simply to clear the obstacles from its path, and then get out of the way of the actual work. That is, practically speaking, the most effective form of gratitude in political contexts. The weeks that followed Surzex's visit settled into a rhythm that was, in the most productive sense, ordinary. Valley integrated into the household's life with the particular, low drama efficiency of someone who had spent years operating alone and had therefore developed, by necessity, a practical adaptability to new environments that made the transition considerably smoother than Roygun, initially skeptical, had anticipated. He trained with intensity in the morning and spent evenings in the kind of quiet, listening observation that suggested he was paying close attention to the domestic patterns of a place that ran on entirely different principles than anywhere he had previously lived, storing the information with the same systematic thoroughness he applied to battlefield assessment. He and Kiba arrived at an understanding within the first week that was built around shared practice sessions, the sacred swords clean, efficient lines finding an unexpected complement in the way Vala moved, and the two of them spent long afternoon hours working through combinations that neither had tried before, each clearly finding the other's discipline genuinely interesting rather than merely compatible. With Aquino, Vala was careful and courteous in the particular way of someone who had learned, at some point, that powerful women whose full capability was regularly underestimated deserved a specific calibrated respect rather than the casual assumption of equals who had not yet earned the description. Aquino, who noticed this calibration with the perceptive attention she applied to everything, responded with a warmth she did not extend automatically, and that clearly meant something to Valley in a way he was not accustomed to expressing but also did not attempt to hide. Ravel watched him with the patient, evaluating attention she gave everything she was still assessing, and on the 9th day offered him, without preamble, a detailed critique of the approach pattern she had observed in his morning training sessions, a technical assessment so thorough and precisely grounded that Vala stared at her for a moment before producing a response that was, by his own subsequent admission to Issei, the most genuinely useful feedback on his fighting style he had received since he was 12 years old. She is extraordinary, Vala told Issei, that same evening, with the frank, unhurried appreciation of someone who had stopped being careful about saying things that were simply, accurately true. Yeah, Issei agreed. You are aware of this. Very aware. Vala looked at him with the particular, direct quality that had become characteristic of the two of them in conversation, stripped of the performance of nonchalance that most people in their circumstances maintained as a default. Is this, Vala said carefully, a situation I should understand as having existing parameters? Issei was quiet for a moment, turning over the question with the genuine consideration it deserved rather than deflecting it with the comfortable vagueness that easier conversations occasionally allowed. Emberhold is not a peerage, he said finally. The relationships here are not structured the way a devil lord's relationships with his pieces are structured. Nobody belongs to anyone. Nobody is required to be anything to anyone. What develops between people here develops because both parties choose it, and because it's genuinely real, not because of a contract, or a political arrangement, or because I am the person who brought them here and that generates some kind of implicit claim. He paused. Does that answer the question? It answers a more important question than the one I asked, Vala said, with what appeared to be genuine relief. The one I asked was about logistics. The one you answered was about whether the principle this place runs on is real or decorative. He was quiet for a moment. I have been in contexts that claimed to be built on free choice and were not. The distinction you just drew, between belonging to a person and choosing a relationship with them, is not a distinction most people bother to make clearly. The fact that you make it clearly, without having been specifically asked, tells me considerably more about this place than any amount of architectural evidence. The principle is real, Issei said. I have spent a year defending it in situations that were considerably less comfortable than this conversation. It is not decorative. Vala nodded once, with the settled quality of someone who has received a genuinely important answer and is filing it in the category of things worth carrying. It was Drake who raised, in the quiet hours of the same evening, the question that had been building in the shared awareness since Vala's arrival, the question both of them had been orbiting without quite landing on. The White Dragon's arrival here changes the nature of the power at this location, the dragon said, with his usual careful honesty. Two Longinus-class sacred gears operating in genuine cooperation rather than opposition is, as far as any existing record reflects, entirely without precedent. I want you to think about what that means, partner, not in the abstract sense of combined power, but in the structural sense. Two unprecedented things, both choosing to exist together in the same place on the same terms, produce, together, something that is not simply twice as unprecedented. It is categorically different. What does categorically different look like? Issei asked. I do not fully know, Drake said. I want to be honest about that rather than speculate in ways that might mislead you. What I do know is that Albion and I have spent 2,000 years in a structural opposition built into the gears themselves, an opposition that was designed, by whoever designed these things, to ensure the two most powerful sacred gears in existence could never genuinely cooperate. The opposition is architectural. It is not personal. And I find, in the current situation, that the architecture has not prevented the cooperation it was designed to prevent. Whatever you and Vala have built between you in 9 days is real enough that the design is simply failing to override it. A pause. I find that, partner, genuinely remarkable. And I want you to pay attention to it, because I do not think what is failing to work in the way it was designed to work is limited to the opposition between Albion and myself. Issei turned that over slowly in the quiet, looking up at Emberhold's ceiling in the gentle darkness of a house full of sleeping people who had each, for their own reasons, refused to be the thing someone else had decided they should be, and felt the shape of what Drake was pointing at settle into something he could almost hold clearly. You're saying the whole thing, he said. Not just the gears. The political opposition between factions. The inherited enmities. The structural reasons people were supposed to be opposed to each other. All of it failing to operate the way it was designed to. I am saying, Drake said, with the quiet weight of something very old reaching a conclusion it had been working toward for a long time, that whatever you have built in this valley may be, in its fundamental nature, the most significant thing a sacred gear host has ever built. Not because of its power. Because of what it demonstrates is possible when the designs meant to keep things separate are simply, stubbornly, refused. Outside Emberhold's window, the fire lilies held their perpetual orange and red against the dark, and the valley was quiet, and somewhere in the careful distance of the underworld's vast geography, the last genuine remnants of Rizavim's old network were, one by one, being quietly, efficiently handled by the only person in the world with both the knowledge and the motivation to ensure they were handled properly. And the world did not end, and the fragile treaty did not break, and 8 people. And one silver-haired edition slept in a house built on the stubbornness of choosing, and the morning came regardless, ordinary and warm and entirely, genuinely real. Chapter 6. The fight between Issei and Vala happened on a clear morning 3 weeks after Vala's arrival. Not because the situation demanded it but because both of them had been aware, with the particular, low-grade awareness of 2 people carrying gears that had been designed as mirrors of each other, that the conversation Drake had described as 2,000 years in the making was not going to arrive any other way. Roygun cleared the training yard and then stayed to watch, because no force in the underworld was sufficient to move Roygun Belphegor away from a genuinely interesting fight. Ravel stayed because she had been quietly cataloging the specific ways Vela moved since his arrival and wanted to see her assessments tested under real conditions. Kaneko stayed because she considered it her personal responsibility to evaluate anyone living at Emberhold under conditions that actually revealed capability rather than simply demonstrated it. The others watched from the yard's edges, and the morning was very clear, and the fire lilies along the yard's border were bright in the light. Vala stood across the yard from Issei with the settled, unhurried ease of someone who had been waiting for this specific conversation for considerably longer than 3 weeks, and his expression held something that was not quite anticipation and not quite relief but carried qualities of both. No rules, he said. No limits. I want to see what you actually are. Same, Issei said. They did not start slowly. There was no feeling out period, no cautious exchange of probing strikes. They were both too honest about what they were doing for that pretense. Vala came forward with the full, genuine speed of his gear's current development, and Issei met it with the same, and the first exchange of the morning had a force to it that cracked the training yard's stone surface along 2 lines radiating from the point of impact. Vala's vanishing dragon carried, as its core function, the counterpart to Drake's boost. Where the red dragon emperor doubled power, the white dragon emperor halved it. A function of elegant, ruthless simplicity that turned every strength of an opponent into a resource for Vala himself, draining half the power from any technique that came against him and absorbing it into his own reserves with an efficiency that had no equivalent in any conventional fight. The mathematics of it were, under normal circumstances, inexorable. Face Vala long enough, and the gap between what he could do and what his opponent could do became insurmountable. These were not normal circumstances. Every having that connected with Issei's power was, for the first time in the White Dragon's recorded history, being answered by an absorption function that did not simply replace what was taken but catalogued the having mechanism itself, the precise structural architecture of Albion's function folding, layer by careful layer, into the deepening well of Issei's accumulated technique. He is taking from you, Drake said, in the focused aside of their mid-combat communication. And you are taking from him. And what you each take is transforming rather than simply moving. Partner, this is not a fight in any conventional sense. This is an exchange. Vala landed a clean hit to Issei's shoulder, the impact carrying genuine force, and half the power behind Issei's answering strike vanished, absorbed cleanly into Albion's reserves, and the training yard's far wall received the diminished impact with a crack rather than the full collapse it would otherwise have produced. You're absorbing the having, Vala said, not stopping, driving forward into the space the absorbed strike had opened, his expression carrying the fierce, unguarded delight of someone discovering something genuinely new in a context they thought they had already fully understood. You're having the absorption, Issei answered, boosting hard to compensate, the white gold light of the accumulated techniques flaring against Vala's silver, and the two of them crashed together again with a force that sent cracks radiating another meter in both directions from the yard's center. What followed was not cleanly describable in the language of conventional battle. It was, as Drake had said, an exchange, two functions that had been designed as fundamental opposites discovering, in the actual event of genuine contact, that opposition is not the same as incompatibility, that two things built to counteract each other carry, in that very specificity of design, a mutual understanding deeper than any two arbitrary techniques could share. The having and the absorption spoke the same structural language. They had been designed to. The assumption of their original design was that this mutual comprehension would be weaponized, each function used to neutralize the other in an escalating, irresolvable conflict. The assumption had not accounted for the possibility that two hosts might meet in genuine cooperation rather than genuine opposition, and choose to let the exchange produce something other than cancellation. They fought for the better part of 2 hours, and the training yard's stone surface, by the time they finally stopped by unspoken mutual agreement, carried the evidence of a conversation conducted in force and light and the deep structural language of two dragons finding, across 2,000 years of imposed separation, that they had, underneath all of it, always been trying to say the same thing. Issei sat in the yard's center with the gauntlet glowing steadily and Drake working through something enormous in the shared awareness, and Vala sat across from him with Albion's light equally steady, and the two of them looked at each other across the cracked stone with expressions that had been stripped, by 2 hours of genuine engagement, of everything except the actual essential thing. That was not what I expected, Vala said. No, Issei agreed. Albion says, Vala said, and then stopped, the way people stop when they are trying to translate something that does not move easily between the language it arrived in and the language the person in front of them speaks. Drake too, Issei said. I don't have the words for it either. But I think they're both saying the same thing. That this was the conversation, Vala said. Not practice for one. The actual conversation itself. Yeah, Issei said. I think so. Roygun was the first person to speak, from the yard's edge, and she brought to it the same blunt authority she brought to every assessment she considered important. I have watched a great many fights, she said. I have never watched anything that looked like that. What I watched that was not a fight was something I do not currently have a framework for, and I want it noted for whatever record exists of this morning that the person maintaining the record should find better language for it than what the existing vocabulary currently provides, because it clearly warrants it. Ravel, at her side, was looking at the cracked yard with an expression that had moved well past evaluation into something quieter and more private. The structural damage, Sikvera said, from the common room doorway where she had been standing with a notebook for the past 2 hours, is substantial but reparable. I have already assessed the materials required. More significantly, from an intelligence perspective, Whatever occurred between those two gears today will be detectable by any faction monitoring system within range sensitive enough to register a Longinus class event, and I believe we should assume that several are. She paused. I do not think this is a problem. I think it may, in fact, be the clearest possible demonstration to every monitoring party that two Dragon Emperors operating in genuine cooperation rather than opposition is real rather than theoretical. But the Council should know it happened from us rather than from a monitoring report. I'll tell Rias, Issei said, still sitting in the yard's center, not yet ready to move. I will contact Azazel, Vala said, equally stationary, equally not yet finished with the morning's aftermath. He monitors Albion's activity signatures when he can. He will have questions. He always has questions, Issei said. Yes, Vala agreed, with the specific, affectionate exasperation of someone who had spent years being monitored by Azazel. It is one of his more consistent qualities. Kaneko, who had been sitting on the yard's outer wall throughout the entire 2 hours with the patient, elevated composure of a referee who considered both parties adequately matched, descended from the wall with the precise, unhurried economy of movement she applied to everything. Reparable, she said, surveying the cracked yard. I know, Issei said. Good snacks later, she said. For the effort. Absolutely yes, Issei said, and meant it with a completeness that made Vala look between the two of them with the expression of someone adding a piece of cultural context to an ongoing education. The snacks, he said, are apparently a significant institutional feature. They are the most consistent institutional feature, Ravel said, from the yard's edge, something warm and genuine breaking through the evaluative composure she had maintained for 2 hours. Do not underestimate their structural importance. Vala looked at her for a moment, and the smile that crossed his expression was, in its unguarded quality, one of the most natural things anyone at Emberhold had yet seen from him. I will not, he said. The afternoon following the fight produced, in the shared working notes Drake and Albion communicated through their respective hosts, a preliminary structural analysis of what the exchange had produced, and what it suggested about the potential of two Dragon Emperors cooperating in the field was, as Drake had predicted, categorically different from either operating separately. Not simply double power, but something more genuinely integrated, the absorption function and the having function creating, in genuine concert, a capacity to manage opposing magical architectures at a level that had no existing parallel in any recorded technique. It was Rias who, receiving Issei's account of the morning by direct communication that same afternoon, identified the political implication most clearly. Two Dragon Emperors, operating together, from an unaligned sanctuary already responsible for dismantling the most extensive old Satan faction infrastructure in 3 generations, she said, in the particular tone she used when she was thinking out loud rather than delivering a considered position. The Council will not know how to categorize this. Every existing political framework assumes the two heavenly dragons in opposition. An alliance between them is not a scenario anyone has protocol for. Good, Issei said. I'm tired of scenarios with protocol. A brief, genuine pause. That, Rias said, is possibly the most you I have ever heard you sound, in the entire time I have known you. I'll take that as a compliment. It is, she said. Unreservedly. Chapter 7. The Council's response to the monitoring data from the two dragons exchange came through Surzex 4 days later, faster than any previous communication had moved through official channels, which was itself a measure of how seriously the 3 factions' governing bodies had received the information. 3 emergency sessions in 2 days, Surzex said, with the expression of a man who had spent those 2 days sitting in rooms that were simultaneously alarmed and impressed, and unable to fully decide which response was more appropriate. Michael opened the second session by simply stating that Heaven had no existing framework for what the monitoring data suggested, and requesting that someone produce one before the session closed. Azazel said that was an unreasonable timeline and offered to explain what he understood about the situation, which he then proceeded to do for approximately 40 minutes, after which the session produced considerably more alarm and somewhat less confusion, though the two quantities are not inversely proportional in the way one might hope. What does the Council actually want to do about it? Sigvera asked, at Issei's right, her notebook open to a clean page. The Council, Surzex said, is divided, as it tends to be when confronted with something it did not anticipate, and cannot easily categorize. The majority position is cautious recognition, an acknowledgement that what exists at Emberhold now, two Dragon Emperors in genuine cooperation, an unprecedented absorption function at an advanced stage of development, a working partnership with the Gremory household, and the most recent intelligence suggesting Rizavim is actively dismantling his own remaining network rather than rebuilding, constitutes a situation the three factions should be actively engaging rather than attempting to manage from a distance. He paused. The minority position is that cautious recognition is insufficiently cautious, and that formal acknowledgement of an unaligned power of this magnitude is a precedent the treaty structure cannot absorb without fundamental renegotiation of its own terms. The minority position is not wrong, Ria said, from her seat beside Issei, her voice carrying the careful precision of someone who had spent the past few days thinking through exactly this implication. If the three factions formally acknowledge an unaligned power, they are acknowledging that the treaty structure, built on the assumption that all significant power either belongs to a faction or is a threat to all factions, does not account for every possible configuration of the world. That is a genuine structural concession. Yes, Sirzex agreed. It is. And I believe it is the right concession to make, both because the reality of what exists here makes the alternative increasingly untenable, and because the treaty structure, as currently constituted, has produced exactly the kind of managed suppression that has, historically, generated the resentments and fractures Rizavim was attempting to weaponize. He looked at Issei directly. I am not asking you to make that concession painless for the people on the council who find it uncomfortable. I am asking whether, if the majority position prevails, Emberhold is willing to be formally acknowledged as an independent allied power rather than an unaligned variable, with all the responsibilities and protections that status would imply. What responsibilities? Vala said from his position at the table's far end, with the direct, practical interest of someone who had spent years understanding that political offers carried obligations embedded in their fine print. Consultation, Sirzex said. Not control. The acknowledged independent power would be expected to inform the Council of significant developments rather than communicate through deniable channels, to participate in joint deliberation on matters that affect the treaty's structural integrity, and to maintain the partnership against common threats rather than treating Council positions as adversarial by default. He paused. In exchange, the Council would formally guarantee Emberhold's independence, political autonomy, and the right to admit and protect any person who genuinely chooses its membership, regardless of their original faction, lineage, or previous political assignment. Including Vala, Issei said. Including Vala, Sirzex confirmed, with the directness of someone who had made sure of this specific point before raising it. There was debate. The debate was resolved in favor of the principle that the acknowledged power's membership choices are its own to make. Vala's expression, across the table, was difficult to read fully, but something in it had shifted into a quality that was, beneath its controlled surface, closer to genuine relief than anything he had shown since arriving at Emberhold. The protections, Sikvera said, her pen moving steadily. Are they reciprocal? If a faction member or a pillar house representative attempts to use institutional authority to pressure or threaten members of this household, does the formal acknowledgement provide actual recourse? That, Sirzex said, was the part of the minority position that the majority eventually absorbed rather than defeated. The acknowledged status would carry with it the full diplomatic protections normally extended to a recognized political entity. Attempting to pressure or threaten its members through institutional channels would constitute a diplomatic incident rather than a domestic matter. He met Sikvera's eyes with the particular, mutual recognition of two people who both understood exactly what that distinction meant in practice. I thought you in particular would want that spelled out explicitly. I did, she said. Thank you. The deliberation that followed, across the remainder of that afternoon and into the evening, was the most genuinely equal conversation Issei had yet participated in with a representative of the formal council structure. The months of partnership and demonstrated competence on both sides having built enough mutual respect to make the discussion feel like negotiation between parties who actually valued the outcome rather than advocacy between parties trying to determine who would eventually submit to whom. Issei laid out Emberhold's existing principles clearly, the same principles that had governed every admission and every decision since the Valley's founding, free choice as the fundamental operating condition, no contracts binding people against their genuine will, no hierarchy based on lineage or political assignment, genuine accountability to the people within the community rather than to any external authority. He was not asking the council to adopt these principles. He was stating, clearly, that acknowledging Emberhold meant acknowledging that it was built on these principles and would continue to be. The council's position, as Surzex represented it, asked for consultation and transparency in exchange for protection and formal recognition. Issei asked for confirmation that the consultation obligation was mutual, that the council would bring to Emberhold the same quality of honest information it was asking Emberhold to provide. That, Surzex said, is the part that will cause the most discussion when I bring it back. Not because it is unreasonable. Because it requires the council to admit that it has not, historically, operated on that principle, and that changing how it operates is a significant internal undertaking regardless of how correct it is. I know, Issei said. I'm asking for it anyway. The agreement, reached as the Fire Lily Valley settled into its artificial evening, was not finalized that day, and all parties understood that what had been discussed would require further deliberation and several more conversations before it became anything formal. But the shape of it was clear enough that when Surzex finally rose to leave, there was a quality in the room that had not been present at the start of the afternoon, something that felt less like the cautious, deniable partnership of recent months and more like the beginning of something that might actually last. One more thing, Issei said, as Surzex moved toward the door. Name it. Ravel's family, Issei said. House Phoenix. The specific debt her father used to justify the Diodora arrangement. The formal acknowledgement gives us diplomatic standing. I'd like to use it. Surzex looked at him for a moment, and something moved in his expression that recognized the particular quality of what Issei had just said, the specific way a person who has spent months building something because he refused to leave people trapped finally uses the structures around him to address the specific trap that made the most personal claim on his attention. I had already prepared that file, Surzex said. I had simply been waiting for the standing to make use of it. Formally, Ravel, at the table's corner, had gone very still, with the expression of someone who had not expected the conversation to arrive here in this particular meeting and was absorbing it with the full, careful attention it deserved. The debt, Surzex said, addressing her directly now rather than Issei, was manufactured. Not in its entirety, the investments were real and did perform poorly, but the specific obligation it generated, the amount, the repayment structure, the provision requiring a marriage arrangement as settlement, those terms were added to the documentation after the initial agreement, through a forgery sophisticated enough to pass casual examination but not, it turns out, thorough examination conducted by people with sufficient motivation to be thorough. He paused. Your father did not know the documentation was falsified. He was himself manipulated, through an agent of Diodora Astaroth's network operating within the Phoenix family's financial advisors. The debt, as legitimately owed, was real but manageable without any marriage arrangement. The version that drove you to Diodora's estate was constructed. The silence that followed had a different quality from the silence of ordinary dramatic news. Ravel absorbed it with the particular, precise attention of someone who had spent months building a new life on the understanding that the old one had simply been cruel, discovering now that the cruelty had been manufactured rather than chosen by the people she had loved before it broke her trust. My father, she said carefully, is still responsible for not examining the terms with sufficient care before agreeing to them. Regardless of whether he was manipulated. Yes, Surzex said. He is. This does not restore a relationship or resolve a history. It simply ensures that the record is accurate about what actually happened. I would like to see the file, Ravel said. The complete file. I want to understand it fully before I decide what, if anything, I want to do with the information. Of course, Surzex said, and produced it from the briefcase that had been sitting beside his chair throughout the afternoon, a quiet deliberateness in the gesture that suggested he had carried it here specifically for this purpose rather than bringing it incidentally. After Surzex left, the terrace held a quiet that was not uncomfortable but was genuine, the particular quality of a group of people sitting with something that had just shifted the ground under one of their number and recognizing, collectively, that the right response was simply to be present with it rather than to move quickly past it into practical considerations. It was Issei who finally broke the quiet, because it was Ravel, and because the months that had passed since Diodora's courtyard had built between them exactly the kind of honesty that did not look away from the things that needed to be said. "Are you all right?" he said. Ravel looked at the file in her hands, and then at the valley's evening light, and at the faces around the table, all of them turned toward her with the particular, undisguised care of people who had chosen to be here for each other in exactly this kind of moment. "I do not know yet," she said, with complete honesty. "I think I will need some time with this. But I also think—" She paused, and something settled in her expression that had its roots in the same stubbornness that had kept her standing in Diodora's ruined ritual hall and had brought her, eventually, here. "I think I am, regardless of what this file says about the past, exactly where I intended to be. And that does not change, whatever else does." "Good," Kaneko said from the table's edge, with a directness that contained, in its few syllables, something warm and entirely genuine. "That is the right answer." Nobody argued with that assessment. Chapter 8. The file about her father took Ravel 3 days to fully read and another 4 to fully process, and in those 7 days the valley continued its ordinary life around her with the particular, undemanding warmth of a place that had learned, over months of genuine community, the difference between support that pulled people toward others' timelines and support that simply remained available on the person's own. Issei left her to it, mostly. He was not a person who managed emotional distance well, and he knew it, the impulse to immediately do something useful about a problem being one of his more thoroughly demonstrated personal characteristics. But he had also learned, over the past year, that some of the most important things he could do for the people he cared about were the ones that looked, from the outside, like nothing at all. He trained with Vala in the mornings. He ran the administrative meetings Sigvara organized with the quiet efficiency of someone who had, over weeks, taught Issei enough basic institutional management to make him genuinely useful rather than simply a figurehead at the head of the table. He read, for the first time properly, the reports from Azazel's network about the remaining threads of Rizavim's old infrastructure and the methodical way the old devil appeared to be personally addressing each one. On the 4th evening, Ravel found him in the garden at dusk, not the restored section with its careful herbs and fire lilies but the far corner where her grandmother's original planting had been too thoroughly overgrown to restore easily, the wild section that had resisted every attempt to bring it back to formal beauty and had, in doing so, become its own kind of genuinely beautiful. "I have been thinking about forgiveness," she said, settling onto the old stone bench beside him without ceremony. "Not whether I can forgive my father, that is a separate question I am not yet ready to answer. But what forgiveness actually means in a situation where the person who harmed you was also, in significant ways, manipulated by the same people who harmed you. What have you come to?" Issei said. "That it is not a simple question," Ravel said, "and that anyone who offers me a simple answer to it is either dishonest about the complexity, or has not thought about it seriously." She was quiet for a moment. "The file says that my father agreed to terms he did not fully examine, that he allowed a financial crisis he was embarrassed about to make him vulnerable to exactly the kind of manipulation Diodora's network specialized in, and that the result of his failure to look carefully at what he was agreeing to was 3 weeks of a curse mark on my collarbone, and a wedding I was being carried toward against my will." She turned the fact over with the same precision she brought to everything. "He was wrong. He was also deceived. Both of those things are true simultaneously, and they do not cancel each other out." "No," Issei agreed. "They don't. I think," Ravel said, with the careful, settled quality of someone who has reached a position they intend to hold, "that I am not required to forgive him in order to understand him. And I am not required to reconcile with him in order to refrain from hating him. And I am not required to do either of those things on any timeline except my own, and the place I am currently living, to its considerable credit, has never once suggested otherwise." "It won't," Issei said. "I know," she said. "That is, actually, the point I am arriving at. The thing this file changed, more than my understanding of what my father did or did not choose, is my understanding of what it means that I am here rather than there. I spent a significant portion of the past year telling myself that I was here because I had been driven out of my previous life by circumstances beyond my control. That is true, and it will continue to be true. But the file makes it clear that the circumstances were constructed, not simply unfortunate. Someone built the trap I walked into. Which means that what I walked out of was not simply bad luck but a deliberate attempt to reduce me to an instrument. She met Issei's eyes directly. And I walked out of it anyway. Not because of you, though your arrival in Diodora's garden was not unwelcome, because I refused, at every point where refusal was available to me, to be what someone else had decided I should be. A pause. I think I needed to understand that clearly. I think the file gave me that, which is, perhaps, a strange gift from a document full of evidence of my father's failures. Not strange, Issei said. Just honest. They sat in the wild garden for a while, in the comfortable quiet that had become one of the small, genuine luxuries of a life built on actual choice rather than scheduled role, and the evening settled around them with the particular quality of days that had been genuinely lived through rather than simply endured, and the fire lilies burned their orange and red along the wall, and the air was warm. Reiser has sent 3 more letters, Ravel said eventually, since the file's contents were shared with me. He apparently received the same information through Surzex's channels and has, as a result, been reconsidering his entire understanding of the past 3 years of his family's history. The letters are long, careful, and demonstrate a degree of self-examination I had not thought him capable of. She paused. I have not yet answered them. Do you want to? Issei asked. I think I want to, she said. Which is, I believe, progress from where I was 4 days ago. That's enough for now, Issei said. Yes, she agreed. It is. The formal acknowledgement process between Emberhold and the 3 factions moved forward through the following weeks with the deliberate pace of institutional change, which was to say, considerably more slowly than any individual party would have preferred but considerably faster than anyone who had watched council processes from the inside had anticipated. Surzex managed the internal debate with the particular, patient authority of a person who had both the genuine conviction of his position and the political capital to sustain it through the inevitable resistance, and the minority objections, while sincere and not entirely without merit, gradually found themselves answering questions they could not fully resolve about what the alternative actually looked like in practice. Azazel contributed to the process in his characteristic manner, which was to say that he appeared at 3 consecutive formal sessions, said enormously clarifying and occasionally uncomfortable things at precisely the moments when the conversation was most in need of both qualities, and then departed before anyone could effectively respond, leaving behind a wake of people thinking things they had not quite thought before. The angel representative, a different figure now from the silver-haired woman who had attended the early post-Kokabiel council sessions, delivered Heaven's formal position with a quiet precision that carried, underneath its diplomatic language, something that felt to Issei, when Surzex related, like genuine, personal approval rather than institutional compliance. Michael said, Surzex reported, with the carefully maintained neutrality of a man repeating a characterization he personally found both accurate and slightly amusing, that what Emberhold represents is the first genuinely new answer to a several centuries-old problem he had encountered, and that Heaven would be embarrassed to be the holdout against formally acknowledging it. I like Michael, Azazel said from his seat at the terrace table, where he had appeared for the debrief with the timing that continued to defy explanation. He is occasionally infuriatingly patient, and politically careful to the point of paralysis. But when he makes up his mind, he makes it up clearly. High praise, Vala said. From me, yes, Azazel said. Do not tell him that. He will be insufferably pleased. The formal acknowledgement was signed on a clear afternoon 5 weeks after Surzex's initial presentation of the proposal, in a ceremony that was, at Issei's request, considerably less ceremonial than the council's standard protocols would have produced by default. No banners, no formal recitations, no elaborate staging. 3 representatives from each faction, Surzex for the Devils, Azazel for Gregory, and a quiet, earnest angel named Griselda who had been one of the original monitors of the Kokabiel incident, and who shook Issei's hand with the frank, genuine warmth of someone who had been following the situation since before he left Ko and was, she said, very glad to be here for this particular part of it. 8 people at a terrace table in a fire lily valley, plus 3 faction representatives, plus 1 ancient devil with a changed position and an ongoing project, plus one silver-haired dragon emperor who had received, through the formal acknowledgement's membership protections, the first documented institutional recognition of his right to exist somewhere other than as a weapon. Signed the document that made Ember hold a formally acknowledged independent allied power, and then Sigvera immediately produced the next document, the one formalizing the mutual consultation obligation Issei had insisted on, and made sure all parties signed that one too before anyone left the table. "You are," Sirzek said, looking at Sigvera with genuine admiration, "the most efficiently thorough person I have encountered in a very long time." "I am aware," Sigvera said, capping her pen. "I consider it a responsibility." Kaneko, who had spent the ceremony on the terrace wall with the comfortable elevation of someone who considered all formal proceedings best observed from a slight height advantage, descended when the signing was finished and surveyed the table with the settled satisfaction of an arbitrator confirming a resolution she had always expected was inevitable. "Good," she said. Issei, holding a document that said, in the careful language of formal international agreement, that the place he had built from stubbornness and refusal was real enough to require acknowledging, felt something settle in him that had been in motion, one way or another, since the night a corrupted spear had cracked the function of an ancient sacred gear and changed the shape of what was possible. It was not an ending. Azazel had been clear about that, and remained so. Ryzovim's project was being dismantled, but the world that had made it possible had not yet changed as fundamentally as it needed to. The genuine true believers within what remained of the old Satan faction would not dissolve simply because their most capable organizing intelligence had changed direction. The three factions' treaty still ran on the managed fear rather than genuine peace that Ryzovim had correctly diagnosed as its structural weakness, and the acknowledgement of Emberhold was a first step toward addressing that weakness rather than a resolution of it. But it was a real document, signed by real parties, about a real place, and the people in it had genuinely chosen to be there, and the afternoon light over the Fire Lily Valley had the same particular, honest gold it always had at this hour, and that, Issei thought, was worth considerably more than any amount of formal diplomatic language, even well-drafted diplomatic language, and he was grateful for both. Chapter 9. The true believers came, in the end, not as a coordinated final assault but as a scattered, increasingly desperate series of last efforts, the predictable behavior of a movement whose central organizing intelligence had withdrawn his support and left its remaining loyal fragments to either disperse quietly or attempt, individually, and without coordination, to salvage something from a collapse they refused to accept as final. Most dispersed. Ryzovim's own quiet, methodical work across the weeks following his visit to Emberhold accounted for a significant portion of that dispersal. Old loyalists confronted directly by the man whose ideology had justified their actions, presented with an honest account of his changed position and given the genuine choice to stand down or to continue without his backing. Most chose to stand down, the particular, deflating realization that their cause's most capable architect no longer believed in the methods proving, for most of them, sufficient to end decades of patient commitment. A smaller number did not. The most significant of these was a devil named Krozari Asmodai, a name that had appeared periodically in the documentation Sigvera's intelligence operation had accumulated over the preceding months but had never previously risen to the level of primary concern, a quiet, capable strategist who had operated for years in Ryzovim's shadow, contributing technical refinements to the harvester designs and the negation architecture without ever taking the kind of visible operational role that would have drawn direct attention. He surfaced 3 weeks after the formal acknowledgement ceremony, not with an attack but with a message, delivered through the same kind of untraceable channel Ryzovim had originally used, and the message's content made clear within its first sentence that whatever had changed in Ryzovim's position had not changed in Krozari's. "The old man has gone soft," the message read, in handwriting considerably less elegant than Ryzovim's careful script, but no less deliberate in its intent. He spent 3 centuries building something genuinely capable of demonstrating the treaty's fragility, and he abandoned the entire project because a boy gave him a clever speech on a plane. I do not share his sentimentality. The infrastructure he built is dismantled, but the principle remains correct, and I intend to demonstrate it through methods that do not depend on his patience or his now compromised resolve. You will hear from me again, and the demonstration this time will not be one rise of him. Levon Lucifer's residual fondness for you will soften. He's not wrong that the demonstration is the same principle, Sigvara said, reviewing the message with the careful, grim precision she brought to genuinely concerning intelligence. Which is, I believe, exactly why it is dangerous. Rysavim's vision had complexity to it, a genuine argument underneath the methods even when the methods were unacceptable. Kruzuri's message suggests someone who has stripped that argument down to its crudest, most directly destructive form. What does he actually want? Roygun asked. Based on the documentation we have on his technical contributions, Sigvara said, I believe he intends to attempt a version of the original demonstration Rysavim described to us, the public, simultaneous release of evidence about the treaty's hidden costs, but without Rysavim's patient infrastructure for sustaining and managing the scale of such a release. Kruzuri's technical refinements were always focused on power amplification rather than sustainable infrastructure. I suspect his version of the demonstration will be faster, cruder, and considerably more destructive in its execution, an attempt to force the same revelation through brute, immediate force rather than careful, sustained pressure. Do we know where? Vala asked. Not yet, Sigvara said. But I have already reached out to Azazel's network, and I expect Rysavim himself will have relevant information, given his familiarity with Kruzuri's working patterns. I have sent a message requesting his assistance directly. The response from Rysavim came within hours, carrying a weight of genuine, urgent concern that none of them had previously associated with the careful, measured figure who had sat on their terrace weeks earlier discussing centuries of patient philosophy. I should have anticipated this, the message read. Kruzuri was always the member of my network most committed to the methods rather than the underlying argument, and I underestimated how thoroughly the methods had become, for him, indistinguishable from the cause itself. I have information about a facility he maintained independently, outside the network I dismantled, that I did not previously connect to active operational capacity because I believed it dormant. I no longer believe that. I will come to Emberhold immediately with everything I know. He arrived within the day, and the urgency in his bearing was unlike anything they had seen from him before, the deep, structural stillness that had characterized every previous encounter replaced by the focused, rapid clarity of a man who had spent the intervening hours working through a genuine crisis rather than a philosophical reckoning. The facility is beneath what was, during the Great War, a major staging ground for devil forces, Rysavim said, spreading a set of hand-drawn maps across the terrace table with none of his usual measured deliberation. Kruzuri maintained it independently of the network's main infrastructure specifically because he anticipated, correctly as it turns out, that I might eventually waver, and he wanted a contingency that did not depend on my continued support. The facility's primary function is amplification rather than storage, a device built to take whatever power is fed into it and project it outward at a scale considerably beyond the input, with minimal regard for control or precision in the output. What is he planning to feed into it? Issei asked. Himself, Rysavim said, and the single word carried a weight that settled over the terrace table like a physical thing. Kruzuri is, in raw power, a capable but not extraordinary devil. The amplification device was designed to take a moderate input and produce an output considerably beyond what any single party could otherwise achieve. If he intends to use it as his own weapon, feeding his own power directly into the amplifier and releasing the result across a populated area, the destructive potential is, by my own design calculations from when I first reviewed his proposal years ago and rejected it as too uncontrolled to be useful, considerably beyond anything either of us has previously demonstrated in this entire affair. Why did you reject it? Rias asked, with the careful precision of someone trying to understand the full shape of the threat. Because the entire point of my original demonstration was to make an argument, Rysavim said. An argument requires an audience that survives to hear it. Kruzuri's design does not account for survivors. It accounts only for destruction at a scale sufficient to be undeniable, regardless of whether anyone remains to be convinced by it. He looked up from the maps, meeting Issei's eyes directly. I am telling you this with full honesty because I believe, having now spent considerable time examining my own decades of justification for methods I have since abandoned, that there is no longer any version of myself willing to rationalize what Gremory intends as anything other than what it actually is. Mass destruction, justified by a principle I once believed in, and no longer can defend in this form. How long do we have? Sigvera asked, already cross-referencing the maps against her own intelligence. I do not know precisely, Ryzovim admitted. Gremory's message to you suggests he intends to move soon, likely within days rather than weeks, given that he would understand we are now actively working against him. I would estimate, based on what I know of the amplifier's preparation requirements, that we have perhaps 3 days before the device reaches operational readiness. Then we move in too, Issei said, already standing, the gauntlet's quiet light beginning to rise in response to the focused, decisive clarity that had carried him through every genuine crisis since the rooftop in Ko. We are not letting him finish what Ryzovim was honest enough to walk away from. Chapter 10. The staging ground from the Great War had been reclaimed, over the centuries since its abandonment, by a strange and somber forest that grew in tight, regimented lines, as though the trees themselves had been planted by something that remembered military formations and could not entirely shake the habit even in growth, and the group that moved through it 2 days later carried a quality of focused, grim readiness that none of their previous operations had quite matched, the simple, undeniable stakes of what they were attempting to prevent settling over the entire approach with a weight that left little room for the lighter moments that had characterized earlier missions. Ryzovim moved with them, a presence none of them had expected to fight alongside until very recently and that none of them now questioned, his bearing carrying the particular, focused intensity of a man working to prevent the worst possible expression of an idea he had spent centuries developing and had only recently, fully, recognized the true cost of. Gremory will know we are coming, he said, as they approached the facility's outer perimeter, the air around them carrying the same faint, structural wrongness that had marked every previous encounter with corrupted architecture across the past year, except denser here, more concentrated, the unmistakable signature of an amplification device approaching full operational readiness. He has likely accelerated his timeline in response to my message reaching you. We should assume the device is closer to completion than my original estimate suggested. Then we move fast, Roygun said, Naginata already in hand, and we move directly. The facility itself, when they finally broke through the regimented trees into the clearing that housed it, was unlike anything Issei had previously encountered, not the converted vineyard cellar or the disguised battlefield monument of earlier operations but something built specifically, from the ground up, for its singular destructive purpose. A tower of dark, dense stone rising from the clearing's center with a cold, blue-black light pulsing at its peak in a rhythm that was speeding up. Visibly, even as they watched, the unmistakable signature of a device approaching activation. Gremory Asmodai stood at the tower's base, a tall, gaunt figure with the particular, brittle intensity of a true believer who had spent years in the patient shadow of a more charismatic leader and had finally, in that leader's absence, found the opportunity to act according to his own uncompromising vision. You came, he said, regarding the group with an expression that carried genuine, unsettling satisfaction. And you brought him. His gaze settled on Ryzovim with something that mixed contempt and a strange, lingering reverence in equal measure. I confess I had hoped you would, my old teacher. It seems fitting that you witness what your principle actually requires, once someone is finally honest enough to carry it to its proper conclusion without your sentimental concessions to survivability. Gremory, Ryzovim said, his voice carrying a weight Issei had not heard from him before, something that was almost pleading despite the careful control underneath it. What you are building will not make an argument. It will simply kill, at a scale that erases the possibility of anyone understanding why. There is no demonstration in that. Only destruction. There is demonstration in everything, if the scale is sufficient, Gremory said. You taught me that yourself, decades ago, before you grew soft enough to forget it. The Three Factions Treaty has survived because it has never been forced to confront the true cost of its own fragility in terms it cannot rationalize away. A demonstration that leaves survivors leaves room for explanation, justification, dismissal. A demonstration that does not allow for survival leaves only the undeniable fact of what was always possible, and what the treaty's continued existence has always, quietly, accepted as an acceptable risk. You're talking about killing thousands of people to prove a point about a system that already fails to protect people, Issei said, the gauntlet's light rising fully now, the white-gold brightness cutting through the clearing's cold, pulsing blue. That's not an argument against the system. That's becoming the worst thing the system has ever produced, says the boy who built his entire reputation on dismantling exactly what I am trying to complete, Gremory said, and the amplifier's pulsing light behind him quickened further, the rhythm now approaching something that felt, to Issei's trained senses, dangerously close to completion. I do not expect you to understand. I expect you to try to stop me, and I expect to demonstrate, in the attempt, exactly how insufficient your principle of gentle, patient choice actually is when confronted with someone who has decided that gentleness has run out of time. He raised both hands, and the amplifier's light surged in direct response, drawing power from him in a visible, escalating stream that made the entire clearing shudder with the particular, building pressure of something approaching catastrophic release. We don't have time to talk him down, Vala said, already moving, Albion's light rising to match Issei's. The device is going to activate regardless of what we say to him. Then we stop the device, Issei said, and the two dragon emperors moved together with the coordinated, instinctive understanding that weeks of genuine partnership had built between them, Issei driving directly for the tower's base while Vala moved to intercept Gremory himself, the two approaches converging on the single, urgent problem with the kind of seamless cooperation that had, since their first proper fight, become their natural mode of operating together. Roygun and Kiba moved to flank the tower's structural supports, working to disrupt the physical architecture that was feeding the amplifier's escalating power, while Akino's lightning lashed out at the device's upper structure with precise, controlled strikes designed to disrupt rather than simply damage, the kind of surgical intervention that months of working together had refined into genuine, practiced skill. Ravel's Phoenix Flame wrapped protective barriers around the group's flanks, anticipating the kind of desperate, uncontrolled defensive response Gremory's true believer commitment made likely. Kaneko moved with the silent, devastating efficiency that had become her particular signature, intercepting two of Gremory's remaining loyal operatives before they could interfere with the tower's disruption. Issei reached the tower's base and pressed both hands against its dense, dark stone, feeling Drake's function reach immediately into the amplifier's structure with the methodical, practiced focus of months of careful training, but the architecture that came back was unlike anything they had previously encountered, not coherent in the way Rise of Im's original power had been coherent, but desperate, jagged, built with the brittle, accelerated urgency of someone who had abandoned careful design in favor of raw, immediate force. This is unstable, Drake said, with genuine alarm cutting through his usual measured calm. Partner, this was never designed to be safely absorbed. It was designed to overload and release, not to be catalogued and contained. If we attempt full absorption at this stage of activation, the risk is considerable. What's the alternative? Issei said, the tower's stone growing hot under his hands as the amplifier's internal pressure continued to build. Disruption rather than absorption, Drake said. Strike the architecture's core stability rather than attempting to take its power. It will not give us anything useful in return, but it may prevent the catastrophic release rather than simply redirecting it through you. Do it, Issei said, and the gauntlet's light shifted, the patient, gathering brightness of absorption replaced by something sharper, more immediately destructive, a focused strike rather than a careful theft, driven directly into the amplifier's structural core with everything Issei had accumulated across a year of growing, hard-won power. The tower shuddered, the cold blue-black light flickering violently, and Gremory, locked in his own desperate exchange with Valley across the clearing, screamed something that was not quite words as the device he had spent years preparing began, visibly, to destabilize beyond his control. No, he said, the single syllable carrying a despair that briefly, genuinely cut through his fanatic certainty. This was supposed to be the demonstration. This was supposed to finally make them understand. It was supposed to kill thousands of people who never agreed to be part of your argument, Rise of Him said, arriving at the tower's base with a focused, urgent power of his own, adding his strength to Issei's disruption with the particular, terrible clarity of a man working to prevent the worst possible outcome of his own decades of teaching. I am sorry, Gremory. I am sorry that I taught you a principle without teaching you, clearly enough, where the principle's application had to stop. That failure is mine. But I will not let it become this. The combined disruption, Issei's absorbed catalog of techniques driven into the device's failing core alongside Ryzovim's own deep, genuinely original power, finally overcame the amplifier's unstable architecture, the tower's cold blue-black light collapsing inward rather than exploding outward, the catastrophic release Gremory had intended folding into a contained, violent implosion that brought the entire structure down into rubble rather than unleashing its gathered power across the surrounding territory. The silence that followed was profound, the regimented trees around the clearing's edge still trembling faintly from the force of the collapse, and Gremory Asmodai knelt in the wreckage of his own failed demonstration with an expression that had moved, in the space of seconds, from desperate fanaticism to something hollow and genuinely lost. "It is over," Ryzovim said quietly, approaching the kneeling figure of his former student with an expression that carried more grief than triumph. "What you intended did not happen. What happens to you now is not mine to decide alone, but I will tell you honestly, Gremory, that I intend to argue for whatever path remains that lets you eventually understand what I have come to understand. That gentleness is not weakness. That a principle defended through mass destruction has already lost the argument it claims to be making." Gremory did not answer. He knelt in the wreckage, hollow and silent, and the group around him stood in the aftermath of the closest the past year had brought them to genuine catastrophe, breathing hard. The immediate danger passed, but the weight of how close it had come settling slowly over all of them and the clearing's returning quiet. "Is everyone all right?" Issei asked, looking around at the group, Kiba and Roygun emerging from the tower's collapsed supports with minor injuries already being addressed by Akino's careful attention, Ravel's protective barriers having held against the worst of the structural collapse, Kaneko standing over her two subdued opponents with the settled, unbothered composure of someone who had handled exactly what needed handling. "We are," Sikvera said, arriving at the clearing's edge where she had coordinated the operation's logistics from a careful distance, her own relief evident beneath her usual composed precision. "All of us." Which is, given what that device nearly accomplished, considerably more than we had any right to expect. Valley, standing over Gremory with Albion's lights still active but no longer escalated toward combat, looked across the clearing at Issei with an expression that carried the particular, shared weight of two people who had just worked together, instinctively and completely, to prevent something neither of them would have been able to stop alone. "That was close," he said. "Yeah," Issei agreed. "Too close." Ryzovim remained beside Gremory's kneeling form, and something in his bearing, in the quiet, grieving weight of his posture, suggested that whatever reckoning had begun for him on the plain months earlier had just reached a depth he had not previously expected it to require, the full, undeniable cost of decades of teaching finally made real in the rubble of a tower that had nearly killed thousands of people in the name of a principle he could no longer fully defend. The forest around the clearing's edge stood in its strange, regimented lines, ancient and quiet, and the day's light, filtering down through branches that had grown for centuries and formations that remembered war even when nothing else did, fell gently across a clearing that had, in the space of one desperate afternoon, become the site of something the original battlefield never quite managed to be entirely. A place where the worst possible outcome had been, genuinely, fully prevented. Chapter 11. The weeks that followed the collapse of Gremory's amplifier brought a different quality of attention to Emberhold than anything the Valley had experienced before, not the cautious, deniable interest of early partnership, or the formal, deliberate process of acknowledgement, but something closer to genuine, widespread recognition. The kind that arrives when a story has traveled far enough through enough different channels that it stops being a carefully managed piece of intelligence and becomes simply what people across the underworld and beyond it understood to have happened. The story that traveled was, inevitably, simplified in the telling, the months of careful relationship building and painful personal history compressed into the more easily repeated shape of a single dramatic narrative, two dragon emperors and a reformed enemy preventing a catastrophic attack at the last possible moment. Issei found, in the weeks that followed, that he had become, in a way he had never sought and was not entirely comfortable with, a figure people had opinions about, stories about, expectations of, in places and among people he had never met, and would likely never meet. "You are famous," Valley observed, with the particular, dry amusement he had developed over months of genuine friendship, watching Issei read through yet another formal request for an audience, this one from a minor pillar house Issei had never previously heard of, expressing interest in some unspecified form of alliance or partnership. "I don't want to be famous," Issei said. "I want to keep doing what we've actually been doing. Those two things are not, unfortunately, mutually exclusive in the way you might prefer," Sigvera said from her position at the terrace table where the steadily growing pile of formal correspondence had become a genuine administrative challenge requiring its own dedicated process. Fame, once acquired, does not simply remain separate from the work. It becomes a resource that can be used, deliberately, in service of the work, or it becomes a liability that erodes the work's actual purpose through misuse and misunderstanding. I would suggest we choose deliberately rather than simply react to each individual piece of correspondence as it arrives. It was, in the end, Ravel who proposed the framework that the household eventually adopted, drawing on the careful, structural thinking she had developed over months of managing Emberhold's practical operations and, increasingly, its broader institutional relationships. "We do not need to answer every request," she said, at the meeting convened specifically to address the question. "We need a clear, public statement of what this place actually is and is not, communicated once clearly, so that the people approaching us understand the actual terms before they arrive rather than arriving with assumptions we then have to correct individually, exhaustingly, every single time." The statement they eventually drafted together, over several careful evenings of genuine collaborative work, was deliberately simple. Emberhold was not a faction seeking expansion. It was not recruiting, in the sense that pillar houses recruited assets or peerages recruited pieces. It was a place where people who had been trapped by contracts, lineage, or political arrangement could choose, freely and without obligation, to build a different kind of life, and it would continue to act, when it judged action necessary, against the kind of corruption and coercion that had brought its founding members together in the first place. It sought partnership with the three factions on the basis of shared interest in preventing exactly the kind of harm Reisevim's network and Crozery's desperate final attempt had represented, but it would not become an instrument of any faction's individual political ambitions, and it would not expand simply for the sake of accumulating influence. The statement, once released through the careful, deliberate channels Sigvera's network had developed, did what such things rarely do, actually clarify rather than further complicate the public understanding of what Emberhold represented, and the volume of formal correspondence slowed, in the weeks that followed, to something genuinely manageable, the people who continued to reach out generally doing so with a clearer, more specific understanding of what they were actually requesting. Reisevim's own situation occupied a more complicated, ongoing process. The Council, faced with the genuine complexity of a figure who had spent decades as the three factions' most significant ongoing threat and had then, demonstrably, both walked away from his own infrastructure and risked his life to prevent his former student's catastrophic final act, struggled to arrive at a position that adequately addressed both the genuine harm of his decades-long campaign and the genuine, costly sincerity of his eventual change. "There is no existing precedent," Sirzek admitted, during one of his regular visits to Emberhold's terrace, "for what justice looks like in a situation this genuinely unprecedented. The Council has not reached a final position. I do not know when it will." "What does Reisevim want?" Issei asked. "I asked him that directly," Sirzek said. "He said that he did not believe he had any standing to ask for anything, given the scale of harm his decades of work had produced, but that if his opinion was solicited regardless, he would suggest that whatever consequence the Council eventually determined should be structured around genuine accountability to the people his network harmed, rather than around the Council's own institutional comfort with either punishment or forgiveness." He paused. It was, I confess, not the answer I expected from him, even given everything that has happened since the plane. "It sounds like the answer of someone who's actually changed," Rias said quietly. "I believe it is," Sirzek said. "Whether the Council can build a process capable of honoring that genuine change while also genuinely addressing the harm is, I am discovering, a considerably harder problem than either punishing or pardoning him outright would have been." Reisevim himself, during the periods he spent at Emberhold in the weeks that followed, while the Council's deliberation continued, occupied himself in ways that surprised Issei more than he expected, spending long hours with Ravel discussing her grandmother's restoration work, with Sigvera reviewing the technical specifications of harvester architectures she was still working to fully neutralize across the remaining facilities his network had built, with Kaneko, surprisingly, in a quiet, patient teaching relationship around the deeper theoretical underpinnings of Tuki cultivation that the young woman had never had access to before and absorbed with an intensity that suggested years of unmet curiosity finally finding an outlet. He is trying to be useful, Vala observed, one evening, watching Rizavim explain something to Kaneko with the patient, careful attention of a genuinely engaged teacher. Not performing usefulness for our benefit. Actually trying to contribute something real, in whatever ways remain available to him, given everything else. I think that's right, Issei said. It is a strange thing to watch, Vala said. The most significant threat in this entire affair, slowly becoming, in practice, one of the household's more genuinely helpful members. People are strange, Issei said. I've stopped being surprised by it. It was on a quiet evening, several weeks into this new, settling rhythm, that Issei finally answered Rias's original letter, not through Azazel's careful intermediation but directly, in his own hand, sitting at the small desk in the room that had become, over months, genuinely his own. I have been carrying your letter since the day it arrived, he wrote, and I have read it more times than I can count, and I think I have finally arrived at an answer that feels honest rather than simply convenient. I do not regret leaving, even though leaving cost both of us something real. I needed to find out what I was when nobody was managing me, and I found things I would never have found otherwise, people I would never have met, a version of myself I am genuinely glad to have become. But I also do not think leaving was the end of what we had. I think it was the beginning of something different, something that took longer and cost more to build but is, I am increasingly certain, more honest than what we had before. You are not my king anymore, Rias, in the formal sense the word used to mean between us. But I think you have become something I value just as much, maybe more, because it is something we are both choosing rather than something a contract assigned us. I would like that to continue, whatever shape it takes from here. He sent it the next morning, and the response, when it arrived 3 days later, was shorter than he expected, and considerably more direct than the careful, formal language of her original letter. I would like that too, it read, more than I think I have words for properly. Thank you for finally telling me. Outside Emberhold's window, the fire lilies continued their perpetual bloom, orange and deep red against the pale stone walls, and the valley held the particular, settled warmth of a place that had been built, slowly and deliberately, and at genuine cost, out of nothing more than a stubborn refusal to accept that the people who mattered most could be reduced to contracts, lineage, or assigned roles. And the story that had begun on a burning rooftop in Ko, with a glitch that should not have been possible in an ancient sacred gear, continued, day by ordinary day, to become something that no council, no faction, and no centuries-old plan had ever quite managed to predict. It was not finished. Issei understood that clearly, sitting in his room with Rias's reply in his hands and the evening light gathering gold across the valley below. There would be more threats, more difficult conversations, more decisions that required the same stubborn, careful honesty that had carried him this far. But the place was real, and the people in it had chosen it, and chosen each other, and whatever came next, he understood now with a clarity he had not possessed 8 months earlier, would be met the same way everything since the rooftop had been met. Together, deliberately, and on their own genuine terms.